the knee, and most people are just using the leg, and they're hoping that all that work gets done. But if you really want to make your legs really strong, where the knees are really stable, you really want to do things that stabilize that. I mean, you think about how much of a knee injury puts you out. Every elite athlete should be doing this kind of shit.
Yeah. Like I had pretty bad patella tendonitis in my left knee, and it's helped pretty much eliminate it.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive stuff. And this guy gives it all away for free because his philosophy was, look, if I was an 11-year-old that had a knee injury, I would want this available to me. And so he's a fucking awesome guy. He's been on the podcast before.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I gotta start doing that shit.
But his stuff is rock solid, man. I mean, my knees feel so much better from doing that. Yeah. Split squats, slant board, body weight squats. I do 100 of those every day. I do the Nordic curls. I do all that shit.
That's where I got to
get on that slant board and step off and touch your heel to the floor too. That's real good.
That's great.
I got to be more disciplined.
And you use the sled, backwards, walking backwards with the sled.
I'll do it for like 10 minutes.
Amazing.
Throw a couple plates on.
Yeah.
Just,
back and forth.
So that worked because I got no meniscus in my left knee. So and I just always feel the bone grinding.
We were talking about the cadaver meniscus. They do that now.
You looked in any like Gel 1 or Synvisc too. Like sometimes you can get a shot that'll help with some of that. It only lasts 4 to 6 months, but it's better than have your knee grind.
I got one of those once, and it didn't really seem to help me.
Didn't help you?
No.
Yeah, mine I liked. And then I got the stem cells.
But I've talked to people that had no meniscus at all, and they got one of those things, and I was like, my knee was brand new again for months.
Yeah, I had a guy. He's a firefighter, my buddy Carl. His knee was jacked, and he's the one that told me about the Gel 1 and all, and he was doing it, and it allowed him to come back and train and everything, and eventually insurance wouldn't pay for the shot, but they would pay for his knee replacement. It's so crazy.
God,
instead of a $1,500 shot, they'll pay 50 G's.
It's a scam.
Such a joke.
The thing with those knees, though, me and you last night, I'm not doing that without my new knee. Walking around town, I'm not doing that. I'd go to Tropicana for a fight, and I'd be with my buddy, and we'd have to stop every how many feet. I'm like, yo, we gotta chill. I'm like, dude. He's like, dude, it's time. I couldn't walk, so now I could, come back. Yeah. That's why I'm not getting the other one done until I have to.
Until it's time.
My problem was anytime I would injure something, I would not give it enough time. I would get stem cells.
That's everybody.
I would not give it enough time, and I'd be like, it's good enough, And then it would get aggravated again. It's like, God damn it, now it's chronic.
See, I don't like to do all those exercises and shit. I think I'm scarred from all that. The only way I like to stay in shape. My training camp is Longo had some old school shit. It's so many.
Longo's the best.
I love Ray Longo.
You two would be the greatest reality show of all time. Here's another. What about UFC producer?
Yeah.
Here's another one. You two pitching match shows. Imagine that.
Longo's one of a kind. Longo.
Longo's is one of my favorite people.
Just an old school guy, and never had a contract with anybody. Just always is there helping people for the right reasons, not just to get his face in there. Nowadays,
he's just a
bunch of fucking whores out there.
He's just a real man.
He is. He's a real man
for sure. I fucking love that guy. But I love the two of you together. When you guys were in the corner,
there's no
amazing.
Corner like that. It's
amazing.
No corner in MMA like that.
It's so fun. So fun, but it's also rock solid information.
Yeah, he knows. He knows that we keep it very simple, and. It's just crazy nowadays. It's a little weird now, like with the whole team, man. Like times change and stuff, but like everybody's out in Vegas now. The whole team's like, everybody's doing well, so we're all happy for everybody. But like, Vegas is very tempting for young fighters, and I don't blame them. Like,
well, the facility really, I think, is going to pull people out.
The PI, everything. All your food is taken care of, and you have the most sophisticated training environment available on earth. And if there's something better, they're going to get it, whatever the fuck it is. And it's a beautiful thing.
I think it's fantastic. The only thing I think it sucks for is that you have these guys who are coming up, with their people at home. Then they get to where they're at the UFC. They get to the PI, which is awesome. And then some school in Vegas is claiming, and I'm no slam on Couture's team or nothing, like Nick said, he's a great coach, but if I got a guy who's out here and he's been with you for, a few months, you can't take credit for that guy. You know what I mean?
I think, in a perfect world. And
it's not his fault either. He just is there. And, it just makes sense.
But I think in a perfect world, they collaborate. and then they're both there. I think in a perfect world, that's how you do it, right? I mean, that's what Greg Jackson and Faraz Sahabi and all those guys did when they were trading fighters back and forth, and they all trained together. That's the way to do it. But you never leave your original team if they're good. If it works out and you have a relationship with them, you figure it out together. Yeah. Unless you're trapped in a too small of an environment and your coach is just not able to fit the needs of, like, there's some guys that are just super talented, but they start out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, for sure.
And they don't have a real good gym. The guy doesn't really know
the PI,
the high level shit.
Like, I think that's
sick.
The best thing ever for the fighters.
It's sick.
Yeah, I'm in Vegas all the time, and I'm working with all kind of fighters, and I would never ask anybody to leave their team. In fact, I'm like, listen, I'll give you any information you want,
beautiful,
but you can't leave your team. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not taking you. I don't want you.
Good, beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, also taxes. They save money with taxes out there, and it's very desirable.
But it also creates a conflict where the conflict's not necessary, right? It's because it's like he's for sure getting new information. Guys getting new information from Nixick, getting new information from training with everybody. Yeah. You're on a path, but you're on a path with the people that you started the path with.
Right? Yeah.
And so, like, even if you're in this new place, like this is maybe you're enhancing your education, you're getting better at fighting. Those are your people.
And you want what's best for them if you really care for them.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, what did you sign up for? What did I sign up for? Like, I'm not going to be in a corner with somebody, and I could like them, but, me and Longo, what we did is with me and Longo, some local kids. There's a time when it's like, all right, Al's from Wantor, Weidman's from Baldwin. They're all local kids. Who's fighting? This one's taking out the best of Brazil. We're going to Australia. Al's fucking up this guy in London. This is what I'm a part of. Me and Longo taking our guy to the flagpole. And then who's with us? Aljo, or Al is our third guy. I didn't sign on for anything else. Like, in other words, I want to make these guys the best they can. But once it gets to a certain degree now where it's like, all right, man, this guy's going to be in the corner, and this. All right, well, now that you guys are calling the shots, you don't need me no more, because I'm not going to be fucking in there. Okay, is it my turn to take the towel in? Fuck everybody. I'm out. Who wants to go in this time? Nick said John Wood. Who wants to? And I love those guys. They're good guys. I like them. They're good. I'm friendly with them. But I'm not a part of that. Like, and I want the best for my fucking guys. I love those guys. That fucking Marab's going to be the next champ. Fucking
Marab is unstoppable.
I love it.
And when he was carrying Henry Cejudo with his tongue out.
Oh, yeah, I know.
And he's like a
savage
baby.
Moment.
What a savage, but walking over to Mark Zuckerberg, holding Henry fucking Cejudo, 2-division world champion, gold medalist. Look at that. That's insane.
Marab, the thing is with Marab,
he's a savage.
I've never seen, in all my years, I've never seen a gas tank like that. I never have.
It's incredible. It's incredible. And, it's incredible because it's not like he's slow. Like, you generally associate, like, really high-level endurance with guys that maybe don't have the kind of power he has.
But he's durable. If you watched his fight with Marlon Moraes.
Man. Yes.
Not only did he get dropped, it was almost about to get stopped. But then it was almost by the end of the round, not only did he recover, he was beating the shit out of Marlon. Like, just beating it. It almost ended in the other way. He might have won back that round. I never see it. I'm like, holy fuck.
He's an animal.
I'll tell you.
His social media is getting funny, too.
Yeah,
he's
great
on social media.
He's the best. He's an animal.
And I'm happy that him and Aljo never fought.
Yeah.
They never, you know what I mean? That's a beautiful thing.
Did Aljo have to go up? Really struggling? Why did he decide to go up?
Well, I think it's time. I mean, you'd have to ask him, but it wasn't a hard for him to get down to that weight. I'm sure, I mean, he's done it. He's a pro.
He's so good at that weight, though.
Yeah, but man, he'll strangle guys the size of Rollo. I've seen him.
I'm sure he can. But
like his fight coming up with Calvin Kattar.
But I always felt that he had like really good endurance for a guy who cuts that much weight. And he could push a pace, and his size and the grappling advantage. Like when he strangled Corey Sandhagen, I was like, "Holy shit!"
That was impressive.
Holy,
but I think he's gonna be better now. So I've been working with him a little bit, just talking to him and kind of consulting with him. Yeah, he's healthier now. He's not concerned about his weight, and that was a big part for him at 35. Is like half of his camp was just making weight.
And as he like puts it, do you think there should be more weight classes?
I think so.
I think so.
I think they should have been back in fucking 2001. I was a fucking tweener, man.
Yeah,
155 was fucking hard for me, man. But I was like Gollum on that fucking scale. But 170, I mean, imagine me now at 170 with fucking MVPs and all these motherfuckers. I'll be up to the dick.
Right? Yeah,
It's true.
And first of all, people were shit on that guy.
He make 170.
I have no idea.
Hey, what did you think of his? I liked his. Everybody shit on him. I liked his appearance.
Listen, that's what I always was saying.
He
Telling
handled
people.
Kevin Holland easily.
I was telling people those point fighters, the guys who are elite at that skill of blitzing in, that's a very specific skill, and it's hard to handle. And if you're just used to guys Muay Thai-ing you, and then some guy is doing that, it's wild to deal with.
A tough dude, man.
When I trained Tyron for Wonder Boy, we brought in karate people. We went to karate schools looking for the best karate guys, just to be able to deal with that aspect of the fight.
Yeah, well, I still think Wonder Boy won. So what do you think of that?
I think Tyron handled Wonder Boy better than anybody in Wonder Boy's prime. I think he handled it better than anybody because he just waited on him. Yeah, did a lot of waiting on him, but he fucked him up. Like he rocked him twice. Bad. Yeah. And Wonder Boy was the guy thought to be the striker.
I never really watched. I saw some highlights of Michael Venom Page from Bellator, but I never really watched.
Yeah,
I just don't know when they're on. To be honest,
he's sensational.
He is.
People were shitting on his appearance. I thought it was great.
Listen, he fought Kevin Holland.
His first fight in the UFC.
First fight in the UFC, he jumped into the deep end of the pool with a real dangerous guy who's got one punch knockout power from his fucking back. Remember that shit when he knocked out Jacare from his back?
Hey, it's crazy. The first guy in there, whoever fucking Kevin Holland. You understand? Like Kevin Holland's usually talking shit, winning or losing. He's on the bottom of the. I go like, hey, you're stronger than I thought.
Yeah.
He had him, a little fucking
perplexed.
Yeah, like I remember when I like to hear a lot of times when they go back to the corner.
Dude, he was mentally beat after the first round. It really sounded like
you can't hit that guy, and when you get close, he's so creative. Those spinning elbows he kept hitting him with.
Oh, I know.
He's
faster than we thought. Yeah.
And they go, you got to cut him off. He goes, he's not there. Like
it's a different thing. He's doing that point karate type movement, like this shit, and he trained it over and over again. It's that ability to move in and out, and his footwork is so sensational. It's like that is a different thing to deal with. It's like wrestlers. If you're used to grappling on your knees only, and then all of a sudden you have to wrestle, what the fuck?
It's a big difference.
It's kind of like that. These guys, their ability to close distance in that sideways stance.
Machida had
a little bit of that. Wonder Boy did it the best in the UFC.
Yeah.
Wonder Boy did some wild shit in the UFC.
It's such a different style. And my little Jimmy Bird's always like, they keep their hands down when I got you, Jimmy. It's a fucking.
I remember Wonder Boy, Jake Ellenberger.
Oh, that's
the wheel kick. Yeah. And this was like after Jake Ellenberger had said he's not going to hit me with any of that fancy spinning shit.
Oh, no, he laughed. He goes, I don't karate. He goes, that's cute. Something like that.
Yeah.
Oof.
And he got embarrassed.
I think Wonder Boy has the perfect con. Here's the perfect con. He's genuinely the nicest guy in the world.
Sweetheart.
He's handsome and wholesome, and he's just a sweet, sweet guy. And so that's like a mask that a killer wears. And the killer wears that mask, and then he's fucking piecing you up, and you're like, oh
what
no.
About the Jeff Neal fight?
Yeah,
dude.
But that's what he did with Jeff. Like, what he did with Jeff Neal was he pretended to be
in
his
the little
friend.
cage too. In the little cage.
You get real confused. Back up a little bit so you can see before it. You get real confused with this dude, and you get confused by the way he looks and how nice he talks. He's a fucking karate assassin.
He's so good.
Probably the greatest karate fighter that's ever fought in MMA.
He's so good.
I mean, there's Raymond Daniels. He was another guy that was like an elite point fighting guy that's also a kickboxer that fought in Glory. And
Raymond Daniels is good.
Woo! He's the guy who has that 720-degree punch.
Yeah.
He spins in the air and KOs the guy with one punch.
Yeah.
It's the craziest thing you've ever seen. If you saw it in
you
a
think
movie,
a kick is coming, and then he just goes, whap.
Where is he
you
from?
saw it in a movie. He's a California guy. Or that's where his gym is, I believe.
I see.
Look at this.
He's another one.
Oh, he's so dangerous, dude. Raymond Daniels does. Watch this. Boom! I mean, come on, son. That is crazy. That's a crazy thing to watch.
How do you prepare for that?
How do you prepare? And in Bellator, he has one of the wildest knockouts. Not Bellator. In Glory Kickboxing, he has this touch side kick, jump spinning back kick to the face KO. high-level kickboxing match, man. But the way he set it up, watch this. This is a thing of beauty. Watch this here. Boom!
Oh, man.
What the fuck is that? Show that again. Look at that, dude. Are you fucking kidding me?
I don't even know. I think he kicked him in his neck.
But he's still fighting. Like, he's fighting in karate combat. That's why that's shirt on.
Bro, Raymond Daniels. Raymond Daniels, dude. Raymond Daniels, dangerous. And Raymond Daniels and Michael Venom Page fought, I believe, back in the day in a point fighting match. So those guys that can cover distance like that, that's a different thing, man. It's a different thing.
I like that he's part of the UFC because there's so many nice matchups. At first, I was liking maybe him versus Wonder Boy. Then I was thinking about it more, and I'm like, it might just
cancel
each
other
watch
out.
Karate Combat. Right? It might just be that. But there's a lot of nice matchups, and he didn't look like he had those UFC jitters.
Not at all. He looked like he was enjoying himself.
I was impressed.
He's really dangerous, man. It's so tall and such a sniper, and just that movement. Good luck finding anybody to emulate that shit in camp.
You got to get Raymond Daniels.
Also, if your whole life is spent fighting at a certain pace and a certain distance, and all of a sudden this guy moves it by 30%.
Yeah.
30% is crazy. He's way back here.
Yeah.
He's way back here. And he's standing in front of you, and he's moving around.
And you try to close the distance, and they're just so fast. They beat you to it.
You remember when Lyoto Machida knocked out Ryan Bader? Ryan Bader's trying to close the distance. Lyoto just planted a left hand on him. It's like, whoa. It's like that style is very hard to deal with if someone's really good at it and they can do the other shit too.
Yeah.
If they can do the other shit
if they can defend a takedown.
I'm so interested in Jamal Hill and Pereira.
Yeah.
I'm so interested in that fight. I am so interested in that fight.
Because you think his Achilles is straight?
Dude, I don't know. I mean, I would assume it is. Otherwise, he wouldn't be jumping back in. I know it was more than 8 months. Is
that what they say it takes?
How many months ago did Jamal Hill injure his Achilles?
He doesn't get.
I was there at the game he was playing too. They was all playing a basketball game.
It's always something stupid. He
can hoop though. Jamal Hill could play.
Nice.
And he somehow
could also
bump. Yeah.
God, he could also strike.
Okay, so this was in July. So August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, 8. Ooh, I'd like to.
That's right on the limit.
I'd like to have a little more.
And I don't know. I would assume he's had to be on the BPCs and.
No, you can't. You can't.
Even as an injury.
No, you can't.
So they can't even get permission to use.
No, you can do stem cells. They can do PRP. They can do a lot of things. It's so silly. He assures Achilles injury fully healed ahead of UFC 300. It's not a problem at all.
Hey man, I don't think he gets.
Be his wrestling.
I don't think he gets enough props. First of all, I think he's a fucking beast. Besides,
Jamal Hill's fucking dangerous. Watch the fight with Glover. Yeah, watch the fight with Glover.
I watched
he pieced Glover up, and Glover is fucking good.
I know.
To piece him up like that on the feet,
taking away his singles real quick.
Yeah, people underestimate him for some strange reason, and I don't understand it. I've heard people talk about his power. Watch that Johnny Walker fight.
I know the Johnny Walker fight.
Forehead. It was like hit by a sniper.
The OSP fight.
Yeah,
man, he's good,
bro.
man.
He's good. He's fucking dangerous.
Show me somebody that did something to him standing up. Because I'm not finding it. I'm not finding it.
That's what I'm saying.
I think Alex is going to be so confident. Shit happens. But I think Alex is going to be so confident because of all his kickboxing and everything else that with these little gloves, I think Jamal's going to surprise him. He's going to fucking sharpshoot him. Jamal's a one-punch knockout striker at light heavyweight for sure. And he's a big, tall dude. And he knows movement. He's fucking dangerous, man.
He's good at keeping his range.
Bro, he's fucking dangerous. Jamal's dangerous. I mean, a lot of people are picking Pereira to run him over.
Really?
Which I think is interesting.
I'm not sure about that.
I'm not sure about that, man. Dude, I think this is going to be a great fight.
Oh, yeah.
The thing about Pereira, though, is he's ultra high level. Like, people just think about only his power, and you only think about, because he's got the most insane touch of death. It's insane. He just sleeps people with everything. But when you see his movement and that sneaky shit he does where he gets that calf kick off, you don't
even see it coming.
You don't see shit, man. You don't see shit. And when he checks his kicks, he doesn't check them he gets his foot like a hacky sack position.
Yeah.
He lifts his shin up, so you're just sliding under it. You ain't getting shit. And he's coming down with the right hand every time.
He's good, man. But
he's fucking good.
I think the speed of Jamal Hill is going to be the difference. As long as he has it and that Achilles doesn't hinder him.
Yeah, well, god damn, it would suck if he came in at 70%.
Yeah,
not 100.
Because he's going to need to be 100.
Because if they, the thing is, there's got to be a lot of pressure to be UFC 300. Yeah. And you might be, I could do it. I don't know. I'm hoping it's 100%. I just hope they for sure got him some stem cells. And I would imagine, he's an elite UFC world championship caliber athlete. He's the world champ. He just relinquished his title.
No doubt.
I mean, he's fighting for his title, essentially, right? Because he didn't lose.
Right. Yeah, he gave it up.
He got injured. When he did, I bet he only gave it up because Yuri gave it up.
He did. I mean, it's basically what he said when he gave it up.
It's kind of like
that's honorable, right? Yeah, that's
Yuri said Yuri got out of the way. I'm going to get out of the way. I'm not going to hold up.
And that's why I like them guys, because what other division would do that? What other guys? I don't think anybody else would do that.
Well, those guys are warriors. That is a warrior division. Even Yuri, who thought the fight was prematurely stopped, he wouldn't say it inside the octagon. Like
he was just like, yeah.
I like that.
Said
it could have continued.
I hate when guys are bitching right afterwards, or they start talking about the injuries they had and everything.
That one was a close one though. When you watch that one, you're like, "Ooh, you could have 1 or 2 more seconds."
I thought it was close, but I thought it was a fair stoppage too.
I thought fair stoppage too. Same doctor Aaron Rodgers said. Oh, okay. Okay.
Went to the right guy.
Well, right? I bet Jamal got all the good stuff. Yeah. Well, that's good then. Because
hopefully he's gonna need it.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers was practicing quite a bit.
It was like quite 5 months in already. Yeah, he was out there throwing and shit.
He said like his strength of the leg wasn't the same, his ability to push off it wasn't the same, but he said it was getting a lot better. I just don't want Jamal to be compromised in any way in that fight. It's such a big fight.
Yeah, but like I said, man, his speed and his instincts and his vision, it's just different.
And he's he's got that boxing punching set where he throws straight where Pereira's a little loopier.
Well, Pereira does fight with his hands way low too, and he kind of like lures guys into these slugfests because he's got such insane counter power.
His one loss, Jamal Hill's from that fucking arm triangle from Paul Craig. That could happen to anybody.
Paul Craig has one of the most dangerous guards in any fucking division.
Yeah,
period.
I love it.
Period. Full stop.
I know.
Remember he caught Ankalaev 1 second to go in the fight. 1 second to go. He catches him in a triangle.
How does he got wins over Jamal Hill and Ankalaev?
That's how good his guard is. His guard is sensational. His guard is what everybody's guard should strive to be.
Exactly.
Well, that's what for sure. That's what I love, and it'll never go out of style, no matter what happens with jiu-jitsu. Like at my school, I have everybody doing the latest fucking leg locks and this and that. But
this is a horrible one because he broke his arm.
Too. Yeah, dislocated.
His arm is completely flopping around. It's already broken by this point.
He's still trying to fight though. That's the fucking.
Oh, Jamal's an animal.
Look at it. He's still not.
He's such a warrior, dude. They stopped the fight. He wasn't quitting.
He's a beast.
But his arm is fucked.
He just looks at it.
Yeah. It's fucked.
Dude,
you remember what it looked like when it was going backwards? It was horrific, man.
Yeah.
It was horrific.
I think he's winning the fight, to be honest with you. I do. And I like Alex. I think he's
really.
I swear, I think he's winning. He doesn't.
Listen, I think it's a very interesting
the odds
fight.
are real close on it. So
it should be. I think it's a pick'em fight.
Me too.
I could see a bunch of scenarios going both ways.
I think people underestimate Jamal.
The thing is, though, Jamal does stand with almost like a boxing stance sometimes. I wonder how good he's going to be of getting away from the calf kick. That is such a primary weapon in Pereira's because he's so fucking sneaky with it.
This is the best.
And even though everybody knows that he's sneaky with it,
it's still hard to. You can't defend it. But the one thing about Jamal, he's smart though. Jamal is a very intelligent fighter. For a young guy, he's very cerebral, and I think he understands that might be a problem. So he should have an answer for it early.
Yeah. You got to have an answer for that. He's got all these combinations that he sets up that are based on your reaction to certain movements, and he repeats these patterns in fights, and it's always surprising.
Yeah,
you see the way he's able to land those things is so surprising, and he's just got this very specific strategy. I'm going to kill that leg, and then you're fucked, and I hit really hard, and you're not going to be able to get out of the way.
Did you ever get hit with one of those calf kicks?
No.
Me neither. I'm happy I didn't.
No.
I'm happy that shit was out.
Play it. Just play kick me. and it hurts like hell.
I did before they were a thing, and I think it was my fight against Josh Neer.
Ooh,
and
he seemed like the dude who would use a calf, right?
But they weren't a thing. I think it was an accident, and he kicked me in the calf, and I swear I thought my leg was broke.
Wow.
I was like, I couldn't walk. I thought my leg was broke.
Now imagine Pereira.
Yeah, I know.
Imagine.
I don't know how to deal with that. Yeah.
He fucked up Jan Blachowicz' shit.
Yeah.
Jan Blachowicz is literally made out of rocks.
Yeah.
That dude is made out of rocks. I guarantee you, if they do some bone density, he's got some fucking Viking rock bones. That dude,
beast.
That dude hits so goddamn hard.
Hey, but what about the BMF?
I'm interested
Max
in
and
that
Gaethje.
too.
You're not really interested in that one?
I am interested in that. You know why I'm interested in that? Because people are counting Max out.
I'm not.
I think Max might win.
Max one of my favorites.
people-
Bro, Max has had a lot of time to prepare. Justin's a 230 favorite.
Listen,
I would not take that.
Can I just say that they're basing a lot of that shit on his fight versus Dustin Poirier.
Right.
And if you hear Max
That's
talk
my
about
opinion,
it,
too.
if you hear Max talk about it, he had only 6 weeks to prepare for that thing.
Right.
And he was doing this for like 10 or so weeks. And I don't know, man. Max is an intelligent guy. We were there live when he fought Calvin Kattar.
Yeah.
And he's looking away. I'm the best boxer. And he moves his head and he fucking hits it.
And you remember what Dana was doing? Dana was like, somebody need to stop this. Dana was like scared for Calvin Kattar's
they
life.
could have stopped.
But bro, he put a real beating on Calvin that it probably takes a long time to recover from. I mean, the amount of punches that he landed on Calvin were insane.
My thing with the Dustin and Max fight was I thought Dustin just physically bullied him around the ring. Like it looked
Dustin's
like there was a strength
big
advantage
55
there,
too.
and I think that's going to be a problem. If my perception's right, then that would be a problem because I think Justin's stronger and more of a bully, and his leg kicks, which Max never seems to check, I think his leg kicks could present a problem.
That could
Max
be a real
better
problem
pure
because he had a
boxer.
problem with that with Volkanovski.
Yeah,
And the thing about Gaethje is Gaethje lands them in the clinch.
yeah, he can be standing like
It's insane.
I know. Yeah, his distance
His flexibility is insane. It's insane.
This was such a beating.
This was a beating, man.
This was wild, man. This was wild live because it was during the
And
COVID
Calvin
thing.
Kattar, I mean, he's a fucking dangerous dude. He's got real good boxing,
Yeah,
and he just couldn't touch Max.
Oh, I see a single for Aljo.
Yeah.
Looking at that leg.
Yeah.
I told you, old Biggie Jones tapped Cater back in the day.
Yeah,
That was his first loss.
I'm
Binky Jones?
Yeah, one of my guys, James Biggie Jones.
One of the reasons why I'm interested in this is because I think Max is going to go into this fight with a tremendous amount of anticipation.
Yeah.
This is not a fight that you don't get real scared about. This is a fight you got to really fucking prepare. And when Max gets pushed, you see the best. He's still, what is he, 33?
He's one of my
he's
favorites.
young.
Yeah, Max
Yeah,
is
he's young.
not
He's not
out
an
of
old
his
guy.
prime.
He started, he was what, 19?
We really kind of put aside when a guy loses the title that maybe they're not as good as they used to be. But Max keeps getting better.
Not to mention his nuts. I mean, let's think about when he was going to fight Habib on 24 hours.
Oh, yeah.
Hours
Yeah.
notice or whatever it was.
Yeah,
Ally
he's
quickly
one of
ended
my
up
favorite
stepping up,
guys,
but,
without a doubt. One of my favorite fighters.
That's
No,
what
he's a beast, and he's a sweetheart of a guy.
Good,
Like, one of
Yeah,
the
right.
nicest
Real-
guys.
Yeah, no doubt.
Nicest guys. And he talked openly about like why guys like Connor, why those guys gas out, guys like Aldo. He was like, they got too much power, man.
Yeah.
And he's like that kind of power.
Hey, did you see Roadhouse?
I did not see Roadhouse. Is it good?
I seen Roadhouse.
I've seen it. First of all,
You like it?
On a 1 to 10, how high were you?
Oh, you know. Compared to what? Like normally? Or?
Yeah.
No, it's fun. It's like an 80s type movie. It's a little like silly in a way. Like it's not too serious in a sense. But it's fun. I like Jake. He's likable.
Jake carried the movie.
And let me tell you, Connor, what an actor. I mean,
Yeah, he did himself.
did his fucking self.
Cut down
Dude,
the
it's
truck.
not-
It was
people are
fucking
people are
brilliant.
like, yo, what an actor. He's going to take the world, Hollywood by storm. He's playing himself, basically.
Right, but
Right.
couldn't he play himself in a bunch of movies? I bet Guy Ritchie's on speed dial with him right now.
Yeah, right, yeah. Hey, I mean, that's,
Connor.
I mean, but all he had was a lot of one-liners, so
Yeah.
it's easy to deliver one-liners,
Listen,
right?
Conor McGregor could be a movie star. Easy.
100%.
If
Yeah.
The Rock can do it, you don't think
Yeah.
Conor McGregor can
For
do
sure.
it?
He got the discipline to do it. Yeah.
100% he
But-
could do it. And he's a character, man.
Yeah,
Look at him. He's a fucking character, dude.
I like the part in the movie when he takes the trolley and he throws it into the. Oh no, that's a different. That happened in real life. He's a fucking. Listen, I liked him in the movie though. He wasn't. It didn't take you out of the movie.
Yeah, I thought the movie was cool.
You know.
Well, I will definitely watch it.
It's like a fun.
I'm gonna get to about 9.
It's not the original.
Out of 1 to 10, I'll get to about 9.
Yeah, get to about 9. It's a bit corny, but
I like a corny movie.
Yeah, if you like corny movies and just want to be entertained, like it's the perfect movie.
I love the first Roadhouse.
There was no Sam Elliott. There was no Sam Elliott.
Why didn't they have a Sam Elliott character?
That disappointed me.
That's true. That's true.
Why wouldn't they have a Sam? They should get that guy from Yellowstone, that old dude with the mustache from Yellowstone.
He looks like Sam
What's
Elliott.
that guy's name?
He's a real cowboy.
Yeah, that's a real cowboy. No, not Rip. But Rip is too tough.
The other dude, the older guy,
old
looks
guy.
like Sam Elliott.
Yeah, he would be perfect. Why didn't they have a Sam Elliott?
I'm on the last season of Yellowstone.
Why didn't they just get fucking actual Sam Elliott?
I like Yellowstone.
Yeah, right.
Have
Sam Elliott come. Patrick Swayze's dead, but have actual Sam Elliott come back.
Come on, mijo.
He was a handsome fella back then with that salt and pepper hair.
He's a real Marlboro man.
For sure, son. What a voice that guy's got. This is such a dumb movie.
It is dumb as shit.
It's so dumb.
Cult classic.
Yeah, wait till you see the new one.
It's like The Warriors. Remember the old movie, The Warriors?
Yeah, my favorite was the baseball crew.
Baseball
with the
Furies.
Listen, we talked about Star Wars a little bit. Fuck Star Wars. Ever since, what's that chick? The main
Kathleen Kennedy.
Yeah, I love the South Park thing. Put a chicken in, make a gay and leave. That's exactly what the fuck they're doing. Cartman hit the nail on the head. But fuck all that shit. The new Star Wars. Fuck all that. And it's pre-Star Wars. Did you see Dune and Dune Part 2?
No.
I saw
Man, you got it. Joe, did you see it?
I saw Part 1. I fell asleep.
You fucking idiot.
I couldn't help it.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
No, it's okay.
I'm sorry.
That was mean.
That was mean. I believe
I get tired, man. I work all day.
Listen to me. Joe, these movies are so fucking good.
Really? I'm excited.
I'm telling you right now, Josh Brolin's, first of all, I don't think from Goonies to that, he's never in anything bad. Josh Brolin. He's fucking awesome.
Yeah, he's in that. Momoa was in it.
I like he could do a couple push-ups, but I like the Timothy Chalamet. Yeah. No, he is. He's in Wonka. He's good. But these movies are they're like so good. He did the director, he's a French guy. He also did Blade Runner, the new Blade Runner, which is another very underrated movie. These aren't underrated. These are popular, but Blade Runner is underrated, the new one. He's fucking awesome, man. This guy, what's his name? Yeah, he's fucking phenomenal. But Dune 1 and Dune Part 2.
Oh, he did Arrival too.
Dune, I'll tell you.
Did you see Arrival?
But I think I forgot about it.
Arrival's the one with the alien shit.
Oh yeah, that was good. Yeah, that was good. Yeah.
They speak with like
weird, that's right.
Yeah, they like show image. It's fucking dope.
I liked it.
Dune, the characters, the fucking, it's so good.
Yeah, I haven't seen the second one.
And it's so funny. In the first one, I don't want to give it away, but the guy he fights at the end of it is a guy I had a jiu-jitsu match versus. This Babs. I swear to God, I did a drop Sayanagi on him. Versus,
well, that was your move back.
Yeah, man. If you put in Matt versus Babs, you see me throw the fucking guy. But he's actually great in the movie. He's great in it. He plays Jamis, part of the Freeman. The Freeman's on Arrakis, and they on this desert planets, and this big giant worms.
Such a nerd. Another nerd guy.
Yeah. Joe, you look like, when I say all this shit, you looking at me like you want to unfriend me or something. You're looking at me like this is a mistake.
I'm fascinated.
There he is. This dude, he's good. I went versus him in a jiu-jitsu match, and Minotauro was the ref.
Wow.
It's
Was that at Naga?
Yeah, it's Naga in 1996. Right. If you put in Matt versus Babs, you don't have to. I don't give a fuck. It's not about me, but that guy.
don't get the HD version.
Yeah, get the HD version. I just throw.
And don't show that video.
But I was so happy when I see him. Well, first of all, look at those abs. But yeah, I mean, you could forward it a little bit. Yeah, you forward it a little bit. After I mount him and he gets up. This is back in the day, yo. This is like a Minotauro's the ref. But yeah, you can forward it a tiny. After I mount him and I get off mount. But yeah, look at that. This is old school. But once I get off mount and right now you can play right after I miss the arm bar. But now this is for Paul Atreides. Sorry, if you see the movie. Ready? And
you almost had that armor.
I did almost have that, but Henzo got happy for this because he worked on me with his fucking throw.
Yeah.
That's 2 points.
Hey, what belt was this?
This was when I was a brown belt and he was a purple. Watch one more second because I do a nice back take. You don't have to watch it. No, I want Joe to see it because Joe likes jiu-jitsu. Look at this was like this is our team versus the Alliance team back in the day, and I said the same thing on Gomi, but it looks cool. Because what happens is you go first, and it's almost like a second later for him to go, so it looks cool. Look, right?
I love that one.
All right,
I love that back take.
Enough of me. I feel like
that's a fun back take.
Yeah, he did that in Gomi in Abu Dhabi.
It's dramatic.
Yeah,
but so I see him at the end of the movie.
It's also kind of humbling.
Yeah,
your feet are up in the air. You're like,
oh,
here we go.
It's cool.
Everybody's watching.
But back to the movies, you're gonna love these movies, man. They're good. They got good characters. They're deep, and the action is fucking good. I mean, yeah,
I believe you.
It's good. Give it a chance. Even some of
but I don't believe Timothée Chalamet is beating this guy in anything other than checkers.
Yeah, you see.
I need you to stop.
You see him training.
He needs to have some kind of superpower, right? I'm not buying none of what I was just saying.
You know how in Star Wars, like the Force and all that stuff, Dune by Frank Herbert. Stop looking at me, John Rollins. John Rollins like, I want to throw you in a locker. Shut up, Rollins. Shit's not happening. It's fucking not happening. So listen. So these books came out in the 70s, and George Lucas he took a lot from this. They used something called the Voice that they control people instead of the Force and shit like that.
Right.
But very cool. Josh Brolin for the win.
I gotta be honest, I like the Force a lot more than the Voice.
Yeah.
Voice, you're thinking of the Voice.
Maybe the Voice with you.
Joe, you don't seem like a movie guy.
I like a few movies,
but you seem like the type of guy that likes to be outside and hunting and catching shit with your hands, like a good old white boy just be out there. I
like doing things.
Yeah.
If you spend too much time watching movies, it's like time you can't be actually doing actual things. I think of it as a reward. If I'm going to watch a movie, it's like I busted my ass all week.
Right.
I could watch a movie.
I had fucking, to kill boredom. Like my family went to Texas recently, Dallas, to go visit my sister-in-law, and I was by myself. And when you have, the deal, Joe, when you have 3 kids and a wife, and you got a routine, it's different when there's nobody home and shit. So I'm like, I'm just sitting there. There's only so much VR you can play. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I go to the movies by yourself. And when you go to the movies by yourself in Long Island, it feels different than the city. In the city,
like a pervert.
Yeah, it's like a little.
There's some fucking creeper rubbing his dick in the middle of the Goonies movie.
Yeah. So I'm in there by myself
watching Frozen.
Let it go. Disney movies suck, man. But so I watched the fucking twice.
Wow.
Dune twice by yourself?
Like 3-hour movies. Don't say I don't have a life. I have a nice life.
That's incredible.
Listen, you know what I could do? I could be out getting in trouble.
Yeah.
My VR, my nerdiness.
No bar fights. Yeah, just VR. Right. You're much better off doing what you're doing.
I could have went another route. My wife really, and let me tell you, I didn't tell you this last time, Joe, and he knows, my wife at 40 years old had an MMA fight.
I saw it. She won.
It was fucking phenomenal.
It's crazy. I was like, what is Matt Serra doing in his house?
Right.
I know, right?
If you know her, she's such a later age, as a mother, husband of a guy who was a world champion, decides to just start fighting.
Right.
Fuck it, let's go.
She never threw a punch when I won the title. She never threw a punch.
Yeah.
She was like injured. She was okay.
It's like
she'd bring me my Yoki. She's
personality, man.
It wasn't.
It's pretty
and then
crazy.
she'd do the kickboxing between each daughter to lose weight. And then she took a kickboxing match on the Lou Neglia, our buddy, who I used to fight on. Awesome.
Yep.
And she become 3-0. This is my wife's fight. Look at this. This is me and her before.
Is that you with the blue shirt?
You're a son of a bitch. That's the old me. You know what? Before gluten free, that wasn't it, right? That's when Dana used to say, "Oh, it looks like you ate Matt Serra." You fuck. But yeah, that was me. But I was so proud of her, man, because
that's amazing.
She got out of the cage. Longo's the one who greeted her at the fucking thing. Because look, she's fighting a purple belt from Virginia here, and again, like she never did any kind of sports in high school. I mean, if you see her standing up, like she's like doing a fucking clinic, man. She snaps down, she takes the back, and you know, she's a blue belt. She fought a purple belt. There was always that chance of the girl, you know, doing something. And you never know how these things go. So she's one and done. I'm happy she's done with it. She did it.
That's awesome.
It's nice for my daughters to see.
Yeah.
And now I'm saving myself from all the shit I said earlier about the fucking girls with the fucking slow. No, I'm only kidding. No, my wife, no, I'm just really proud of her. It was really nice.
That's cool. Amazing. It's what a crazy aspiration at that age, just to decide, fuck it.
Yeah. It's fucking crazy.
But I saw like clips of like your daughter helping her train, and I mean, what a cool like environment that's to be in.
Like, the whole setup with the school and all, like he's like his family's part of it now, and it happened naturally,
organically.
Yeah, he didn't like drag them in and say, "Oh, do this." I mean, his girls were dancing and shit.
Yeah, my oldest just left dance to like pursue it full time. Now she's got like a jiu-jitsu next month at the same place where my wife fought. Nice. It's cool. And she's on the Lou Neglia having an event. Nice. It's cool. And again, you can't. What I found with having a kid is you can't make them love it, but you can make them hate it. Like I never tried to be like.
Yeah.
I used to always just play with them, but now they're living at the school. It's so cool. It's so fucking cool.
Awesome.
Yeah. Family business, you know. Dean, have any new kids lately?
Sorry, Dean. No kids for me. I got one.
Yeah, he's doing good though.
Yeah. College kid. Shout out Ethan.
So what are the other interesting fights on 300?
Pull that shit up.
BMF. You get the BMF fight. You got Zhang Wei Li versus Yan Xiaonan. That should be what Zhang Wei Li is a monster.
Yeah, I think
every time I'm at the PI, she's always there. She's never not training when I'm there.
This is the dark horse. Oliveira and Saryuki.
Yeah.
Now, let's talk about that. What do you think about that?
That Saryuki dude is a dangerous motherfucker, but so is Oliveira. Oliveira is the wildest turnaround of any fighter of all time. At one point in time, he would like fall short a lot. Like
he taps the strikes to Paul Felder, and then comes back and just knocks everybody out,
and just annihilates everyone, and like has no fear. It's like a different human being was like reborn inside of his body
because he was not known for it, but he was known to be able to break.
Yeah,
somebody's like if that's in him, it stays in him. It hasn't been in him for a while.
No, dude, he's been smashing everybody. He smashed Gaethje. He smashed. Did he fight Gaethje? Yes.
Yeah.
He beat Gaethje. He beat. Who else did he beat?
He beat Chandler.
Look, all that Chandler one was crazy too because he got hurt real bad in the first round.
Yeah.
It's just also the power that he has is very unusual. He loses to Makhachev. That's right. He beat Poirier. I mean, come on, son.
Gaethje
beat Chandler, Poirier, and Gaethje in a row. I mean, that's wild.
I fell for Beneil on that fight, man, because Beneil was doing Beneil wasn't afraid to face him down there. A lot of guys are afraid to go down there with him to the floor.
Yeah.
And you know, rightfully so, because I just watched recently his fight with Kevin Lee again.
Yeah.
And Kevin Lee thought he'd be okay down there, and fuck, man, you're fighting to get out of an arm, he's on your neck, out of the neck, he's on your leg.
That was the one when Kevin didn't realize he went out.
Oh, right.
And he tapped. He didn't realize he tapped.
Yeah.
I'm feeling, I think that Armin's going to take him. I think he will take him down, and I wonder how that's going to go.
That's what I'm waiting to see.
Very interesting fight.
If Charles is able to get on top of him, like Gamrot was able to control him on the ground, and
but
you
then
can't
look what he
Charles
just did to Dariush.
Yeah.
Look what Armin just did to
Well, I think
Beneil.
Charles kind of whacked Beneil too in the first round.
He did too. Yeah, he did too. That's an interesting fight. Isn't it crazy that you got Bo Nickel, who's only had how many MMA fights?
4, 5,
maybe.
And he's on the main card.
I mean, here's my thing with him, man. Like, I think he's going to be great. I think he's going to be a great fighter.
For sure.
I don't like how he talks about already accomplished fighters who've been through it.
What does he say?
Like, I mean, he's always talking about, me and Khamzat will be an easy fight and this, that, and the third. I'm like, yo, dude, like, you got 4 fights and you got help with those fights.
Yeah, and we haven't seen you get stuck on your feet.
I mean, but the thing is, like, even his opponents, like, you know, Jamie Pickett, like even Cody Burns is known to fold in fights. Like he's fighting guys that are folding.
Yeah, well, maybe they see a future champion in the.
Well, I get it, but what I'm saying is
trying to bring him along.
But I mean, you can bring him along, but don't if you in that position, don't talk about guys that had to go through it.
I hear you.
But isn't it interesting that some fighters they decide to bring along.
Yeah.
And
This
others
is
are victims of their success.
Look what's on the undercard. Yuri Prohaska. Look at Calvin. Look at this. This is the undercard. Prohaska versus Rakic.
That's wild as it is.
Wild fight. Calvin Cater and Aljo. Holly Holm, and Kayla Harrison.
Let's talk about that. What do you think of that?
I don't know. Can she make the weight?
I like Holly.
What was she fighting at?
155.
There's no way she doesn't make the weight. She's a complete professional, but how she performs is going to be tough.
I just think
Diego Lopez, bro.
That dude is a
killer.
Yeah,
he's a killer. That's a future world champion.
No doubt about
fighter.
that. No
he's
doubt
a
about
straight
that.
up killer.
Sadiq, he's fought for me back
Super
in the day
Sadiq's
on Shogun.
Excellent. That's a good fight. Jalen Turner and Hanato Moicano.
I think that's a good
Look at
good
all
fight.
of these other fights that aren't on the main card.
Jim Miller. Listen to Jim Miller.
Jim Miller
on UFC
animal,
300.
right?
Davison Figueiredo with Cody Garbrandt. That opens up the fights.
That's crazy.
That is the craziest
That's
card
the
of
first
all
fight
time.
on the prelims.
That is the craziest card of all time in
No
human
doubt.
history.
I was shocked when I saw that was the first prelim
This
fight.
fucking card is bananas, man. Scroll up a little bit more, Jamie. To
Bless you.
yeah.
Just the bottom of it. So.
I mean that is wild, dude. That is a wild undercard. Woo!
Yeah, that Turner Moicano.
How do you think? Do you think Holly's going to be able to deal with that grappling and the physical strength like Kayla? Like Kayla is a monster.
I mean, like we already saw her do it with Ronda. Not that she's as big. I think Ronda's a better grappler than Kayla on the ground, transition into submissions and things. I just watched Kayla fight Aspen Ladd and look like dog shit personally. At one of my guys on the PFL card, and she struggled. She got swept against that girl and stuff. So I don't think Holly can grapple with her for sure, but I don't think Holly's going to be so easy to take down because she requires the clinch to get her down.
Mm-hmm.
And Holly's a big, strong chick. I mean, I know she's 42 now, so maybe the age becomes a factor, but if she can just keep range, she's going to win on her feet. So, I mean, I have to see Kayla take her down. I just don't think it's going to be so easy.
And if Holly doesn't feel a threat on her feet, Holly might start lighting her up.
You know what I mean?
I seen Kayla fight. I don't know who the girl was, but I don't think she
The
didn't
Brazilian
look
girl shut her down.
That's
too.
what I'm saying. A Brazilian. That's what it was.
Have
She
you
didn't do
seen
shit with
her?
her on the floor. She didn't do shit with her.
Yeah.
And right here, she's fighting a soccer mom.
Right. And if you back up before that, like and you
It's
look at
Aspen
her,
Ladd. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Aspen Ladd. I'm sorry. I didn't know it
but
was
if you
Aspen
look
Ladd.
at like the way she's throwing punches on her feet,
The sick of German Shepherds on me.
It's not good.
she's not a striker, right? She wants this. But in these grappling exchanges, she's going to be a fucking handful.
Well, this is why. I mean, this is where
But we don't know how to
say
win is going to affect her.
Well, if she did it right, it might actually help. Probably help her gas tank tremendously.
Like in this fight, she never put her in danger. Never put her in danger.
It really just depends on how much muscle she loses, and how much strength training she continues to do. Like, you don't get that big without a lot of strength training.
Holly's got a lot of experience.
I mean, a lot of it is, of course, judo, right?
She's got
A lot of the
arms,
throwing
bigger
around.
arms than Rollo.
She's a tank. But that comes at a requirement.
Yeah.
There's a lot of oxygen gets sucked up by those. That's what's interesting when you watch guys that get older, they get more economical, like Yoel.
Mm-hmm.
Got way more economical about how and when to move, but put guys to sleep because they forgot that he could just explode on you.
Right.
Like the Wyvern, the flying knee.
Right.
Right, he would just jump on dudes, and you didn't expect to come in. It's like,
Because he would chill and just sit back, and
Be so relaxed. I love you.
Yeah, I love you.
bro.
That's funny. They really, not to bring that up, but they really fucked Tim Kennedy back in the day for that.
Oh, they did.
That
Tim
was
Kennedy won that. That was
crazy.
fucked up.
That was crazy.
That was fucked up.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
There was like an extra, how many seconds?
But my man was on that.
39
Yeah.
seconds.
He stayed on that stool.
Stayed
All
on
I
that
know
stool.
is for like a whole round.
Tim had him. Tim
Yeah.
had him.
That's a.
And then there's the mental break that comes from thinking that you won because the guy's not getting off the stool, and then you got to fight again.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And then Yoel caught him. And the thing about Yoel is he can catch anybody.
Yeah, definitely.
He can catch anybody. Remember when he caught Machida? Whoosh. The Machida knockout was terrifying.
Felt
Yeah.
like a superhero.
Bro, it's like everybody else is a child. People
Yeah,
just
when he
go
gets going.
flying. Yeah, everybody else is like a child. Is this the end of the fight?
Yeah. I wanted to see when Tim was winning. Like, come on, man, this is some bullshit.
Which was so? This is it right here.
Yeah.
So Tim Connect, look, he's got him hurt there. Boom, he's got him hurt bad. And then the bell rings. So he goes back. I mean, Yoel's on the verge of going out. Like, look, he goes back, but they gave him all this extra time. And the round was supposed to start. He's still sitting on the stool.
What is Big John doing?
They covered him with like water or ice, and they have too much Vaseline on his face. There's a bunch of different things, and he just laid there. But then he eventually caught Tim.
That's rough, man.
Oh, man.
That's some bullshit.
Well, it sucks. That's for sure. It sucks for Tim. Because in all fairness, I think when the bell starts, if you're not willing or able to get up, and that should be it.
Yeah, that should be it. Yeah, no doubt about that.
If you're not able to answer the bell. But I think there was something else going on. Like he was covered in something. They had to wipe him off. There was like some shit.
And there was ice on the ground too.
I think they did all that shit on purpose. All that shit on purpose. Old school shit. Angelo did that. Angelo Dundee did that with Muhammad Ali back when he was Cassius Clay. And he fought this dude in London. No, he fought this. I don't know if it was in London. It was Henry Cooper. Henry Cooper was this badass British dude who had a nasty left hook. And he caught Cassius Clay with a perfect left hook. Just bank, boom, dropped him. And it was at the end of the round. And they cut his gloves in between rounds. And they had to give him new gloves. They gave him plenty of time. So this was after the fight.
Yeah.
They're yelling at each other. Well, Tim was yelling at him.
What the?
That's good.
If you pick it off the stool, that's the end of the fight. You don't stand there for another minute.
Laborio is such a nice guy too.
He's right though. He's right.
He's 100% right.
He's right, but I think, like I said, I think there's a bunch of shenanigans that were involved. I think there's too much Vaseline on him. I think there was water all over him, but there's a bunch of shit where they did a bunch of things to make sure that the round got extended.
How is the
dirty business?
Speaking of dirty business, how's the now that you saw this going? How's this new testing thing?
Well, Walt Harris just got popped, right?
Oh,
4 years. I mean, that's a death sentence right there.
Yeah, 40.
Yeah, you're done.
Yeah, Walt's already 40. Yeah, that's it. And he got popped. They allegedly, I should say, from what the report was that I read on one of the websites, it was like 3 different things, 3 different times. So when you're 40. Shit doesn't work so good.
Right. You kind of need it.
Yeah. On the mat, giving it a shot so good. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, we know this stuff really works, but you're not allowed to use it. 48-month sanction for 2 separate violations of the UFC anti-doping policy. First tested positive. What is that? Tell me what that is. No, Rollo. Rollo knows what it is.
Where is it?
Draw standalone. What is that?
Fuck all you guys.
I just think you're good at those words. Metabolite 3A, hydroxy 2A, methyl 5A, androstan 17 on, and testosterone of exogenous origin. In samples collected on June 24, 2023, July 12, 2023, Harris was notified of the first adverse finding on July 11th of 2020. So so they told him that he got popped the first time, and then he tested positive the next day. Yeah. Subsequently, after he's notified the adverse finding, he provided urine and blood samples on August 6, 2023. Urine samples tested positive for the presence of anastrozolone, a prohibitive substance that was not present in any of the previous samples, as well as drostanolone and its metabolite. His blood samples tested positive for the presence of exogenous testosterone, which based on its values was determined as a new administration since the notification of his first adverse findings on July 11th. So he must have taken the test that day. Wow.
4 years of it. That's a life sentence.
And how old is he now?
40.
To fight like 4 days after that.
That's it seems kind of crazy that he would just take all that stuff knowing that they were going to catch him.
Have you ever asked Nowitzki why they made BPC 157 illegal? It's not a performance enhancer.
Because some state regulators, athletic commissions, they have it illegal.
All right.
So if the UFC allows something that the athletic commissions don't allow, it really should be allowed by the athletic commissions.
100%.
It's all it's doing is helping people heal from injuries.
So
that's all it is.
So that the states are,
and it's a naturally occurring compound in the human body.
It's an amino acid.
Yeah. So it's something that should be legal, and and I think the FDA is trying to stop its use now too, which is crazy.
Anything that works.
Yeah, right.
Well,
yeah.
listen, you fuckheads, just sell it to us. Just fucking sell it. Don't be stupid. There's a lot of money to be made. I'll help you. Just fucking make it legal and sell it. It's good. It's really good for injuries. Really good for injuries. Man. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff like that should be legal. The testosterone one, those boys went wild, and that they fucked it up for everybody. The TRT Vitor era.
Oh yeah,
those boys
TRT tour.
Those boys went wild. When you just take testosterone replacement, everybody's like, "Oh, I definitely have low testosterone. Yeah. Hook it up."
Eric Silva, he was another one that really noticeably changed.
Oh, a lot of dudes did. Bro, we had guys that were 25 years old that were signing up for testosterone use exemptions.
That's going to fuck them up when they're older, though. No?
100%. But that was the thing. A lot of those guys were already fucked up because they did juice. So if you're a young guy and you do like a bunch of cycles of juice and you get Gigantor, that is going to jack up your system. It takes a long time to recover.
Damn.
Yeah. So there's dudes that are like 25 years old that have wrecked their endocrine system. And they probably can't have kids.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. They have low sperm count. Yeah. It can fuck you up. When you like, you see these social media kids that are like 18, 19 years old. And then all of a sudden when they're 22, they gain 80 pounds of muscle and they have zits all over their back and they're fucking huge. And they're getting all this attention because they're massive. And there's quite a few of these kids. They're going to ruin their body. They're going to ruin their endocrine system. You're shocking your system at a very, very young age.
When you're on TOT, it's like fucking birth control for men. I haven't pulled out in years, son. And I could have a kid. When I want to have a kid, I don't know if it's because I go commando forever. I'd have a kid. Like, I want to get pregnant. I'm like, all right, it worked. So I know we were good to go, but ever since I'm on TOT.
Isn't it funny? Because the other idea for male birth control is the opposite. There's a male birth control pill that came out with that radically lowers testosterone levels.
Fuck that.
But how many?
Hold on, why would you take
how
that?
Many?
It's so good. Fuck your life.
How many dominant women who have cuck men are going to force them to take that
slipping
stuff?
that shit in their
No, force them.
God,
force them to take it.
Force none of that.
Nah,
why would anybody take that?
Because they don't want that as the wife. They want the alpha.
Yeah, but they want to do that to the guy. Some women like doing that. They like doing that.
To curb them?
Yeah, they'll turn you trans. They'll do whatever they want to you. Yeah. They'll drain your bank account, leave you broken. Bye.
Turn you trans.
Screw that.
Yeah, they'll make you. It's just there's certain people
like your Kardashian skit.
Yeah, you gotta wonder, man, trying to be like a young kid in this day and age with social media, trying to be an 18, 19-year-old kid trying to fan your way through life, seeing these juiced up, gigantic dudes getting attention and girls with lip fillers at 18-year-old and everybody's got a Ferrari.
I think it's harder for them than it was for us, right? Because of social media.
Way harder. It's way harder because there's so much chaos out there. Like the guy getting shot in the dick. You see things all the time that was really hard to see when we were kids.
Because I only knew motherfuckers in my neighborhood.
Right?
That was it. No. Just just in general. In general. Like, you only hung out with people in your neighborhood. Right. That was it.
And if you saw someone on TV that was like in a MTV music video or something like that, okay. But that's not even real world.
Right.
That's not the real world.
Right.
But if it's like some guy from your school now has 1 million followers on TikTok, like, what?
Yeah.
You made $100,000. What the fuck are you talking about? Right. How? What are you doing?
I don't know, man. Maybe because I got my kids homeschooled ever since the pandemic because we didn't want them wearing masks and all that shit. My wife's lucky enough that, we're lucky enough she gets to be a stay-at-home mom and whatnot. I got ADD. What were we?
Kids shooting people in the dicks. People being able to see things that they never could see
your kids
when
are
we were kids.
Our kids are homeschooled.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, this is what, sorry, I'm back. It was, the Zin's kicking in. It was, we keep them close. Like nowadays, if they go to school all day, what the fuck are they telling these kids? It's weird enough. And, my friend's kid came home the other day and he's like, oh man, he's 10 years old. He's like, oh dad, so when I grow up, I could be a boy or a girl? Or You know, it's fucking. And my buddy's like a religious guy. He's like, fuck.
Right.
The guy moved to South Carolina. He got the fuck out of Long Island. But so I don't know where it is in different school systems, but I didn't like stuff like that. It's not like when we were kids.
That stuff is so weird.
Yeah, man.
It's fucking strange.
But it just shows you that whatever is socially popular, people will gravitate to, and that people will change their behavior based on what gets them more attention.
That's why I'm saying, like,
because some of them are definitely trans. Let's be that shit's existed since the beginning of time. Men who feel like they were born in a woman's body. But some of them are getting sucked into a social contagion.
The majority of them.
They think it's cool to be bi, or it's, what are you? I'm not. Dude, it's just fucking weird. And they
if you
want to fit in with the crowd.
You got to suck a dick. Whether it's a transgender dick or a regular dick, you got to experiment, suck a dick if you want some street cred.
No, I don't want no street cred.
That's what I think. Today, they've gone to places where 50% of the kids identify as LGBTQ.
I mean, that's silly.
50%.
Really?
Yeah,
50%?
50%.
That's a joke.
But don't you think
If they're not being indoctrinated, then this never happened.
Well, it's just fascinating that it's
accident.
fascinating that it's working. That's what's fascinating. And when you look at the people, like, look, if you're going to pay someone $35,000 a year to take care of your kids, they're not going to be good people that are like dominant in their field and really on the ball. You're going to get wacky people teaching kids. And a lot of these people that are teaching kids in public schools that you see making these TikTok videos, they're wacky people that just happen to be in the position where they're running a school.
As a parent, though, I think you should just keep them close and just talk to them every day.
Yeah, like, you definitely need to talk to them, but you know they're gonna have to talk to other people too. Yeah. And in that, there's something about like running into really cuckoo people when you're young that's probably good for you, just so you know that they exist. The problem is if they have too much influence over your kid and your kid starts believing things that they're saying and they indoctrinate you into some weird way of thinking that maybe you don't align with in your home, and you don't want your child being raised that way, which is your prerogative, like as a person. But also the kids like should be exposed to a lot of weird shit. It's like it's good for them to see kooky people.
I think that's where me and Matt have a benefit, because we're the kooky people that our kids see.
Yeah, we all are, right? There's no way to avoid that.
But I don't ever remember.
You're interested in what we're interested in?
Yeah, that's true, right?
I always preface things when people ask me my opinions. I'm like, listen, I'm a dirty comedian and a cage fighting commentator. So with that said, this is my dumbass perspective. But understand who the fuck you're talking to. Loosely educated at best.
Think about that, dirty comedian, and you commentate fights.
Yeah.
That's a perspective to.
Yeah, that's a person of questionable judgment.
Yeah.
That's true.
Highly unnormal.
Communication's everything, though. I don't remember my parents talking to me. I don't remember finding like my kid's 15 now. Dude, when I was 15, I'm sleeping over Jimmy's house. I'd be walking the fucking streets, fighting and doing. I'm 15. I can't think of it. My kid, I never not know where she is. Like
I think it was a different time, Matt, and I think their parents raised them in a different way. Like it takes a while to like understand why your parents raised you the way they raised you, but it's because the way they were raised and the way that people. Look, my grandparents were straight up immigrants from Italy and from Ireland. They're all people from the boat, and those were wild people. Those people that took a chance and got on that fucking boat and made it across the ocean to come a bunch of wild people. And they didn't have a whole lot of time for parenting. Yeah. You know, and then their kids grew up and had kids, and then their kids had kids. It's like it takes a while for everybody to settle down. I think we have way more information today than ever before, which is probably good for kids. It's good to be aware of all the different types of humans and all the different possibilities of good and bad things that can happen in the world. But also, it's got to be overwhelming, man. It's got to be overwhelming to be a kid and to think you got to worry about climate change and Ukraine and Russia and fucking Mexicans. It's just every day it's something new.
That's the thing. The phone puts it in their face all day, every day.
Every day it's something new.
We didn't have any of that shit.
Biden falling down a flight of stairs, Trump calling somebody a pussy.
Yeah.
It's every day. It's like, this is
always
crazy.
Yeah, life is fun now.
It is definitely fun if you're an adult. If you're an adult and you're not being affected negatively by it.
Well, because we, like you said, we come up from a different generation where we didn't grow up doing that.
Right.
So we can live without it.
We're also, all of us are in wild businesses.
Yeah.
This is a wild business. You're in the business of people beating the shit out of each other. You know, this is a wild business. It's a wild business.
It's funny that it is where it is now. Like I remember coming up, we were talking about before being OGs. Like I remember each fight thinking, all right, this might be the last one, and it's gonna be done. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So now it's just such a mainstream thing. It's crazy.
I remember very clearly Eddie Bravo and I were having a conversation, and it's almost like we manifested this. We said, dude, we know MMA is awesome. Wouldn't it be crazy if just some fucking billionaire dudes who were fans of the sport just dumped a bunch of money in it just to show everybody, and then it would just catch on?
Yeah.
And I was like, if somebody just came along, that would work. Man, that's the only way it would work. Somebody would have to lose tons and tons of money just to get it out there, and that's what they did. It's literally like it was manifested.
Lorenzo and Frank Fertitta, yeah, it's amazing, and they just really loved it. Like,
they
really
loved it. They trained. They were tough guys. They loved it.
They lost like 50, 60 million.
They were down
made money. That's how much they loved it.
They were down more than 40 million when the first Ultimate Fighter came around, and they funded that whole thing. They funded the whole thing. They just rolled the dice and came up double six.
For real?
Yeah, when you think about like the chain of events that had to happen,
it made it.
Like the Fertittas, then the Forrest fight, and then just everything that happened.
You have to have a guy like Dana. You have to have a complete maniac running the show. You have to
Dana's
have a guy like
people
that.
don't understand how much of a maniac he is.
Yeah,
like in psycho in terms of like his work ethic.
Oh, he's a maniac.
I mean, that's pretty obvious.
The guy works constantly.
Yeah.
He loves it. He loves setting fights up. We'll talk at 2:00 in the morning for like hours, just about matchups and shit.
Did you see the other day on the podcast when the girls, she's interviewing him, right? And she's like, tell me, what does Joe Rogan think of whatever it was? And he's like, what does Joe Rogan think? She goes, Dana White. He goes, wait, you think I'm Joe Rogan? He goes, I came in to do the podcast. You know, that's UFC events, like the weeks of the events, or when I'm doing looking for a fight. You've been there.
Oh, man.
Like, I have a picture of this and that. I'm like, oh, well, sure, you know. And then, thanks a lot, Mr. White, or thanks a lot. Or thanks a lot, Joe Rogan.
They always think he's either Joe or Dana.
People call me Dana. I've been called Dana before. So dude, Dana. I go, no, I'm the other dude.
Yeah.
I'm Jim.
Right? What the hell is this?
It happens all the time. But I think she just made a mental
Are
flub.
they trying to say all bald white guys look alike?
When you're doing a podcast and you're interviewing someone, especially if you haven't done a lot of them, and it's like a high profile thing, you're doing Dana White, you're always thinking of what to say. Even the question is like, what's your dream? You know, like that's a crazy question. That's like, I don't know what to ask you. What's your dream? So she's probably floundering a little bit there and doesn't know what to say. It's fucking weird having a conversation with someone live.
But I think he handled it the right way, right? By making fun of it.
Yeah. And she handled it the right way too. She kept it in there. She edited it out.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Yeah.
Oh, it is funny.
It's funny. It's just a flub. I've done it all the time. It happens.
It wouldn't have been funny if they called fucking Dean Thomas Pete Spratt or something. That would be fucking racist. I wouldn't laugh at that shit.
Somebody called you Pete Spratt?
No, they always do that.
Oh, just for fun.
Yeah, just
for fun.
No, except for the one time you thought you were Eve. Don't say that was just for fun.
Or one time on Looking for a Fight, Habib really thought I was Eve. He's like,
that's what
he's like, you knocked out my teammate. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, Josh Thompson. I was like, no, man, that was Eve. That's what it was.
Isn't it wild how Khabib just said, nope, done. See ya. Bye.
Yeah, because he's
promised my mom, I'm done.
I mean, when you're that good and your life is,
pretty incredible, though.
Yeah.
What a legacy, right? Undefeated. Only one fight was kind of close, the Gleason T-Bow fight.
Yeah.
Go back and watch that one.
I thought Gleason might have won that.
It was arguable.
Yeah.
If they gave it to him, nobody would like protest.
Yeah.
It was close.
Pre-USADA.
The Gleason pre-USADA? Yeah.
That is true.
My man Gleason was built like a fucking superhero.
Like a fucking Teletubby on steroids or something.
Bro, Gleason T-Bow. Oh, those Sean Shirk days, son.
Yeah.
The muscle shark.
The muscle shark.
Remember Shirk? Shirk was a little fucking demon.
He was a little fire plug.
Demon.
Mm-hmm.
Shirk was one of the first guys that had preposterous strength and conditioning.
Yeah.
His strength and conditioning. Him and Rich Franklin. They would do these. Gleason,
Brazilian He-Man.
Look at his biceps. Jesus Christ. The thing about Gleason that always used to freak me out was the fact that he could make 155.
I know.
I was like, how? Because I would stand next to him. I'm like, how are you? You're so much bigger than me. How the fuck are you 155? It doesn't make any sense.
And Gleason got him down in this one, didn't he?
A couple times. Gleason, he hurt him on the feet. Quite a few. Gleason was a dangerous fighter, man.
What happened to Gleason?
Well, you know, he got older, had a lot of wars. You know, didn't Islam KO him?
Islam KO'd him.
Yeah, Islam KO'd him bad. It was a bad one. He's had a few KO losses. He's a tough dude, though.
Yeah, and he fought, I think, a few times in PFO or something.
Oh, they're going to war.
Wow.
Gleason was a house, though.
Man,
Nice
the thing is, Habib looks natural, and he looks fucking.
But look, like, he can't take Gleason down, which is crazy. That's how strong Gleason was.
Yeah.
I mean, Khabib takes everybody down. But Khabib looks smaller then. Right?
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Yeah,
doesn't he?
Sure.
Physically,
No
he's
doubt about
much
it.
smaller. You look at him, and now look at him against Conor.
Yeah, it's true.
Let's just look at this right now. Okay, pause this. Now go to Khabib versus Conor.
Well, how old was he here? He was probably
Looks young.
Well, he's young, one of the first fights in the UFC, but made a marked improvement in that department because he looked way stronger later in his career. Like when he fought Gaethje, he looked way stronger.
Yeah.
Way stronger.
He developed that man strength.
Yeah.
6 years later, too.
6 years later, that's a big.
Yeah, look at him
No,
there.
yeah,
Come on.
Yeah.
That's a different dude. Look at the difference, man.
Oh, 100%.
Go back to that picture again. Look, yeah, he's all smooth here.
Yeah.
Now go to the other one that you just showed me. Look at him, bro.
No, that's that man strength.
Yeah, that's also I want to kill you motivation.
Yeah, it is.
Right? I mean, he got in fucking shape for Conor.
Oh, yeah.
When he's standing on top of him, punching him, let's talk now. Let's talk now.
Yeah.
Let's talk now.
You know what? I was surprised Conor didn't quit at that moment because he was getting his ass whooped.
I don't think Conor's ever going to do that.
Well, Conor did say to him, it's just business or something.
Yeah.
And then he said something like, no, I didn't say that, but fucking.
He definitely did. Yeah.
He gets a lot of fucking.
He was probably a little rattled.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't going his way. And he did win a round, but it seemed like it was a round that Khabib took off.
Yeah.
Khabib kind of coasted for a round and then got back on him again. Khabib just knew how to wear you out, man. That 1,000-yard stare the dudes would have when he grab a hold of them. Like Edson Barboza, that's the best one. Like Edson has look at his eyes.
Yeah,
like,
Edson
oh
or
God.
Michael Johnson, where he's holding back. They're like, oh my God.
I was going, please tap. Please. I was anticipating that spiral fracture that guys get when they don't tap to the Kimura.
I don't like that. Kimura's an ugly break.
It's a bad break.
Minotauro versus Frank Mir is the ugliest example of that.
Yes.
Don't be stubborn with that, man.
I saw it in a jiu-jitsu tournament.
I don't like
recently online. Some kid snapped, his arm just goes limp.
It's horrible.
It's horrible. And it happened quick too, man. The guy just turned it. He turned the corner. It just popped right in his arm. And he goes like this, backs up. And it's awful.
I had a guy the other day. Listen, the people fall asleep all the time. It happens. Well, our goal is to, put someone to sleep or get a limb. So sometimes if the guy's a little stubborn, if an arm lock or, usually it's like, and they'll stop, if anything. But with the choke, sometimes you don't know. So the bread cutter, the bread cutter? Fucking when the arms down like this. I love that fucking one. It's so good. One of my black belts, Gord, he went with this other guy. Now, this other guy, Syed's a strong fucking like Middle Eastern guy, and he's not in that quick tap club, and it's not good because this is the second time he went out. But this time when he goes out, I go over and you pick up the legs, so I go over to him, and I always usually make a joke and because they usually come right back. So I'm like, hey, I'm in your bedroom. Hey, remember I slept over? I'm thinking, and he's looking at me, dude. In 30 years, I never seen one like this because I don't know how long this guy had him out. His eyes were open. He looked like a fucking zombie. He's got my wrist. He's going, I'm like, what? I go, sad. And he's like, his eyes were like he was out, but not,
might have been out
dude.
For a while. Yeah.
And he had my wrist. I thought it was you fucking grabbing me. I go, hey, dude. I had knee on belly on him. I'm like, fucking, don't let go of his legs. I didn't want him to move. Right. He was fucking, it took him, it actually was starting to scare me a little bit.
How long did it take before he came back?
It felt like fucking eternity. It was a few seconds. And his eyes would just open the whole time. I'm like, dude, is this fucking, what am I dealing with here? And then he started to, but the whole time he's clenching his, he's got my wrist. And I go, dude, are you back? Did you sign a waiver? No, I go, he was okay. He was okay. And then the best was, that guy Gord's a big, sweet other guy. He's like a half a hippie, He looks like Kung Fu Panda. He's like big. He's like, oh. And he's been calling me later. He goes, I haven't seen Syed since. Is he all right? I go, come to think of it, nobody's seen this motherfucker. I go, Stu, check up on this guy. My girl check up on him, and he came back the next day. He was fucking fine. But like nobody's seen him. I go,
might have been a little embarrassed. You know?
Nah, he's a nice guy. I go, listen. Like, then I found out it was like the second time he went out. I go, dude, you can't. I go, this.
Tap.
You gotta. I go, Henzo. Because listen, it happens once in a while. Like it happened to me once. I don't know if it ever happened to you guys. You ever get put to sleep?
I never got put to sleep.
I was a purple belt in the city, and I was going with this other purple belt. I didn't even like this guy. This guy's a little prick. I'll tell you his name after. I don't want to give him his street cred, right? This guy's, he was a purple from Pennsylvania. Never liked him. I would always best him, but he was just like a dicky dude. So he was trying to fucking, and he was not bad at jiu-jitsu. So he's in my guard trying to strangle me. Amateur move, feet in the hips, flipped him over, mounted him, fell asleep. The motherfucker had it on still, So Henzo, yeah. So I'm like, what the fuck? Henzo like woke me up. He didn't want to make a scene. He goes, nah, he's okay. So then the guy went back after me, and I woke up like during it. I'm like, what the fuck? And then I realized what's going on. I fucked him up. But I remember afterwards.
Wait a minute. So they didn't stop the match?
No, it was during the whole night of rolling. It was just a
practice.
It wasn't a match. No, it was us just training on a whatever night. It was back to the Gracie Kukuk days on
Craig Kukuk days.
Craig Kukuk, yeah.
He's the guy that they had those videotapes, right?
I learned jiu-jitsu from him.
I had those tapes too. I learned a solid amount of escape from that.
He was my first instructor. I got my blue belt under Craig. Craig came to New Jersey first, and Henzo came 2 years later. And then later on, they ended up having a split, and Henzo came to me. You know the story.
Where'd that Kukuk guy go?
Idaho or something.
Yeah,
he was
he is in Idaho.
He was a very good instructor. He was under Horion and Hoyce, and then they disowned him for some business reasons,
Yeah. How weird.
But then, like, when I seen shit like that, because I had like a newsletter of the Gracie newsletter as like a 17-year-old, because my father was a martial artist, and this is before Black Belt magazine days,
Oh, yeah.
So I'm like, wait. So then I found out they did something at Black Belt where he was going to be in New Jersey doing 1 day a week in Manhattan at Oishi's Judo Club down in the village over there. So I go, I got to take advantage of this, Like I didn't know. I knew they kicked him out, but I knew they already awarded him. So there he is, big German guy. He was a very good teacher. So my foundation is
how long ago was this, Jimmy? Does it say down there when it was uploaded?
This is probably
11 years
early
ago.
90s. This is from 92, though.
The video's from 92?
The video was re-uploaded and remastered 11 years ago. It could be from...
This is very old, though, yeah.
It was a DVD, so it wouldn't be a video.
Oh, interesting.
And it's funny, because when he started training, he didn't like the gi. He's like, I don't even own a gi. He's that guy. But he was a very good teacher. He learned under Horion and Hoyce. But the problem was he wasn't a very personable guy. He was, you could never get too close to the guy. And him and Henzo had, a falling out business-wise. And I was a young kid at the time. So I remember Henzo took me out to eat afterwards, and he goes, look, one day after training, and he told me, he goes, look, now that I got my green card, I'm getting away from this motherfucker. Yeah. And he goes, if you go with him, because I was one of the top
that guy tried to kind of cock block his green card.
It wasn't as good. And then I remember Henzo going if you go with him, some guys will go just because of you. Nobody likes this motherfucker. Henzo goes, if you go with him, and he goes, but I want you to come with me and this and that. I go, it wasn't even a choice, because Henzo was like family. Even though, and I'm a loyal guy, I felt like parents were breaking up a little bit, but Henzo is
Henzo's a gem.
Henzo,
yeah, he is.
Best.
I want him to run for president. I want him to run for president. I'll go for Henzo for president.
You can't have Brazilian citizens run for president in America.
That I know,
unfortunately.
He's a great human being.
Isn't that kind of weird? You could live here, but you can't run it. We sort of make sure we don't get some foreign infiltrators. It's like some old school espionage shit. Yeah. Someone takes their child across. This is going to be the next president.
Yeah.
To destroy the world.
Yeah, he's the best.
No, I mean Henzo, he's such a great human being. He's done so much for me. So
he's the best.
It wasn't even.
Everybody loves Henzo.
I've
never met anybody who doesn't.
It's true.
And the thing about Henzo is the nicest fucking guy there is.
Yeah. No, he's the best.
He'll switch it in a heartbeat. He'll drop a dime he'll jump on somebody.
In a half a second.
In a fucking hand. Listen, he was in really quick. He was with his son, Horan, who's a sweet kid. And he told this story on my podcast, but I'll try to do it justice. They were in
he's the best.
They pulled into a gas station, right? And he was in a little sports car that he was given to his son, Horan. And then somebody there was some guys, some street guys going, that's a chick's car, something like that, right? And he saw like his son's face, like get a little sad. So he gets out, he goes, hey, come, see the size of my vagina. Something like that. He goes, come on, let's see. And he goes, oh, he don't got no. Enzo's a fucking nut. He's nuts.
Drama too.
Enzo don't give a fuck, man. Enzo, like in my first shoot fighting match, like my first time ever fighting in a cage, it was at Big Dan. You know Big Dan, the ref. He used to have shoot fighting matches.
I remember
at his school in Elizabeth, New Jersey.
Like Bama Fight Nights or something like that.
My first time ever as a purple belt, first time ever doing any kind of combat. I did a jiu-jitsu tournament, but I never fought before. So he came, and it was like a 3-week notice thing, but I was always in shape. So I asked Henzo, what do you do like the day of the fight? I was a little nervous, and I'm thinking the Gracies with their diet and this and that. He goes, this is what you do. You go to GNC, you get the Ripid Fuel. Take one of those, you feel good all day. So back then, there's a Fedra back then. Yeah. So I'm like, all right, Ripid Fuel, right? Again, I took one. I'm backstage, and stuff going on. I'm a little nervous. I took another one.
Oh, my Lord. No.
Let me do one more. I don't know what this stuff is. So I took like fucking 3. So I fought some kid from Virginia who was like a blue belt level or something. And this was with rope escapes. So I went out there fucking kind of like I am now. So I fucking like all hyped up. Boom, took him down. Bah, rear naked choke. He grabs the rope. So I get him in 2 seconds. He gets out. So I get a point, but then they started on. So I started over. I take him down again. He starts clamming up. There's no striking on the floor, in the face. So it goes the distance. Because I'm exhausted. I got exhausted because of the fucking, my heart would stop. Afterwards, I couldn't even walk back. I'm like, dude, this fighting is exhausting. Meanwhile, it's the fucking Fedra. After the fight, Bart Val, you know who Bart Val is? Bart Val, yeah. He was one of the refs. Somehow he knew Dan through the shoot fighting. Him and Henzo were supposed to fight in this thing called the WWE.
I remember that, yeah.
CC. One and done event that was like a UFC wannabe, but Henzo fought 3 times in one night. And that guy fought for some Hawaiian guy, and they both got injured. He got out, but he looked like a big fucking.
He gave me my first cauliflower ear.
That's a bare knuckle days.
Yeah.
It's like Rollo with a mullet. Okay?
Yeah. Didn't he have a crazy mustache?
Crazy
mustache. Bart Vale.
Henzo was in my corner, so afterwards,
he's a big dude.
Rollo,
so 50 or so.
Henzo. So afterwards, he saw. There was like, I even though I went the distance, I won because I got the choke. So the Bart Val was going like that. Henzo jumps up on the thing. Henzo thought he was going me and you. Henzo thought he was calling Henzo. Henzo went over there to fucking go jump on him.
Really?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
I mean, he was a big dude, man.
Oh, he was a massive dude. And he was in the early days of bare knuckle MMA.
Mm-hmm. It was like something out of Fraggle Rock or something.
And that was where Eric. I remember that event. That's like Eric Paulson and Matt Hume.
Yeah, that's
what James Waring.
Eric Paulson is a very good fighter.
Very good fighter.
But I mean, it was the
same time frame.
Yeah. James Waring. Fucking schoolyard. He fucking wrapped his hair around. He's a boxer.
Yeah, I remember.
And Eric Paulson's a very complete fighter. He's a very well-rounded Jeet Kune Do guy. He'd fight over in Shudo. But I don't think they would know you're allowed to go.
I mean, he tried to go through the striking side with his grappling experience, Paulson.
I don't know. What does that mean?
Like they had 2 divisions. It was grapplers and strikers. Waring was in the striking side. And then the end of it was the guy who won the striking side fought the guy who won the grappling side.
Wait, that's not right, though, because Henzo fought a judo.
I mean, they were still fighting, but it was like they had rules on how long you could be on the ground, all that shit. Like I remember. He's cool, Mr. Waring, actually. I met him down in Florida.
Yeah, he's a
nice guy. He's on the athletic commission.
Did you ever see when Matt Hume fought Pat Miletich?
Oh, that was good. That was a good fight.
You realize how good Matt Hume was.
Matt Hume was good.
He was very good.
Yeah, I remember I trained with him in Japan the first time I fought Uno, and he beat the shit out of me. I was like, man, I shouldn't even be here.
Mighty Mouse says he still beats his ass.
I'm sure.
And he's like 50.
Yeah, I'm sure.
He's got to be older. He's got to be older than 50.
Got to be older than 50.
I'm about to be 50.
Yeah, he might be 60.
Matt Hume was good.
He was very good.
Yeah.
I was always fascinated that he didn't continue to fight.
Remember, he did contenders too, where they had to grapple like the wrestlers.
Didn't he? Was it Kenny Monday?
Yeah. Kenny Monday tried to go for his legs. They were like that.
And that was when Frank Shamrock,
Kevin Jackson
was in it.
Yeah, no.
Kevin Jackson was in the UFC.
That was in the UFC.
Oh, that was in UFC. Yeah,
that was
he healed.
Dan Henderson.
Yeah, he healed.
Was it Dan Henderson?
Yeah, you got Dan Henderson. You caught him in like an ankle lock.
Was that when Bustamante fought Erickson?
No,
Or was that a different event?
different event.
That was a different event. That was an MMA event.
That was Mars.
Yeah,
Mars.
Yeah,
He fought
30-minute time limit.
He fought Tom Erickson for 45 minutes. Murillo
Yeah.
Bustamante
Dude, he
and
was a
Fabio
stud.
Gagella,
Yeah,
some of my all-time favorite
I-
jiu-jitsu.
How about when
Me
Bustamante
too.
tapped Matt Lindland out twice?
I remember that. Yep.
Because he tapped him out and Big John
Dude,
stopped the
I
fight.
thought Bustamante beat Chuck Liddell in that fight too. I
Me
thought he
too.
outstruck him. Like I thought he won that fight.
Boy, I'd have to go back and watch that again.
You know what it was?
Me too.
Sometimes
beast.
he was so comfortable on the back. Sometimes Chuck would do a punch and he'd go back with it. It kind of the optics were a little weird, you know. But I think that guy. That's when what I love about those guys is that if you've seen those guys in Abu Dhabi, you've seen them in a jiu-jitsu tournament, you see them in MMA. Their jiu-jitsu transitions. That's like who did I just say earlier? The young kid. Not young kid, he's younger than me, I guess. Oh,
Here's
Lovato
Bustamante and
Jr.
Chuck.
Yeah.
Here's Bustamante and Chuck right here. And Bustamante was an 85er, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a crazy fight if you think about it.
Yeah. I remember
How many times did Bustamante fight 205?
He was pretty. I mean, for a jiu-jitsu guy, like he was pretty well rounded, especially for that.
Yeah,
time,
for that time,
he for sure he was.
Not
Because he would
be on their feet.
he was awesome, real Bustamante. I mean,
And people sleep on
look at
Chuck.
that.
They don't
Chuck.
realize Chuck was a wrestler.
Yeah.
That was a good right hand by Chuck,
But that's
though.
a-
Chuck got the touch of death.
Don't you? That's what, like with Chuck, when he hung in there too long. Like I like when the guys, what we just talking about.
It's unfortunate that they don't have a fucking exit strategy, you know? And then also, if you've had a bunch of wars, you're probably not thinking so good anymore.
Yep.
It's hard to muster up the mental energy to
it's
create a
hard
new
to-
career.
It's hard to accept the fact that you ain't as good as you used to be.
Yes, very
Yeah,
hard.
they
For
don't
a lot of
accept it.
guys,
Yeah.
very hard.
It's
Very
also
hard.
like when you're young, you don't think you're ever going to be old. You're like, fuck
But
it.
isn't it kind of wild
You
that
know?
Fedor's still throwing?
Is he really?
Did he retire finally
I
in the
hope
Ryan
so.
Bader fight? We
I
got
hope
knocked
so.
out the second time.
I thought he retired, but then I saw him talking about like trying to do a boxing match with Tyson or one of those guys.
That's what, man. That dude in his prime was something different.
Fedor?
Yeah,
For sure.
man.
Oh, yeah.
We have to look at him in the context of what came before him, and there was nobody.
Yeah,
like
there was
Fedor.
nothing like him
Fedor.
before him, for sure.
The fact that he could both knock you out
Or
and
went
hit
off his
submissions
back.
from everywhere, off his back. I mean, when Randleman threw him, remember
Spiked him
that?
on his
Yeah,
head.
yeah.
Spiked him on his head, and his expression never changed.
His variety of just being able to do so many different things.
So
and
many different
So
things.
tough.
And his
So-
personality.
Yeah.
I already
No, but
started my
that-
podcast.
And
There's
he was
something
and he
about
fought
that
at heavyweight
personality. It
when
was
he could have
fucking-
fought at 205 forever.
He could have fought at 85.
Yeah,
How about
probably.
that? What was he, about
Probably.
230 with that belly?
He always looked chubby. Very accurate, man. Holy
Wow.
fuck,
And
is he
his
accurate.
hand speed was, I mean,
Phenomenal.
pretty fucking good.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, I
Really.
was with Jeff Munson in Russia when he fought Jeff. And man, I'd never seen a beating like
Yeah,
that.
it's,
And when Jeff
You
was
guys
walking
moving
out,
at
I mean,
different
Jeff,
speeds.
yeah, he really looked like he was going to his death. I mean, it was bad.
That was Fedor when he was
Yeah.
really Fedor.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Fedor that fought in Pride. Remember when he walked down Krokop? Most of
Yeah,
that fight was
he
him.
walked him.
beating
Yeah,
him
for
up.
sure.
Okay, Ryan Bader, he said he suffered a TKO in the first round, retiring from MMA after the bout. So he says, but that was real recent. That was February.
a year ago.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think you could talk some of those guys. I just think they just don't like not doing it.
Yeah.
The thrill of getting it just gives them a purpose. And as they get older, it gets more and more dangerous. You get KO'd more often.
You would think Putin would make him the minister or something like he did with, Carell and stuff, give him a job.
The problem is when you compete that long. After I know if the weirdest feeling for me, I don't know how it was for you or any of you guys. You all competed after like the 3 month to the 6 month mark of not getting another thing coming up. It's a fucking weird feeling. It's like, shouldn't I be calling Joe Silva now and getting another fucking fight? Like, what am I?
For your purpose.
Well, yeah. It felt weird. It felt
Your
weird in the
identity.
beginning. Yeah.
For a
You gotta
lot of
settle
people,
it.
they just can't accept. And then if they go and do other stuff and they don't find success in that other thing, and then they get it. I could have just made 30,000 for a fight. I could have done this. I could have done that.
And then you watching other dudes make all this money, and you think, "Damn, man, I can
Right.
still hang with them.
right.
I still got
Right.
it."
And then you got to get a real job.
There's also the difference between someone who's absolutely obsessed at being the best in the world and someone who's thinking, I could probably fight and make money.
Yeah,
because you're just not going to train. You're not going to focus. You're not going to have the same intensity, enthusiasm, the same everything. You're not going to be the same guy. So even if you used to be that guy when you were younger, when you were 20, if you're 27 and you're just doing it for money and you think you're still that guy that you were when you were 20, when you were obsessed with it,
no,
you're going to get fucked up. You're going to get fucked up.
Things can go south so quickly too. Like you could be on a tear, and next thing you know, you're down 2, you're down 3. Now what do you got?
Look at Volkanovski. Volkanovski, before the rematch with Islam Makhachev, is in dispute as the best pound-for-pound fighter alive, right? He almost won that fight, a very close fight. Some people thought he could have won. Some people thought Islam could have won. But either way, he went up, fought the best fighter in the 155-pound division, and got to a standstill with him. So at that point, you're looking at him, this motherfucker is one of the greatest of all time, probably the best pound-for-pound fighter alive, and then he gets KO'd in the rematch he takes with 10 days' notice, which is crazy to take a fight like that with 10 days' notice. And then he gets KO'd in the fight with Topuria. And in 2 fights over the course of, 7 months, 8 months? Everything's different.
Everything's different. Think his team did him a disservice running him out there right after that was too soon after Makhachev, in my opinion. And if they let him run out there again in 3 or 4 months, I think they're really doing him a disservice because the light's been turned off twice.
Yeah,
and they got to give him his brain time.
Yeah, but is that really his team, or that's just him? You know,
I guess
you can't tell the team shit.
Final say.
You do have the final say. And fighters always think they can do anything. They always think they can do it.
Yeah,
they always think they can pull it off.
Because, like you said, he pretty much at that weight might have been the best guy ever.
When Manny Pacquiao got knocked out by Marquez,
they gave him a year off.
Freddie Roach said 1 year.
That's right.
You only take a whole year off. You're not doing anything for a year. It was one of the best one-punch knockouts in the history of the sport.
And Manny was piecing him up until that point, too.
And the consequences of the fight. This is their 3rd fight.
Hindsight's 20/20 though. I mean, he could have went in there and fucking knocked him out. I mean, what if he got that head kick?
I mean, he
that same head kick
could have, but you're
not going to be able to compete against a guy like Makhachev with no camp. You're not going to be the same guy. This is my argument, like with Kamaru Usman and Khamzat, and everyone's like, Khamzat beat Kamaru. I'm like, sort of, kind of. 10 days notice.
Kamaru wins. Right.
Yeah, because Kamaru was winning in the 3rd. Also, Kamaru didn't have time to prepare.
Yeah,
he doesn't know. He can't trust his gas tank. So
fighting up a weight class. But Khamzat was really legit 170 if he could make the weight. But at 170, Khamzat's the most terrifying guy on the planet.
Right,
because he's fucking horrific. He knocks you out with one punch. He's got crazy speed.
Yeah, I was about to say his speed is what is underrated.
Off the charts.
Could you trust him to make the weight though?
No,
can't trust him to do shit. Can't trust him to show up.
The thing about that one weight cut that he missed by 8 pounds though, that's New York, and they stopped him from cutting the weight. You know how they do it.
Fucking New Yorkers.
Some athletic commissions they intervene a little. They get it and they go, oh no, he's not gonna make it. Like, listen, they can make it. It ain't gonna look good, but they can make it.
How do they get their 2 cents in?
They did that with that's why Al had to fight Khabib, right? Because they didn't think Max Holloway was cut. They didn't want him cutting any more weight because Max was cutting the weight, and they were like, So 24 hours notice, Al steps in,
and he stepped in like a stud. Let me say, raging Al.
He didn't take it down after the 2nd round.
He was supposed to fight Paul Felder, a totally different,
for 3 rounds, totally different.
So
3 rounds, kickboxer.
He got taken down right away. He went with him 5 rounds, and he was in there. He was in there, and that was without a camp for that. And he was fighting a 3-round. He wasn't even getting ready for 5 rounds.
Personally, that fight to me, I thought kind of exposed like Khabib a little bit. Obviously he's undefeated and all that stuff, but what if he would ever got in there with a dude that had a skill set of like George, who could strike, who could defend a takedown, who could wrestle with him?
He did. He fought Justin Gaethje. Justin Gaethje's a dangerous motherfucker.
I don't think his wrestling's the same.
No, he doesn't use his wrestling.
Yeah.
Doesn't use it to attack, but he's hard to take down. Justin's very hard to take down. And Khabib dominated him in grappling exchanges. The thing about George is he's just much bigger. George is a big guy. George fought 85, beat Michael Bisping, right? I know he's not really an 85er, but George at 170 is a big, strong 170.
100%.
And it could be the same kind of deal where, like, when Izzy went up and fought Jan Blachowicz. It's like you got the 185-pound champ who's a virtuoso, but he's fighting a guy that's just a lot bigger than him.
Yeah.
He's a lot bigger. If you're not going to have the time to prepare and get your body into a position where you're in somewhat similar range in far of strength. You know, if you're in these crazy grappling exchanges,
I was about to say, plus Izzy just sucks on the ground.
He's not the best on the ground.
Yeah.
It's a fact.
Yeah,
he's not. You know, I mean,
right.
Which was surprising the first fight with Pereira when he gets him down. You know, crazy, and he had his back.
Yeah, I mean, he could have did a lot. He could have did a lot more with that. He could have did a lot more with that. Yeah.
Yeah, Alex's level on the ground is not good either. You know, but the thing is, he's getting better at defending. He's getting a lot better at defending once he gets taken down, and when he's on his feet, he's just a motherfucker to deal with. Especially as you slow down a little bit.
I don't think either of those guys are going for a takedown, to be honest. Jamal Hill or Alex.
But Jamal would be more capable of taking Alex down and doing well on the ground. Jamal's not lost on the ground. He just is such a good striker. He prefers to stand up. It's a fucking fun fight.
Yeah,
I know. It's a fun fight. That's why I'm going to have goosebumps before that one starts. Like, woo, here we go.
The whole card is like that from the opening.
Yes,
That's why I don't understand why people were upset about that being the main event.
Oh my God, they're
Great
crazy.
main event, yeah.
That's just dorks.
Yeah.
That's
Like,
just
what the hell did you expect? Like, what did you want? Yeah, what did you want?
Where's Connor? Do you guys think Connor will fight this year?
I think so.
They keep saying he's going to fight. They keep saying he's going to fight, but
keep pushing it back.
I think so. I think after doing that movie and how much he had to put into that movie, I think he's going to want to come. Yeah, I think he's going to want to come back to do something like fighting, something that he loves to do.
There's the movie Curse, the Tommy Morrison Curse. When he became a movie star, remember Tommy Morrison was like the man in boxing. Yeah. He was the Duke. He was John Wayne's grandson, right? Or nephew?
I think he was a nephew or some
shit. So they could call him the Duke, you know, and everybody thought he was going to be the man. And then he did Rocky. And then after Rocky, he fought Ray motherfucking Mercer.
That might be one of the worst knockouts in the history of worst knockouts.
And he's out already, and Mercer's keeping him up with punches. He's tangled up in the ropes, and Mercer's just teeing off with bombs.
Not to mention Ray Mercer knocked out Tim Sylvia.
Bro.
Oh, yeah, he hit it with that right.
That was when they had agreed to beat boxing only, and Sylvia opened up with an inside leg kick, and Ray Mercer looks bro. What about that shit? He was like 46 at the time.
Right? What about Mercer when he fought in Japan? Who head kicked him, and he just said, "Fuck this," and like got out of the ring. Remember?
Right.
I'm trying to remember who that was.
Or something.
I'm trying to remember who that was.
I don't remember. I remember he
with the
kicked
Japan.
He looked like what?
Because Ray Mercer had came to American Top Team when I was with them. He came there a few times just to kind of see what MMA was like. Yeah,
there was a few boxers that gave it a go in kickboxing.
Yeah, both Vince Phillips.
Vince Phillips fought Masato. Remember Masato?
He got his legs kicked, and he was like, "Nah, I'm straight."
No, they fought a while. He fought a while. He got really lit up in the legs though, real bad. Masato was so good too.
Yeah.
What about
Butterbean
versus Genki Sudo?
Oh yeah, Genki Sudo heel hooked him, right?
Yeah. Genki Sudo was a stud.
Oh fuck yeah, he was.
He was a good guy.
I had a grappling match
Abu Dhabi, didn't you?
No. I had a training session with all the Japanese guys that were going to Abu Dhabi one year. I was in Japan with Henzo, and he goes, Henzo was fighting in Pride. So he wanted me and Ricardo Almeida to go with everybody, all the Japanese guys. They were filming it. They were going over Uno, Ramuno Sato, Genki Sudo. They were all getting together, all the Abu Dhabi team together, a grappling session. They were going to film stuff. So he goes, I want you and Ricardo to go down there. It'll be good for you. And meanwhile, it was my first time in Japan. I'm like, I don't want to do shit, man. That's what I'm fucking. But I'm like, all right, fine. You know, Henzo makes us, makes you go. So the day before, Hyan did something to fucking Ricardo's leg, so Ricardo couldn't do nothing. Hyan's a wild man. So I had to go down. So it was just me, So they were with me, but so I went with Genki Sudo at one point. I went with a lot of the guys, and it was like 4-minute matches from like the feet. So at one point, like I jumped guard, and he went down. He stood up. And he started going around in a circle, like, and they're all going, oh! I open up, and he goes for a leg lock.
Oh, my God.
I got out of it, but it's fucking weird. But they all did the voice. Oh!
He was wild. Genki was wild.
He was a wild guy, man.
Genki was supposed to be my first fight in the UFC.
Oh, it is. Oh, Remy Bonjasky. Remy Bonjasky.
Oh, he's not used to that.
Yeah, he got head kicked.
He said that's all right.
Well, Remy Bonjowski was amazing.
Yeah, he was.
And he fought. He had such an interesting style.
Crazy knees.
Yeah. Hey, man, we just lost Rob Kamen. Rob Kamen.
That sucks. That really
That
sucks.
was hard.
Nice guy.
I worked out with that guy a lot. I trained with that guy for like eight-week period. It was amazing. He was awesome.
Those Dutch guys are cool, man.
He's the coolest. He was the coolest.
Like Boss, he's super
I did
cool.
a joint seminar with him in Canada one time. He's just a cool guy.
That
Just a
was
cool
it.
guy.
Head kick. Ray Mercer. Check, please.
Thank you.
I'll enjoy that. Franz Botha, he did well in kickboxing. Remember?
He did. Yeah.
Yeah, he figured out how to do it a little bit and started fucking people up. Well, his hands were so good.
Yeah.
You know, those guys, if you can have like elite hands and you could figure out the kicks, you had like a little bit of an advantage because some of those guys, their boxing was not the best.
Right. If you could just stay in close.
Yeah.
I think Genki Sudo get Raymond Decker also. Raymond Decker got submitted.
I think he did.
I remember him because I think Genki got him.
That was his only MMA fight.
I remember that guy because Longo used to always point that guy out and be
That
like,
was-
this fucking guy. Fucking Longo loved him.
Decker's in his prime as the wildest highlight reel of any fighter
He
ever.
fucked people
He
up.
was an assassin. He had his ankle fused. His ankle had broken so many times that his doctor, he couldn't bend his ankle. And his doctor's like, look, if you keep kicking with that thing, we might have to remove it. Fuck you. Wrap it back up, kicking people too. He just, once we got in there, he just smashed.
Well,
He kicked through everything. He kicked through your arms. He kicked through your elbows. Ramon Deckers was a fucking machine, man. And he was a small guy. So he's fighting the elite Thais that were all his weight and just piecing people up.
He was mean too.
Oh,
Like,
he was ferocious.
Yeah, just
put
mean.
on a Ramon Decker highlight. He was ferocious, man. He was the combinations. He was the first guy that perfected the Dutchie that Ernesto Hoos used to always do, that left hook to the body, right low kick. He would hit that thing. It was a fucking thing of beauty. And it was just such a fucking killer. Such a killer. Like, just mean. Everything was hard. Everything was hard. Every fucking strike was full power. And this motherfucker just put people away.
It's a little bit like Nate Landar.
A little bit, right? Yes. A little bit, bro. Ramon Deckers was the fucking man. And his hands were so powerful, too.
Now,
There's a thing that he had above a lot of those guys was his punching power in his hands. Bro.
He's trying to hit him on the way down.
As he's on the way down, he's still trying to tee
man.
off on him.
How
Ramon Deckers, bro. Come on, son.
let's see his hand in MMA after this. That's what
He's
I
a
love.
guy, he died young, too.
That's what I love about jiu-jitsu.
He died young, too. He died.
Did he?
Yeah, I think he died. He had like a heart attack while he's riding his bike or something crazy.
Fuck is that?
He probably rode his bike like a fucking savage. He's
Yeah,
probably
right. He
going
probably did
up
everything
hills
hard.
and had
Yeah.
a fucking heart attack. He was a monster, man. Imagine being stuck in the fucking ring with this guy. I mean, and back then, there was nobody like him. I mean, he was just fucking everybody up, and he was so mean.
Oh, motherfucker.
Yeah, holding him up to knee him. Look at this. Kicking him through the ropes. Like, you had to stop him. You had to pull him off you. Look, dude's going down, head kicks him. Bro, Ramon Deckers.
Bring on Genki.
Look at it. He could do that. That was the thing that Rob Kamen was great at, too. That the low kick across the front of the legs. He would step off to the left and throw that right low kick across both thighs. Ooh. That's a thudder. Bro, Ramon Deckers. I mean, what a highlight reel.
Yeah,
Who's
wild.
fucking highlight
I
reels?
know.
Everybody getting smoked. It's all everyone just getting pieced up. And the power that motherfucker had with his kicks, with his punches, everything. He just destroyed people. But he destroyed his own body, too. I mean, his ankle was completely fucked by the time his career was over.
I wonder if Steven Seagal showed him that.
Bro, the Brazilians love Steven Seagal.
What does he pay those guys to be
I don't know.
to hang out with them?
No,
What the
I
hell?
think
I don't get it.
Anderson had a great sense of humor. And I think Anderson loved those movies when he was a kid. And it was, for his, like, when I met Chuck Norris, I was like, oh my God, I'm meeting Chuck Norris. I hugged Chuck Norris. Like, wow, this is Chuck Norris.
Yeah.
So for Anderson, it might have been like
Same thing.
the fucking the first one. What was the first one? Above the Law.
Above the Law.
Yeah.
Bro, that was
Everybody
a good
liked
movie.
that one.
Above the Law.
Everybody
That was a
liked
good fucking movie.
Yeah, everybody liked
That movie was legit. So if Anderson fell in love with that Steven Seagal, it makes sense.
What about
Yeah, they have him in his camp.
Alpha Justice?
Out for Justice wasn't bad.
Everybody's seen Bobby Lupo. It was horrible. It was fucking horrible.
That's the one where he's in Brooklyn.
He was walking around with
pretended to be a gangster.
He wanted to be Italian in the worst way.
So bad. Well, that was when the mob was allegedly sponsoring his movies. He had like a mix-up with the mob. The mob was involved in financing his movies. Like, Steven, I don't think you understand here.
Shit.
He should show him how to grab him by the nose. This is what you do. Just grab him by the nose. Yeah. Imagine telling Anderson Silva, when you get in the clinch, just grab him by the nose. Watch this. Take him down. Grab his nose. What the fuck he's saying? He's giving him coaching. It's adorable. And Anderson's listening. But the thing is, like, Anderson might be able to take something from some of this.
That's true. Yeah, that is true.
Remember
he's creative, right?
Remember when he hit Tony Ficklin with that step-in upward elbow? And you know that he had to train that away from his coaches because his coaches told him to stop drilling that. You're not going to use that.
Really?
And so he made his wife hold pillows. So his wife would hold pillows. He would step in and throw that elbow. Bang!
No kidding.
Yeah. Bang. And then he did it on purpose just to show them, fuck you.
Yeah.
I can do this shit. And this is when Anderson, before he came over to the UFC. Look at this. Boom.
Is that when he got his head split?
Bro, come on. No, he KO'd him. But, bro, Anderson, in those days when he was fighting in England, that's when he became Anderson. So when he came over to the UFC to fight Chris Lieben, I was like, everybody hang on.
Yeah, I remember
this
that.
is the motherfucker.
We fought. Me and Dean Thomas fought on that card. It was the Tough 4 finale. Right? It was. Wow. Chris Lieben didn't get close to him, man. That was
a clinic.
That and Rich Franklin.
Yeah, both Rich Franklin brutalized those guys. But that was when Anderson became Anderson. You know, like when he fought Rio Chonan in Pride, and Rio Chonan flying scissored him into a heel hook.
I remember that.
He wasn't as good back then.
Right.
He was there was something missing. And then he goes to England, and then he finds himself. And then he starts fucking everybody up. Jorge Rivera.
Yeah, for sure.
You remember when Jorge stood right in front of him, let him punch him in the face?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like Anderson was on another planet.
I know.
He was on another planet.
Man, he was
Lee Murray.
Lee Murray.
Pieced up Lee Murray.
Dangerous.
Dangerous.
I was at the club that night that Lee Murray got into that fight with Tito.
You were there? Did you see it?
It was in London.
Did you see the fight?
It was in London or Manchester? Where was that? Where the fuck was that? It was London. It was London.
Because he beat up Tito, and Tito said
I remember he came up to me.
Slippery shoes.
Yeah, slippery shoes. First of all, when you look in the dude's eyes, you know, because he was talking to me in the club, and he's like, "Yeah, you like the jiu-jitsu?" I can't do the accent, but he's like, "Yeah." He's asking me about he says, "Yeah, you like the jiu-jitsu? I like to knock people out." I thought he was just like a crazy knucklehead, so I was just talking to him like, "Yeah, cool." And then when I left later that night, I heard he fucking knocked out Tito, dropped Tito. Yeah.
He was a real gangster,
obviously.
Yeah,
a real.
Guy Ritchie ain't do a movie on him.
Imagine a guy that's that good at MMA and fighting is actually a real bank robber.
I know.
Because he fucked a lot of people up, man.
They did like a little mini documentary on that. I don't know if it's Showtime or HBO or who it was. Could have been on Netflix.
Wasn't Guy Ritchie going to do a film about that heist?
That's what I'm wondering.
Now he would have. It was a cool
that
ass story.
Heist is crazy.
Yeah, they should have did that movie.
A bunch of fighters put on tactical gear and robbed $50 million.
Had to love his mural in his house in Morocco.
He had a mural in his house of submitting
awesome. Jorge
Rivera
last year.
Oh,
that's it.
Story
Catching Lightning.
It was last year?
Yeah,
it came out?
Just came out.
Wait, it's a mini series.
Like not just, but
so someone
a year
plays
or so
him?
ago.
Was this Guy Ritchie?
His crew.
I don't know.
Oh, it says Guy Ritchie's making a movie.
No.
It says it's not?
Yeah,
does it say he is?
It does not say he is.
It says he's not?
This Catching Lightning thing is more like documentary.
Guy Ritchie's got to do
it. It's like his coach and people like that. People that were around when the heist happened, all that stuff.
So, but if you click on that, it said Guy Ritchie's making a movie that someone's responding to that. But is that just rumor?
Yes. Someone said you said something about it.
Oh, I'm probably lying again. I'm probably spreading more misinformation. God damn it.
The trailer would probably say Guy Ritchie's name right on it.
Oh, so this is a documentary. Oh, it's a documentary series. Oh, well, that's got to be really interesting. That's what I want to see. I want to see the real thing.
This is actually good.
Oh, beautiful. So that was out April 7th?
Yeah, check it out.
It's out right now.
Sure.
Oh, okay. And it's called Catching Lightning.
Yep.
So I will check that out for sure.
It was good.
It's a crazy story, man. But he was a real elite fighter. He was a dangerous knockout striker. Yeah.
That's on Showtime?
Streaming on Showtime? Yeah, my wife is the one that showed me that it was on. We watched it. It was good.
I saw him fight live. Well, obviously in the Jorge Rivera fight, but I saw him fight live against Amir Ranavardi.
Oh yeah,
Bro, he was a fucking killer, dude. He was a killer.
That's
Lee Murray was a dangerous dude.
He could box.
Dangerous.
Yeah, good hands.
Dangerous puncher.
He had something in it. When I remember, and this was, I mean, shit, that was when I seen him at that club. I mean, when was that? Early 2000s, and I seen something in his eyes. You could tell.
Do you remember when he got stabbed in a knife fight and then was in the hospital almost dead and then hit in pads 6 weeks later?
Oh my God!
I don't.
Yeah, show Lee Murray. I think it's like, I legitimately think it was like 6 to 8 weeks after getting stabbed, if I remember it correctly. He was hitting mitts. And I was like, this is the most insane thing I've ever seen in my life. See if you can find that. Because it was a video that it wasn't like that he was tearing the mitts up, but he was hitting mitts after getting stabbed in the heart.
In the heart?
In the heart. Bro. I mean, he got stabbed a bunch of times.
That's crazy.
And he should have died and lived, and then next thing he's hitting mitts, and then after that he's planning a bank robbery. What a fucking crazy! What a fucking man!
Yeah, you'll see on the documentary, like they kind of say he's not, he ain't the mastermind. They like set him up to be that guy.
Oh, the mastermind! I wouldn't think he's the mastermind of the organization. I think
just the fact that he was there.
Yeah. Well, that's the kind of guy. If you're going to rob a bank,
they were in. It's pretty crazy, and it wasn't the largest amount of money like stolen in British history or something like that.
How did they catch him? How do they know who did it?
I mean, I'm going to ruin the documentary.
Okay, don't.
Yeah.
Is there a video of him hitting the pads after being stabbed in the heart? See if you can find that, because it's so crazy.
Off topic,
it was on YouTube, I believe.
Does this thing dissolve, or am I spitting this thing out?
Spit it out.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I'm chewing it like a gum.
Yeah, it gets a little chewy.
Can I have another one?
Yeah, get in there, sir.
Thank you.
Junkie.
Now, where's that Cat Williams shit? Let's go. No, I'm only kidding. My kids are watching. I think that was, let's fucking go.
Cat Williams stuff is not for amateurs.
Give me a zin.
Good stuff.
Thank you, bro. Let's go.
Let's go. Ready to revive for round 3.
Zin.
Do you remember when Panama Lewis gave Aaron Pryor
the
green one? Get the one I mixed.
Not that one. Yeah, the other one I mixed. Yeah.
And then he came out. Woo!
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Do you guys remember when Craig Hardy wanted somebody to give him a fucking? Never mind.
What? Craig Hardy, the wrestler?
No.
You talking about
everybody forgot. I should have bring it
Thank
up.
God.
But
no.
All right. Craig Hardy was fighting, and he goes, "Man, I need my inhaler." So his corner guy, he must have been new to the UFC. He goes, "All right." It was Dean Thomas. Dean, I'm sorry.
Oh, you were fighting Greg Hardy?
No. Greg Hardy was fighting. Dean was cornering Lewis.
Oh, Greg Hardy, the heavyweight guy. Oh, Jesus Christ.
USADA approved.
I asked the dude, and he said,
"Yeah." Not USADA approved?
Who handed it to him?
I handed it to him.
How many?
Is that not USADA approved?
No, it's not.
Oh boy, and they did it on camera.
In reality, if a dude fights with asthma, you would think he'd be cleared to use his fucking inhaler.
Right, but what does the inhaler do for you?
It opens your lungs up.
Dude, would it be beneficial for someone who doesn't have asthma? Yeah,
100%.
Yeah, and you can't use it.
But he has asthma, and he got cleared to have it in the back. And he thought he was able to have it in the corner. So when I asked the guy, I said, "Can he have this?" He said, "Yeah, I think so." So I gave it to him.
Well, sorry to bring that up.
Yeah. And Dana threw me under the bus. He was like, "Yo, that damn Dean Thomas, how could he do this?"
Right?
Oh,
Fuck up.
the rules happen.
You know, it's complicated too because the rules keep shifting a little bit.
Rules in different states are all different. So yeah,
it's 100%.
But the testosterone rule was the craziest rule of all the rules that have ever existed in the UFC. When they started giving people testosterone,
that was the
crazy. There were Wild West days where people could take whatever they wanted.
What years was that where they were just allowed the guys for those?
That's a good question. I want to say it's like 2010-ish.
Yeah.
What year did
Luke Rockhold
fight Vitor?
Because Vitor came back a different man when he
man. He looked different.
Way different.
Yeah, that was when he spin kicked Luke in the head.
Remember?
Yep.
Luke Rockhold said, "I was looking at this guy at the weigh-ins going, what the fuck is he on?" Because Vitor is just like a fucking silverback.
I mean, dude, when he first came on the scene, he was like 220, had traps up to his ears.
Well, when he first came on the scene, I was there for his first fight, UFC 12. in Dothan, Alabama. And
Somebody
no
fucks,
one
man.
knew what to expect because everybody thought that Vitor was a Carlson Gracie black belt, so they expected him to just be a
grappler.
jiu-jitsu guy. But he came out with them Brazilian fucking model shorts on and the MMA gloves and just tuned up Trey
They call
Telegram.
him Victor Gracie.
Yeah, that's what it was, Victor Gracie.
That's what we called him back then. We called him Victor. I was at his school when he was training back then. I was at Carlson Gracie's in '97. That's part of how the reason I got this gig.
You know, it's funny. I interviewed him once, and he mentioned that you used to train there.
Yeah. I trained there in '96. That's when I started training there.
Dude, when he killed Vanderlei in that
Oh,
fight,
yeah,
when
man.
Vanderlei was a savage too back then, just people didn't know yet.
He came out with wrestling shoes on.
He came out like, remember, he was like almost like he was freezing him. He was in like Vanderlei was in waiting. Avar Romano, you know, the guy at Gymnastica Natural.
Yep.
He used to be like, I guess, part of the Carlson team, and he said like Vanderlei was pissed because he thought Vitor was in the back trying to freeze him out. And what Alvaro said was that Vitor was petrified. Said he was in the back, was crying, and they had to make him go out there. And then he went out there and machine gunned Vanderlei across the cage, like so crazy.
Vanderlei was terrifying
Now,
back then.
I heard that story, right? So I had to, as a journalist with integrity, I had to ask him about it. He said that he had stomach problems.
Is he going to admit?
I know. That's the same thing I thought. That's the same thing I thought. That's the same thing I thought. But I had to ask him about it.
Well, 2013. So it was 2013. So it was 11 years ago. They were juicing.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, we know something happened because he made an excuse.
Yeah, no doubt.
Stomach problems.
Yeah, he said he had stomach problems.
How many years they had TRT for? Like, when did it start? That's a question for Nowitzki, right?
Yeah.
Dan Henderson was on that shit, right?
Yeah, but not for a while. He was on like later. He wasn't. I don't think he was on a low dose of it. And when he got off it, he's one of the few guys that was basically the same guy when he got off of it. He couldn't train as hard, I think he said, but he knocked out Hector Lombard after he got off of it. That was post TRT days. He was still fucking people up. Remember when he knocked out Fedor?
Oh yeah,
Dan Henderson knocked out Fedor. Yeah, he ducked under, he snuck out the back door and hit him with an uppercut.
Yep.
Boom! Fedor had him rocked, and he went down. He was on his back, and Fedor jumped on him. He grabbed a hold of a single, snuck out the back.
Man.
Boom!
Yeah.
And then just hammered him with that fucking Hendo right hand. Woo!
Dude,
Right hand from
the Bisping knockout was the craziest.
Because
he gave him the
craziest. The flying punch, and that became his logo.
I know.
And after watching Tough and Bisping, you know, he's a look. I like Michael Bisping, and he's an instigating motherfucker, and he was on him the whole time.
Yeah.
So you almost were happy, you know, at that point that Dan got his revenge.
Dan's an animal.
But now I work with Bisping, man. I like him a lot, man.
I love him.
I hate watching that clip, man, because I like him so much.
You don't want to see your boy get hurt.
It's rough watching a guy get hammered in the face after he's out cold.
Yeah,
that's a rough
that guy's. I mean, I like Bisping when he was on Tough. Like when he came up, like he was obviously a talented guy and wound up becoming a world champ. So.
And he's a solid guy.
Very solid guy.
You know?
He's
and we should mention that he won that rematch. I got fucking hiccups.
Oh yeah,
he won the rematch versus Dan
won the title when he was a champion.
Right.
When he was a champion.
Did he have one eye at that point?
Yep, he had one eye at that point. Well, how about the craziest one was when he beat Anderson. And then he gets his mouthpiece knocked out. He's pointing to the referee to get his mouthpiece back, and Anderson hits him with a flying knee and walk-offs.
Yeah.
Like it's a walk-off KO.
Yep.
And then they didn't call it because it was like the end of the fight. And Bisping, like John McCarthy was doing the refereeing, right? Wasn't it John?
I think so.
And then they didn't. Was it Herb or was it John?
I can't remember.
At that point, it might have been Herb.
I think it was her, but I think the fight wasn't over. They had another round. Their
fight was not over
Yeah,
because Anderson thought he KO'd him.
Yeah.
He hit him with that flying knee and dropped him and walked away like it was a walk-away KO.
Right. Yeah.
And then the fight kept going.
And he jumped on the cage.
Celebrated. That's right. He thought it was over.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, it was like Bisping was blind in one eye.
Yeah.
So Bisping, when he's pointing to see where the fucking mouthpiece is, he probably couldn't even fucking see it coming.
He's probably looking for his goddamn eye.
What a Jesus, Rollo.
How many fights?
So here it
he
is.
said
Look,
he fought how many times with one eye?
And then he walks away. And they're like,
Is that over?
What?
He goes, what the fuck? I think he just said, what the fuck?
Man, mentally, too.
Yeah,
How do you come from that adrenaline dump?
Right. Meanwhile, Bisping survived. How tough is this motherfucker? One eye and survives.
He's a savage.
Crazy, right? And by the way, that left eye that's fucked up, that's the good eye.
That's the good eye.
That's the good eye. That's the eye he can see out of. And he comes back and he wins the 5th round, which is bananas, man. Just fucking bananas.
And even to win the title, Bisping had to beat Luke Rockhold. And Luke Rockhold took him out the first time.
And he beat him on short notice. That was another very short notice fight.
One of my favorite moments is right before they were going to fight. Luke was going to him. And he's like, "What's that, buddy?" And he goes, like, he doesn't want to touch hands. He's like, touch you in a minute, motherfucker. He's like, "What's that?" He goes, "Okay, yeah, I'll touch you in a minute, motherfucker."
He's funny as shit.
It was great.
His podcast
was a wild
victory. He's good. He's entertaining.
Yeah.
He's a fun guy.
Yeah.
He's got an interesting perspective about this Mike Tyson Jake Paul thing. Because even though Bisping only has one eye, he's been trying to get Jake Paul to fight him, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, what's a nice paycheck?
Would they allow that? A guy with one eye to fight?
I don't think so.
They
shouldn't.
A 60-year-old guy to fight.
They could do it maybe in Saudi Arabia.
What do you think about this Mike Tyson Jake Paul thing? Do you think it's crazy?
It's always hard to say because he has the ability to drop him on his ass at any time. But look, I think all the rules are to his favor.
Are we getting tricked by watching pad work?
We're getting tricked.
I mean,
because if you look at the pad work, it's little 3 to 5 second bursts.
Right.
It's not one round. If he was doing that in all one round, I go, oh
yeah.
But I mean, anybody could put that together.
Right, but also he's just starting to train again. Right.
But still,
but he's like day 1, day 2.
Yeah.
Those videos, he's literally saying day 1.
Here's the question: how was his fight with Roy Jones? I didn't see it. But how was it?
I think they had an agreement
not to punch the head.
Exactly.
Right.
He was told Roy would not fight him. Like, he wasn't trying to get hit in his head. So he had like a prearranged thing where
it looked like Mike was not trying to knock him out. That's what it looked like. The fight will be an exhibition, but it'll be real fight rules. I think this is when he was on Hannity. Yeah, 16-ounce gloves and only 2-minute rounds.
Like that's to Mike's favor.
Yeah, that's it.
2-minute rounds for sure. Because that was my biggest thing. Like, if he doesn't get him in the first couple rounds, what kind of gas is he going to have at his age?
I don't know. See, here's the thing. It's at his age with a lot of supplements.
Yeah. Hey, look, I hope he wins. Like, God forbid.
I don't. If it was just a regular 57-year-old dude with not modern hormone replacement and all that jazz, I'd go, he doesn't have a chance. But 57 years old with just juice to the tits. And Jake did. I don't know, man. Like, what are the rules? Like, what are the rules? Like, what are you allowed to do? Because if you just allow him to do whatever he wants to do, it changes everything. If it's an exhibition, no drug testing.
Email response from the Texas Licensing Commission.
The promoter has requested to have an event that day. We've not received any proposed cards and thus have no details of what they're planning. And that will affect the possible rules. All bouts are subject to review and approval by TDLR. Please let me know if you need any other information. Okay. So it's not necessarily carved in stone yet. They might not approve it. If a lot of people protest, maybe they
are they doing it in Texas?
Think of it's going to be.
I mean, they were trying to do it at AT&T Stadium. Like, that's crazy.
If Tyson dies, right?
Oh my God.
Yeah. See, if you have something like that, if
that'll be the end of the
right.
That'd be an experiment.
Let's imagine it in a different way, right? Let's not imagine that Mike Tyson is fighting Jake Paul. Let's imagine Mike Tyson is fighting some young, like, really powerful knockout artist who's a contender. Well, guess what? Jake Paul could be that guy if we didn't think of him as Jake Paul. If you look at the people he knocks dead, when he knocked dead Tyron Woodley with one punch, that dude was fucking crack.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, so like that's what I'm saying. Exactly what you're saying. We don't want to give him credit because it's Jake Paul.
Exactly.
But we gotta wake up and realize that he's still 27, young, and for the last 4, 5, 6, 7 years, he's had the best coaches working with him one-on-one. Now, we wouldn't be thinking that if it wasn't Jake Paul that he couldn't do it.
Right.
So you're right about that.
And he's dedicated.
And if
he was just some wild young dude coming up, knocking people out, knocking out former MMA champions like Tyron, we would go, whoa, keep an eye on this kid. This guy might be something someday. Like, he's on the way up.
Yeah, Tyson grew up in this sport.
100%, but he's also 57.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to be 58.
Yeah, he'll be 58 at the time they fight.
Which is
my question, too, is how do you think, like, Jake Paul, all the guys he's fought are much smaller than him, whether people want to say so or not. Ben Askren fought his whole life at 70.
Right.
Nate, 55 and 70 pounder. Right. You know, Tyron, 70 pounder. So this guy's walking around well over 200, cutting to 85 for these fights. this is finally a dude. Like, he didn't hurt like the Tommy Fury dude. He didn't hurt Nate really during the fight. I thought Nate's inactivity, like he didn't really get busy.
Nate apparently had a fucked up shoulder going into
all right, well then that would make sense because he didn't really
That's what
throw.
I heard.
But
that might not be true.
So how's he going to handle, again, the age is the factor, but
2-minute
big,
rounds,
strong.
2-minute rounds ain't bad.
I'm saying
2-minute rounds aren't bad, and it's just like I said, if they got him on the right fucking mixture.
They're going to have to.
Even if he's just,
I don't think it'll be competitive if they don't.
But if they do have him on the right mixture, how do you pass drug tests? How does that work?
I mean, is there a drug test on an exhibition?
I don't know. That's a good question. Because if there's not, fucking hog.
Yeah, I know, right? That's the only way. Drugs is the only way I think he's competitive.
Right. He has to be.
That's obvious.
If you just look at him, though, he has to be on some kind of hormone replacement.
He looks
pretty
right
fucking yoked. Too. He looks pretty yoked.
What a comeback since The Hangover, huh? He was a fucking I mean, right? I mean,
he got big for a while.
Oh yeah, when he was doing the one-man show and all.
It sucks when you're fat.
Well,
you guys never really got fat.
Both Tyson's on the podcast. I had Tyson when he's big, when he wasn't training at all. And I said to him, you don't work out at all? He goes, I'm afraid I'll ignite my ego. Oh, man. That's terrifying. And that's what happened. It ignited that thing inside of him.
When he came back for the Roy Jones, it was two different interviews. Like
two different
when
humans.
You saw him, 100%. I agree
Jamie was the
with you.
first one to say it's like a totally different person.
Yeah, he was way more intense.
Way more.
What I mean?
Terrifying. Probably.
And you can imagine he's going to be in
those anostromes, scenes.
How you say him again?
You gotta be in that mindset though when you're getting ready to fight. Though you're in a different mindset.
The thing is, if he's physically capable of recapturing 70% of what he used to do, just dealing with that with probably 90% of the power. 70% of the physical ability and 90% of the power, because the power is not gone. You see it when he hits a bag.
Yeah, he's still got the power.
The power's there, 100%. But he's had a bunch of back issues. He had real bad sciatica.
Having the problems walking and
he's
stuff.
Walking with a cane.
Yeah.
So, but who knows what they've done? Stem cells. I'm sure he's with the right people. Like, even at 57, you can make a lot of money if Mike Tyson's fit and in shape, which is so crazy to say. It's just weird that we're even talking about it.
100%.
That the fucking guy from Disney is going to fight Mike Tyson, the YouTube kid.
Yeah, I know.
Mean, and the path to beat Mike always was long dudes that had a good jab later in his career when he wasn't moving his head anymore. So I don't know if Jake can keep Mike off with his jab.
We're going to see.
Yeah, right.
But Jake will grab him and wrangle. I mean, that's what he does good.
Well,
like, he wrangles guys.
Tyson's people are going to be in the back saying, don't let him, wrestle us.
He'll be wrenching those fucking arms the way he used to.
Bro,
he used to do some jiu-jitsu with it.
That's right. If Tyson can have a flashback to the glory days, if there's just like a moment where he just
land one,
sees a combination and empties it on him, that would be wild to watch.
Yeah, for Jake to hurt him, he's got to be there to get hurt. I know, he's not exactly Muhammad Ali in it. He's
exactly.
And
if Tyson can still move his head like he used to move his head. Now, the thing about lower backs, though, if you got a lower back problem, you got to kind of like save that movement. You can only do it so many times before it's painful. It all depends on the condition of his lower back. Because you got to think, Mike Tyson in his prime. Go back and watch some of those early days. He's just coming at you.
Yeah,
He's just moving. There's just so much to calculate, and bombs are coming your way, and you're trying to hit it with jabs.
The Customato Tyson was
the
whole problem.
The head movement. People forgot how hard he was to hit.
His head movement was sick. That's what stopped later in his career. Really, that was a big difference.
Exactly, and I think that coincided with back problems. And he also had neck problems. I believe he had a neck surgery because, he used to do a lot of those wrestlers' bridges.
Neck, dude.
Oh, my God. And you got to think of how many dudes like Lennox Lewis just teed off on his noggin. And Vander Holyfield just teeing off on his noggin. What is that doing to your neck? That can't be good.
But my whole thing is this, man. Like, if what we saw with Vitor Belfort and Evander Holyfield, if that's any indication. And Vitor was 45.
Right.
You got it.
But
I mean,
it was bang on the sauce.
I know.
Bang on the sauce.
So is Jake.
Yeah. You think Jake is?
Maybe.
I
mean, why
but
would
he's
he
also
be?
young.
And he's still 27, right?
Yeah.
So maybe he's not, but either way.
He's got natural testosterone.
Yeah.
A lot of
weren't you just shooting a movie?
What?
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
Denzel. What'd you do?
I'm shooting a movie.
With Denzel?
No.
What?
No. I'm shooting
I was like, holy shit.
No, I call myself Denzel. I get my Denzel on. Yeah, I'm it's an independent film I'm doing in LA right now. Yeah. So
nice.
Yeah.
Don't get stabbed by any homeless people.
Nah.
Be careful.
Man. LA, I don't like LA, but
it's weird.
Yeah.
It's weird now.
There's no optimism left in the city.
No, it's a city that's abandoned.
Yeah.
San Francisco.
Weird place. Oh, they're all fucked. It happened so quick. It makes me wonder, like, what is that going to be like in 5 years?
Everybody got out of there, huh?
Look how quick San Francisco got cleaned up.
When Xi Jinping came into town,
showed up,
and
then
amazing?
bam, right back.
I was saying, if I was the mayor of San Francisco, I'd just buy that dude a condo. Like, come stay. Whenever you're here, they're going to clean the streets.
Right?
Just you have to fucking take care of them. When he came into town for a conference, they cleaned up the streets.
Everything.
They got rid of all the homeless people.
Put barriers up.
Put barriers up.
Get up on tents.
Yeah. Yep. They clean. And then
where they put
Gavin Newsom. Exactly. What Gavin Newsom said that was so hilarious. He said, "Well, when guests come over, you clean up your house. Like, bitch, keep your house clean. You got human shit all over the floor of your house.
That
He's
guy,
crazy.
Man, he's a psychopath. He can lie to your face without even blinking an eye.
It's so weird to watch him do it too. It's like 1980s Roadhouse line.
For real.
You know, it's not even good.
He's the one that got caught eating out.
Indoors.
Yeah, and he's like, well, I've been bad. You got me, or something like that. He was like, you shouldn't really do that. And I was, my bad. But it's like, dude, you fucking slime.
He's so slick, and he looks like a guy who could be president. And we're dumb. We're like, hey, I think he talks good.
Looks
and
like
he's on our team.
American Psycho.
He does. But it's like, if he says the right things and he talks the right way, look, Biden won.
Say it with a smile and you're good.
Biden won and he's barely alive. So
there
you go. And they're running him again.
I'd rather have Terry Crews from Idiocracy.
Terry Crews could win right now.
Yeah.
If he ran with that wig on. If he ran with that wig on, Terry Crews. Everybody loves Terry Crews.
Their plates with Gatorade or whatever the drink was.
Bro, you want to know the wildest shit? The Rock told me. He told it on the podcast that they called him and contacted him about running for president?
I think so.
Was it on the podcast?
Both sides, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, they contacted him and asked him if he wanted to run. The Rock.
What? That's Idiocracy.
I mean, for sure.
How about he could win?
I know. I would probably vote for him.
I would probably vote for him. I mean, the dude is disciplined. He's a good guy. Jack. I want a Jack president.
Right? You want somebody who.
I want a president where every other president has to step aside.
Yeah.
The Rock is here.
Yep.
The Rock Johnson details how a political party asked him to run for president. He says, yeah, on my podcast. It's hilarious. Yeah. Isn't that wild, dude? Asked him to run for president. You know it's for the Democrats, for sure.
Yeah.
And if he did win,
he endorsed Biden
Terry Crews.
Election.
Terry Crews.
There we go. That is the president.
Come on, son. If The Rock won and then came out like
that was the name of it.
Imagine if The Rock won and came out with that outfit on.
Can I just say, if anybody out there has not seen Idiocracy, they should watch that.
Oh my God, it's so good. It holds up.
Mike Judge is up.
He's a genius. He's
Office Space.
Beavis and Butthead. Everything. Mike Judge is the man.
Office Space.
King of the Hill. He's the man. Mike Judge is the man. He's a great guy too. He lives out here.
That's wild. We had him on Unfiltered once, and like the fact that he knew one of my fights is he knew. I'm like, oh my God. I get weird when people know, like, I don't think anybody watches anything, I'm like, and I was all like, because I don't get impressed with guys in Hollywood and stuff, but I fucking love Office Space and all this shit. When I like somebody's work, I'm like, oh,
no, he's just a regular dude.
He seems it.
He's a real cool guy. He's a fan, like a real fan of MMA. He loves fights. I met him years ago too. He's been coming to the fights for a long fucking time.
And he comes to the fights too?
I met him at the fights. The first time I ever met him.
Was he a comedian as well, or was he just a writer?
I don't think he did stand up. I might be mistaken.
He's pretty fucking funny.
I don't know. He's hilarious.
And what's upsetting is these movies that they become like cult classics. Like I don't think Idiocracy or Office Space. I might be wrong, but I don't think they made a lot of money. But they are fucking classics. If you see those movies,
I bet those movies made money.
Do you think they made money?
Made money.
Yeah, I don't know about
Space
that.
Was pretty big. And then you got to think about all the DVD sales and all the streaming
that's the
sales.
difference. I don't think it made like a in the theaters.
Thing.
I'm not sure. I don't think it did. I think he might have made it up.
Damn, that's a funny movie.
It's pretty funny.
That's such a good movie. But those movies, you can't get them today. They don't make them anymore. They don't make those wild, insane, funny, something about Mary type movies.
You can't.
No.
Somebody's always going to get offended.
Something about Mary was Bro, I remember
Ben Stiller's put out quite a few of them.
Oh, yeah.
Dodgeball.
Bro, Tropic Thunder is one of the all-time great comedies.
I'm telling you.
Could not
One of
make
my
it
favorites.
today.
A lot of the humor was different back then.
No,
You were allowed.
You say you were allowed to joke
can't
about it.
You were allowed to actually be funny.
It's about Ricky
Yeah.
Bobby.
Yeah,
And,
man.
that was
God damn, that was a
Will
good
Ferrell's
one.
and some good
Tom
ones.
Cruise,
Old
use your
school.
witchcraft.
They don't even make funny movies anymore.
It's
I know,
hard,
no,
man.
like,
no.
It's such a judgmental world that we live in now.
So
Everybody's
silly.
trying to attack things and take people down. It's just so stupid.
In the beginning of Hangover, your friends, this is so
Hangover
immature
was
already.
great.
Paging Dr. Faggot. He's sitting there like, it's just silly. It's just silliness,
Yeah.
But you can't,
People need more sillies. They do.
100%
We all do.
think
We all
so.
do.
You know?
That's why this is fun.
That shit was great.
That's why the four of us getting together.
Yeah,
So we
yeah.
need a name.
Uh-oh.
is the cuck sticking around or
That's
not?
gonna be it. I have to be a cuck.
Unfortunately,
I think we can take that name.
I think we're the fucking cucks.
Why not? It's a funny thing to call yourself. Just take that
You
name.
know why? Because you think we would come up with something.
Yeah, like
toxic.
the Four Horsemen.
Yeah.
But no, the Four Horsemen.
Fuck you, Rogan.
When you wrote that in the group text, I go, I'm going to wait until he says that in studio.
Yeah. The Bulldogs. Yeah, what are we?
I think the cucks is a perfect.
Cucks is funny.
Mhm.
It's
Like-
funny.
It's like calling me tall or something.
Yeah, talking shit.
Yeah.
We're talking shit right from the jump.
Yeah.
You know, that's what you can't take a show seriously. It's called Cucks.
Yeah, right.
Definitely not.
Yeah. So
Definitely
I
not.
want to see that. On an episode of the Joe Rogan Experience called Cucks.
Yeah.
They're gonna be like, what the fuck?
You got the protect your parks, then you got the cucks.
Yeah, I like it.
Right?
I like it. So
Right.
that's it for now. We'll put a bookmark on it. We'll have to think about it. You might get home, wake up in the middle of the night, and go, "I can't be a cock."
No.
Okay, John Rollo's going to be the one texting us. Boys, let's rethink this. The Four Horsemen has a ring to it.
Yo, what's going on, sober? How you living, Pim? Thank you, Doc. Hey, sober. Just for a moment. Do you know who I am? No. Who are you?
Maybe it's the sober clown that's been sober for 25 years.
Oh, tight. Congratulations on being sober for 25 years.
Yeah, he started doing cocaine at 8 years old and he stopped drawing recently.
Amazing. You started at 8? That's
No,
phenomenal.
it's just, the name Sober Clown is originally just a fucking 20-year-old family dad joke. Really, say Sober Clown. That's an oxymoron. So the two things can't be the same. Sober Clown. It's like a fucking. But it's stuck with the name for 10 years. And everyone out there says it's a sober. They don't have a clown, but it's still a clown. But I am that's what people. Very sober. Yeah. You got all that to connect around? Not as much as I should have, but enough that I'm pretty happy. 200,000? 220K. And I have 6 murders.
Holy shit. This motherfucker's a whale.
Yeah. We're literally in for only 1.2 F as well. One F bought 180, and then 0.2 F has just been what's funded this entire account, which includes those 6 spreaders and 42K for ticket and some other assets.
Sober, are you ready for me to change your life?
What's happening?
I stream my life 24/7, 365 for World Peace. I've been live in this Telegram for more than a year. I've been live on YouTube 24/7 for more than 3 years. It's the biggest event in global history. According to The Economist magazine in 2018, data is Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, petroleum, you name it. And if you take what Bill Gates, when he coined the phrase in the 1990s, stated that content is king, that might be a very important person. So, apologies for the multiple microphones. Just a moment. There we go. That should be better. So with that, that's who I am.
That's wild. I haven't really. I bought my first Bitcoin over a year ago, but I just don't come to West Chat very much. Or I'm not interacting with a lot on Twitter. And I talk to other people, but I watch the channel, but I need to fucking join the chat.
Well, you're here now.
This is me joining the chat.
Absolutely. Do you have Discord?
Not on my phone.
Okay, I understand. Well, when you're on your computer, join my Discord. You can always connect with me whenever you want. Feel free to come in here whenever you want. Say hi. Talk alpha. Whatever you want.
What's the alpha? You just hold tons of fucking Bitcoin photos and you fucking what else do you hold?
Generally Ethereum and Harry Potter Obama Sonic Canino.
When you say that out loud, you say how do you say that out loud?
Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Ken, Inu.
I always say take a Bitcoin when I say that out loud.
That's okay. I know what you mean.
I think it's
Easier.
I was curious what the different people say.
Absolutely. Do you see my covers? The Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Ken, Inu? See my shirt?
Every time I look at your video, I see one more thing too.
Yes, good. That's what I like to see.
That's
LFG, dog.
you have one of the jackets.
Yes, I have a sweatshirt, the official limited edition sweatshirt. It's amazing.
They're just available to sell.
I believe it was limited edition, but you might be able to get it if you /merch in the chat. Dude, how you living, Pim? Gui Inu Aptos. Gui Inu Aptos. Dude, join my Discord. I know you're already in there. I know you're in there. Excellent. I've got 4 different streams going. We're watching documentaries. We're watching Joe Rogan, biggest event in global history. I'm excited. All right, back to Joe Rogan.
Very strange show, but it's fun to watch. It's just fun to watch them.
It's good entertainment.
Yeah,
undoubtedly.
Well, they're just, it's interesting because I think Sunny is very intelligent, but she's ideologically captured.
Right.
It's sort of, I think the other ones, there's a couple of the other ones, don't have to name any names, are just very dull-minded.
Mm.
But I think Sunny's not one of them. I think she's smart, but captured.
Sure. I think she came into it with an agenda.
Of course. They do everything with an agenda.
Yeah. She came into it, it seems, really wanting to paint me as someone that has been co-opted by the right wing.
Yeah.
And I don't know how much research she had done into me. She claimed to have read my book twice, which is almost certainly not true.
Yeah,
she was totally missummarizing.
When did the book come out?
February.
The odds are very low.
Very low, right?
Because very low.
Think of how many guests they have on their show,
how much
time
things you have
she
to do,
has.
family obligations. What is it, about 250 pages?
Something like that, yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
But I mean, I might be wrong. I mean, do you have an audiobook available?
I do, yeah. I read it myself.
Maybe she did it at double speed.
Yeah.
Twice.
So I sounded like Ben Shapiro the whole time. Have you ever listened to Ben Shapiro on like 1.5 times?
No, it's gonna be ridiculous.
Yeah, it's insane.
Ben Shapiro should debate Destiny.
Oh my god! I know they did. They did debate.
Did they really?
Yeah, absolutely. They did. Who hosted them? Was it Lex? Was it? I could be getting that wrong, but I think Lex hosted a debate like 2 months ago.
Well, he had a debate a couple of months ago, but it was a Palestine.
No, that was separate.
Debate.
I also saw that.
Oh,
that was like the 4 hours. Yeah, there you go.
That guy debates everybody.
Yeah,
he's so ridiculous. He does the Wikipedia search and then just starts going after things like he's an expert.
Yeah,
it's just it was a fun time. It's a really fun time.
Yeah,
a fun time for watching people flail.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but I think the problem with that show is that show has this very specific ideological bubble in which they operate in. And they always bring on a token conservative woman and they yell over her and silence her. And, they did that with Meghan McCain, and they did that with who was that other blonde woman from Survivor? Do you remember her, Jamie? She was always yelling. I mean, it's a bizarre show.
So we had 8 minutes, and America's approach to race, pretty big topic, pretty important topic.
I think the way before you start, I think the way you described it is brilliant, and the way we should all look at it. Of course, you're going to see race. The idea of being colorblind is ridiculous, but treat everybody. They're just human beings.
Yeah,
everybody's just individuals.
That's right.
That's what we should all hope for.
That's right. Yeah, there's been this common phrase, "I don't see race," that's equated with colorblindness. And the point of my book is I want to say, get rid of that. Of course, we see race, certainly in America, in the West. You could argue about whether children really see race, but past a certain point, we see race. Point is not to pretend you don't see it. It's to say, you're a white guy. I'm a Black and Hispanic guy. We notice that. We're not going to pretend it's not there. But whenever it matters, I'm going to try to treat you like an individual based on your personal qualities. And we're going to ask the government to do the same. Get race out of public policy. If you want to help disadvantaged people, do that on the basis of class.
100%. And understand that when you see these incentives that are put into corporations, these are methods of control. And that's what's going on when you see things like DEI initiative. You're not really making the world a better place.
Right.
You're just allowing these financial institutions to enact control over corporations. And it's a really shifty, weird way they're doing it by making it seem like they're trying to make the world a better, more equal place. And then there's some people who are good intentioned, but have a very narrow perspective and a very limited amount of information that they're operating under, that will try to pretend that these things are overall good, are net positive.
Right. And Sonny Hostin may be one of those people, but so we had 8 minutes to deal with this topic on one of the biggest platforms in the country, and especially an audience that isn't my typical audience. If anything, the Views audience is really who needs to hear my message the most. And Sonny decided to take up a few minutes of that precious 8 minutes and attack me as someone who's been co-opted by the right and someone who's a charlatan. And
did she use the term charlatan?
She did. And it's funny because I actually didn't notice it in real time. I kind of went in one ear and out the other. But
how did she say it? Do you remember what
she said? Something like, a lot of people in the Black community, implicitly herself included, think that you've been co-opted by the right and that you're a charlatan.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And I explained to her, I've only voted twice, both for Democrats, Hillary and Biden, very open to voting for Republicans. So I'm a political independent, and I'm only young enough to have voted twice. I'm an analyst at CNN, and I write for the Free Press, which is Barry Weiss's.
Yeah.
And I'm independent in all of those endeavors. And I patiently explained that and then basically asked her to go back to the topic that we're here to discuss.
Yeah, well, it's a dumb way of addressing a thing, and to immediately say that someone's been co-opted with no evidence whatsoever. There's nothing about anything that you say that seems right-wing. You're just objectively looking at these subjects and giving a very intelligent and measured opinion of them. That's just not, and just because some people who happen to vote Republican may agree with you, that's a ridiculous statement that you're co-opted. I think you're probably one of the least co-opted people I've ever talked to. You're very open-minded, and you're very objective.
I try to be. But I would argue, even if I were co-opted, hypothetically, that doesn't make my argument here right now wrong. Right. Because people that are co-opted sometimes say true things.
Yes.
So even if I were, I would say it's still it's an ad hominem attack. It's to the person rather than to the argument.
Yes.
So let's get on to the issue.
Yeah.
And I think part of the reason it went viral is because what people have told me is you very rarely see someone who gets a character attack on a big TV platform calmly expose it as evidence free and then just move back to the topic.
Yeah, well, that was beautiful that you did that, and that's how everybody should approach these things. And
absolutely.
the problem is, that's not what people want to do. What they want to do is engage in an argument and try to win.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not really about having an open mind and listening to what this person has to say and trying to figure out whether or not it resonates with you. Instead, they're just trying to win in this weird soundbitey way. You know, those platforms, whether it's The View or any of a number of these panel platforms, are so inherently flawed just in the way it's formatted. You only have a small amount of time. You have all these people talking, and you know it's just they can't compete with internet shows because internet shows are free.
Yeah,
it's just I don't mean free like you don't have to pay for it. I mean free like they're free to talk about anything. There's not a producer in your ear. There's not someone saying we have to cut to commercial. There's not executive meetings before talking about an agenda that you'd like to like this. We have to hammer him on this, and this is really important with the election coming up, and this and that. Like, God, the whole election coming up thing freaks me out because I think everybody's in this weird like pre-battle anxiety stage, you know, and everything is life or death, and this goddamn phrase that gets tossed around every 5 minutes. It's just a threat to democracy. Everything is a threat to democracy, except things that actually probably are a threat to democracy. You see people talking about the threats to democracy, and they ignore intelligence communities censoring social media, which should be terrifying to people.
Right.
It should be terrifying to people because this could happen on the left, on the right. It could happen for a number of reasons. It could happen for reasons that would be terrible for your life.
Yeah. RFK was on CNN, I think, yesterday. And he said something that I think I've said before and privately, and I feel, which is that I think America would survive 4 more years of Trump or 4 more years of Biden. Truthfully, yes. I think America and the Republic is strong enough to survive either. Neither one of them is a very good option in my view. I think we're given 2 very bad options, but I also think don't move to Canada. I think we're going to be okay.
Don't move to Canada. Canada's even worse.
Yeah.
Canada's a mess.
But people don't like that opinion because I think we enjoy the existential stakes of politics, even if it might not be there every time.
Yeah, I agree.
Now, I disagreed back in 2015, 2016, when I was hearing how Trump was speaking on Muslims on the registry, all this kind of stuff. I was one of the people that was worried he would be a fascist, truthfully. But then what happened is we had 4 years of governance from him where he basically governed like a typical Republican, and in some ways even had some policies that were to the left of what Republicans would do. For instance, on criminal justice reform, he was very progressive. He made funding for Black colleges and universities permanent, which if Obama had done either of those things, he would have been criticized as playing left-wing identity politics.
Right.
And so I've slowly realized that there is a pretty big distance between what Trump says and what he does. I don't understand that fact about him, but I think it is a fact about him. And so that's why I don't feel alarmist the way I did when I voted for Hillary in 2016, really voted against Trump. Now, that being said, Trump is a wild guy and is difficult to predict. I don't think he's someone you want behind the wheel in a crisis time. And then on the other hand, we have Biden, who has clear evidence of cognitive decline, vying for what's supposed to be the most important and challenging job in the world, certainly in the country, and people essentially claiming that it doesn't matter that he has obvious cognitive decline,
which is hilarious.
I mean,
not only that, but gaslighting you, saying that that's his superpower. Did you see that article?
No, I didn't.
Biden's age is his superpower. Seth MacFarlane retweeted it. I agree. I couldn't have stated this any better myself. Like, what are you talking about?
No,
what are you talking about?
It doesn't make it. One way I've thought about it is there's so much BS in politics. One of the great things about the market is that it's honest, because if you lie, you lose money. So if you look at when lots of money is on the line, who do people want leading their organizations? Look at the NBA, look at the MLB. Who do people get as head coaches? Usually people in their 50s is the median age.
Yeah.
Because you've been around long enough that you've made a lot of dumb mistakes that 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds make, and you've learned those things that you can only learn with age. But, you know, in your 50s, you've still got the vast majority of your cognitive power there and your energy, if you're healthy, that is.
Yeah.
So that's really the sweet spot. We want a president somewhere in our 50s. We don't want it. We don't want a Biden.
No, we want someone with life experience, and hopefully someone that doesn't exist solely in politics, like someone who hasn't become, their roots haven't like been deeply entrenched in the system.
Mm-hmm.
Someone who can maybe have some sort of an outsider's perspective that can look at the problems with the current situation and the way things are structured, and the way money is allocated, and the way funding is done, the way bills are passed, and which is a giant issue. Like when they sandwich these 2,000-page bills with a bunch of stuff that has nothing to do with it. Should be illegal. It shouldn't be legal to have a bill about what's, you know, for a popular topic, the border issue, the border crisis, and embed in that funding for Ukraine. Like, what?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to do with it. To couple those issues. Yeah, I mean, a few months ago. So basically, you've had the Biden administration ignoring the border issue for several years because they wanted to signal sort of how non-Trump they were, right? And the border is Trump's issue. So Biden comes in, he says, we're going to undo everything Trump did with the border, even though a lot of those policies are actually widely supported and smart. So they undo everything. The migrant crisis goes to hell in the past 2 or 3 years, even now infiltrating cities like Chicago and New York, everywhere. And then you have Biden finally gets serious about the border a couple months ago with the border bill, and Trump gives the signal essentially that it's not a good bill, even though it was a pretty decent bill, and certainly in an emergency you want to stop the bleeding. Then Trump signals that the bill isn't good enough, and Republicans kill it essentially. So I think both sides have tried to spin this, right? The Democrat spin has been, look, the Republicans destroyed that bill. They don't even care about immigration. The whole thing's their fault. Of course, what's wrong with that is the reason it's this bad is because Democrats have been ignoring the issue fully for 2-3 years.
Why do you think that is? Like, does anybody have anything to gain by letting migrants into the country? You know, Tim Dillon says that he thinks that it's cheap labor, and that they want to bring more cheap labor into the country, and that it's very difficult to get people to do certain jobs.
That's why libertarians partly like illegal immigration. That would be more of a Koch brothers policy, though. I mean, that's why Bernie Sanders called open borders or Koch brothers policies, because cheap labor.
Interesting. Yeah.
But that wouldn't apply necessarily to Biden. Like, okay, so someone like Biden, I understand you might argue, okay, are they letting people in because those are going to be the Democrat voters? Those are going to increase the Democrat voters base. I don't know. Does Biden care about that? I don't think so. Biden's not going to be around in 10 years.
Well, I don't think Biden's making decisions.
You don't think he is?
No.
You think it's his circle at this point?
I think he's so far gone. And this is what I said when he was running. I was saying, you're going to leave it up to his cabinet. He's not able to form. Listen, when you see him at debates or at press conferences, he's at his very best. And he's probably medicated. They probably juice him up with a bunch of different things and get him hyped. Let's go. Roll him out there. Mm-hmm. And then he can't form sentences. He loses track of what he's talking about. That's at him at his very best. What is he like when he's tired? What is he like when he's not primed?
Right.
You know, I do not think that he even has the interest in doing that. I think he wanted to be president. He got to be president. And he has all these people around him. And just even by the way he talks about things, he's so out of touch with the way he's describing things and talking about bills that they pass and talking about important issues. I just think he's completely out of it. And I think it's very unfair. And if that was my father, I would be terrified. Mm-hmm. I'd be sad. I'd be like, what are you doing to him? You know, like, he should be relaxing somewhere. He's embarrassing himself. It's not fair. To take a person that's in cognitive decline like that and just parade him out there and use him as a figurehead. It's just crazy.
And if you look at the difference between him now and him in 2020, he didn't look great in 2020, but he looked like he could handle himself.
Right.
It's a huge difference now, and just extrapolate that 3 more years.
Yeah.
Right. How is he going to be dealing with Putin and Iran and Israel in 3 years?
He's not doing it now. It's someone else forming the policies. You know, they have the White House press secretary who got busted for using his Twitter account. You saw that?
Oh,
right?
No, I didn't see that.
She accidentally used her account and she tweeted, "When I was running for president, they deleted it, but everybody caught her, obviously."
And obviously there's the Kamala liability.
Oh yeah, that's a hilarious one. The Kamala fans are my favorite.
Are they?
I got a guy. I don't want to say his name. Yeah. I'm trying to be respectful, but he's a comedian that's out of his fucking mind. He's one of them blue no matter who.
Okay.
He's operated he's got this like cognitive dissonance. It's very bizarre. But
yeah, my dad was in econ club with Kamala in college.
Really?
Yeah, there's a photo of them. There's only 8 kids in the club. So it's this tiny photo of my dad and Kamala Harris and 6 other people.
Wow.
When they were like 22 or something at Howard University.
What's his perspective?
He doesn't remember her at all.
Interesting. And
unless
vice president of the United States.
Yeah, she didn't make an
impression.
impression.
One heartbeat away.
She didn't make an impression.
A dying man.
Yeah.
At the helm. You know? I mean, she could sneak up behind him at any moment and end it.
Yeah.
at any moment.
Yeah.
At any moment. It's crazy. And it's so American. It really is. We're just a goofy ass country.
Yeah.
We're amazing and it's pretty cool, but it's also we crawl so far up the ass at anybody that wants to be in a position of leadership that no one who should be in a position of leadership wants that. And most of these people that could be effective in a position of leadership because they've led things before, whether it's businesses or what have you, they just don't want to have anything to do with it. It's just a horrible attack on your character. They don't play fair. They lie. They'll get people to say things that aren't true. They'll concoct stories. They'll put things out there with the aid of the intelligence community, like the Russia collusion agenda, like that thing. And then they get all the media that's on the left on board, and then they just repeat this mantra over and over: Russia collusion, Russia collusion, and then they'll pretend that they didn't say that he never won the election. Right. They pretend that they didn't question the election. They'll pretend that Hillary Clinton didn't do multiple speeches where she said that the election was stolen. Yeah. He's not a legitimate president. Russia stole the election with no evidence. Yeah. But when he questions the election, it's a threat to democracy. Right. It's just so convenient. And we live in this bizarre news cycle where there's information is coming at you so fast, you kind of forget about what the thing you were mad about 2 days ago that could affect the rest of the country for decades. Right. And you're just on to the next. I think in
particular in America, we're very hard on our politicians. And that's actually the idea of the country from the start is there's no kings here. Right. Right. And you go to other places in the world, people worship or pretend to worship their politicians. You can sort of see why someone would want to be in that position. When you see the crowds of people fainting over Hitler speeches and all that stuff, well, you can see why someone would want to have crowds fainting over them. In America, you get some admiration, but it kind of just looks like you get your life ruined.
Well, at least half the country's going to hate you. Yeah. Even a president that's popular like Obama, during his administration, at least half of the country hated him. Totally. And that's a horrible place to be. That's a horrible feeling to be that person and know that there's all these people that think you're a Muslim plant. You're born in Kenya.
You wear a tan suit and now it's on the news cycle how much of an idiot you are for wearing a tan suit.
A tan suit. I mean, it's a nice suit. Yeah. What is wrong with the color tan? Why does a suit have to be dark blue or black or whatever it is that everybody thinks it has to be? That's so bizarre. Because he could wear a tan shirt somewhere and give a speech like if he's, at his home or something like that, and he just addresses the press in a casual manner. That's fine. Right. When you're being serious, I want you to put on your serious outfit. Your serious outfit can't be tan.
Right. People ask me all the time why I don't get into politics, or people expect me to get into politics because
please don't.
They see me on The View. Well, thank you. You get it. You get it. No. They see me on something like The View and they say, wow, I like this guy. He keeps his cool under pressure. He stands for what I believe in. Why don't you run for office, man? And I'm like, are you crazy? Are you absolutely insane? Why would I do that to myself for such I even doubt how much change you could even have, frankly, which is why I, as much as I admire someone like RFK for his charisma, in the sense that he's the only candidate that if he talks for 5 minutes off the cuff, I find it really compelling.
I think he's very honest. I think he's on, whether you agree with him or disagree with him, I think he's very honest, and he's also very well read in everything that he talks about.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of things that are very uncomfortable to discuss that he discusses openly and willingly. And when you look at that man's background, and this is a thing that people choose to ignore when they want to talk about him as a conspiracy theorist. This is the big one. They always bring up conspiracy theorists. That guy stopped the polluting of the Hudson River. I mean, he was a very effective environmental attorney that was dedicated to making sure that corporations couldn't just wantonly pollute things because it was more profitable for them to not pay attention to where their waste goes.
Mm-hmm.
He held them to task, and he's one of the primary reasons why the Hudson River is clean.
Right.
That guy.
I've heard that. I never looked into it, but if true, it's very impressive. But beyond that, just in terms of charisma and speaking, nobody holds a candle to RFK, I think, who is neither Biden nor Trump, right? If you just say, give a 10-minute speech off the cuff, RFK is going to give a way more charismatic, way more interesting speech than either of them. Agreed?
Agreed.
So that's what I feel when I listen to him. At the same time, when I look throughout history, I somehow I have a blanket skepticism of how much change politicians can actually accomplish, even good ones, in a system like America's, where the president has intentionally very limited power over domestic policy. They can actually make a lot of change in foreign policy because they have kind of unilateral decision-making ability. And then secondly, I always check myself because I think the charismatic politicians are always the ones that are able to lead people into really dark corners. It's always the ones with charisma that are able to use that charisma power to get people to support things they never ordinarily would support.
Well, it's the old adage that no one who wants to be president should be allowed to be president.
Right. And Hitler had charisma, not from my perspective or your perspective, but as a historical fact, if we were Germans living at that time, we would experience those Hitler speeches that look silly to us as charisma.
Have you seen the Hitler speeches with AI translation into English?
No. It's in subtitles, but they put the voice into English?
They changed the voice,
wow.
Which is a new technology that they're actually employing with podcasts. Spotify now has the ability to take this podcast with you and me, and just for, I think it's like 30 seconds of your voice and my voice, they can have us speak fluent German, Spanish, and French now. And they're going to expand it to a bunch of different languages and just put podcasts out in different languages for different countries.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's fascinating. But so they did it with Hitler. You should watch it. We'll play it for you. Can we play it, or will we get in trouble? Let's find out. Because YouTube is so the jump. I can just say this, from just staying entirely on Spotify to now we're everywhere. Dealing with YouTube is so bizarre. Like, people can claim copyright for things that are 100% not theirs.
Interesting.
But if they claim it, then they can monetize your show. They take all the money from your show. So then you have to remove it, and then you have to fight it.
Right.
And you have to figure out, like, if you play 2 seconds of a song, is it 2 seconds? How many seconds?
2 seconds. It's like over 6 or something.
Okay. 6 seconds of a song. They claim they can monetize your entire podcast.
Yeah.
It's fucking bizarre.
That's crazy.
Well, it's dumb. It's dumb. There's things that you should be able to talk about. If there's a popular song, you're like, wet ass pussy. Like, look at the moral decline of America. Right. Listen to this. Right. I don't cook. I don't clean. I got this wet ass pussy. It's like, you should be able to play that and just go, what the fuck are we doing? This is wild.
Right.
And entertaining and fun and a great song. But so this is Hitler, and this is also AI enhanced, colorized too, which is interesting. But this is, so when we would hear Hitler speak, You know, I was like, we got to crush the enemies and kill the Jews. That's all I thought it was.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
A lot of it is.
Let me start with the 8
Yeah.
seconds of the original.
Yeah, give me the original. Yeah.
Meine Arbeit für Richtiges. Ob du glaubst, dass ich fleißig gewesen bin.
Okay, stop right there. Pause. I hear that.
Mein Wort.
I hear. Hold on. I'm sorry. I hear that. I get terrified.
Oh yeah, because all of German sounds terrifying.
Well, yeah, it's
Yeah, to the English ear, yeah.
It's such a
Right.
It's such a aggressive language,
Yeah.
you know. And when you hear Hitler yelling it, it's so aggressive.
Right.
And then when you hear what he's actually saying, you're like, oh, this is like a regular politician.
My word for correctness. Whether you believe that I have been diligent, that I have worked, that I have advocated for you in these years, that I have been decent, I have spent my time in service of my people. Now cast your vote. If yes, then stand up for me as I have stood up for you.
That's incredibly creepy.
Bizarre, right?
Oh my God.
Very bizarre.
Wow.
Because we have these misconceptions, these preconceived notions, because of obviously all the evil things he actually wound up doing.
Yeah.
Which are real.
But also just the cultural filter of the way German sounds to the American ear. It's a harsh language.
Yes. Well, there's many languages like that. We just don't have a cultural context to put that, especially the sounds. Have you heard German Arabic?
No. What's that?
This is Muslims speaking with their German, so they have a German accent, and they're speaking in Arabic.
Okay,
and it's very strange because it's like you're hearing both things,
right?
You know, and then there's also people that are Muslims that are speaking in Germany, and they're talking about Islamic issues in German. It's strange because you're looking at this Islamic cleric speaking German. You're like, yo, this is wild.
Wow.
There's something about those. Japanese is another one when someone is like very aggressive.
I find Japanese beautiful.
It's beautiful.
But I grew up watching a lot of anime, and I think that influences it.
Well, I was influenced heavily by Japanese culture as a kid, obviously with martial arts, and but also by Miyamoto Musashi, who, when I was a young man, like that book, the Book of Five Rings, was like essentially my guidebook for life.
What is that about?
It's a book of strategy by this man, Miyamoto Musashi. And Miyamoto Musashi was a Ronin who killed 60 men in one-on-one combat. And he was like arguably the most famous. He's my whole right sleeve is Miyamoto Musashi. And he wrote this book, The Book of Five Rings. And it was essentially calling for a balanced life to perfect your craft, no matter what it is. But he was essentially saying that for someone to be a great warrior, you also have to be a great poet. You have to be able to do calligraphy. You have to be able to do art. You have to have a balance. You can't just be this like angry, emotional killing machine. You will not see everything. You must be balanced. And this is a guy that's speaking from intense, actual experience. Sword fighting people, which is probably the most intimate way to kill a man. And he got so good at it, sometimes he would show up with wooden swords and kill people with wooden swords because he just didn't feel like their technique was good enough for him to justify using an actual sword. So he'd beat them to death with oars. So they would come at him with a sword, and he would have like an oar from a boat, and he would just fuck them up with an oar.
Jesus Christ.
He was a fascinating guy.
But I can see how you kind of reflect that. I mean, you're like this big guy, and you do mixed martial arts, but you also do yoga, and you pay attention to the world, and so that kind of makes sense that that's where you come from.
That was my guidebook. Because when I was a young man and I was fighting, I was trying to figure out how to control my emotions and my anxiety, and what's the most effective way to approach something that's absolutely terrifying. Like, how can you approach it? Because you have to be scared. Because if you're not scared, you lose your edge. You have to have an edge. Like, every time that I ever competed where I was like overconfident, I fought terribly. Even if I won, I was very, very ashamed of my performance. You have to be scared. And it's something that no one wants to be. No one wants to be scared. It's an awful feeling. Before you're competing, you're like, why am I even fucking doing this? Like, why am I risking my literal life for no money to do this thing that's fucking insane? Like, I'm going to go out there and kick someone in the face. And they're going to try to kick me in the face. And if I get hit, I'm going unconscious. I'm going to the hospital. So I read a bunch of psychology books. I read a bunch of self-help books. I read a lot of Anthony Robbins stuff. I read a lot of different things, trying to figure out what's the best way to manage the mind. But the thing that I really gravitated towards was this one book because of the history of this man and the way that he speaks. And he has this quote that I use all the time. And if you've heard it before, I'm sorry, but I'm going to say it again. Once you know the way broadly, you can see it in all things. And this was what I applied. I think you can apply it to many disciplines in life. But it's understanding that to get great at something, to really understand something, it requires this intensive observation of what the thing is, what your flaws are, what your strengths are, and approach it in this very balanced way. And if you can do that, if you can really know the way, you could apply that to everyththing you do, whether it's learning how to play guitar or chess or anything, or calligraphy or writing books, whatever it is. You can apply that to all things.
So what you said about being scared and how that's useful, you need to feel that in order to perform at the highest level. It always makes me think of the Christopher Nolan Batman, where he has to, the Bane Batman, where he has to take off the rope in order to have the adrenaline to jump far enough to get out of the cave. Do you remember that scene?
I do not.
Oh yeah, it's a brilliant scene and a brilliant message, because Bane beats Batman, puts him at the bottom of this deep pit, and he's trying to get out so he can go back to Gotham and save everyone from the atomic bomb that's going to go off there. And he keeps jumping, and there's this one jump he has to make that he keeps failing, and the prisoners have a way of doing it where they tie a rope around your waist so that when you inevitably fall, as everyone always does, they've been trying to get out of this prison for years. Some people have been stuck here their whole life. But there's a legend of a child that did it. A child. No one's been able to figure out how they replicate it. So they try it with the rope all the time. And then one of the elder statesmen of the scene says, well, I heard the way that the child did it is that they didn't use the rope. And you have to fear death in order for your body to give you the necessary fuel and material to land the jump.
Yeah, there's a reason why you get scared. You need to be scared. There's a reason. You know, Cus D'Amato, who is Mike Tyson's trainer, famously said that fear is like a fire. You can cook food with it, or if you let it run amok, it'll burn your house down.
Yeah. And I say, not to bring it back to The View, but I do sometimes feel that about live television. I feel that when I know it's live, and I know I'm not getting a second chance, and I'm not getting can you cut that out, and millions of people are going to see this, my brain goes into a different mode of aliveness. Knowing what the stakes are. And I think it probably causes me to perform better than normal.
That's stand-up comedy too,
I imagine. I imagine.
There's a lot of things like that. You have to be scared. I get nervous every time I go on stage. I've been doing comedy forever. I have to. I've done it when I don't get nervous. I don't do as well. I need to get nervous. I get myself nervous. I pace. I move around. I stretch. I go over my notes. I think about. I can ramp my brain up. I think you have to. I think you have to with anything that's very difficult to do. I think maybe there's some people that are just on a certain spectrum of consciousness that are able to just like go zen and go into a thing. And maybe there's different things that don't get you scared, that maybe being scared would be detrimental to those things because you'd make quicker judgments instead of measured and calculated. Because the thing about being scared, it's generally things that are operating in a time constraint. So you have this time constraint that's happening that also gives you a certain amount of anxiety. There's a beginning and an end of every round, for instance, and each round is, in kickboxing where I was doing, it was 3 minutes. In MMA, it's 5 minutes. And so you have this time constraint. You have that. You have how many rounds you're going to have to do. That's in the back of your head. You have all these things that keep you from being zen. There's all these things that and the live aspect of it, and everyone's watching. That's another thing. That's another element.
What about archery and shooting? Those are probably the opposite, right?
Well, bow hunting is very much that. Bow hunting.
In the sense you want to be anxious a little bit?
Yeah, you're going to be, no matter what. You will be anxious, but you must be able to perform at your best and handle that anxiety. And there's a bunch of different methods that people use to avoid open loop thought processes. So an open loop thought process is like swinging a bat. You really can't stop the bat once you're swinging it. You're swinging with all your might, and it's just this open loop, right? A closed loop process is something where you're in control of it every step of the way. Like, for instance, me opening up this thing. I can stop right there. I don't just go, I can't, it's not like a thing that I can't control. You can control it. And so when you're in a shooting situation with it, like with archery, you have to think entirely about the process of shooting. You can't just go now, because you'll be filled with anxiety. You'll move your arm, you'll twitch. You have to be able to stay rock steady with something that's not very steady. The beautiful thing about archery is the perfection of doing something that's almost impossible to perfect. So when you can have these brief moments where that arrow does launch and goes right into that target, right where the X is, this immense sense of elation, accomplishment. But now when you're dealing with an animal, then you have all these other consequences. Like, you don't want to wound the animal. You want to be able to hit it and kill it very quickly with one shot. And you have to practice thousands and thousands of arrows. And then there's this one moment. It's not like fighting where you have multiple opportunities to hit a guy. You can move, you can step to the side. This is the one moment that the fight has actually happened. But there's a lot of moments in the fight. When you release that arrow, that is one moment. So you might have worked 11 months, 3 weeks, and 6 days for this one moment. And you've been planning this elk hunt for the whole year. You've gotten in shape for it. You practice all these arrows. But when that elk steps out from between those trees at 60 yards and you're at full draw, you have to center that pin right where its vitals are, and you have to release a perfect arrow. It's very, very hard to do.
I've only gone shooting, I think, twice or maybe 3 times. And just that moment right before.
Yes.
Your body flinches in this way. And so how does one get past that?
You have to train. Training is very important. You have to train with purpose. Like my friend Tim Kennedy, when he shoots on a range, he puts dummy rounds in his gun. So he'll have like 10 rounds that are real, and then 1 dummy round, and then 6 rounds that are real. And he never knows where the dummy round is.
What's the point of that?
So when you're squeezing the trigger, you want to have like a completely flat squeezing of the trigger. You don't want to do this. You don't want to yank in anticipation of the recoil.
Right.
And that's part of the problem with guns. You flinch in anticipation of the recoil.
Right.
And when that bullet goes out of that gun, that flinch left or right over the course of 100 yards could be a foot, 2 feet off.
Hey. Dos Santos, how you living, pimp? Can you hear me? Dos Santos, can you fucking hear me, dog? Yo, dog, do you know how much of a pimp I am? I'm the West Side Gangster. Yo, I'm talking to you, and you're being a little bitch. Hey, everybody, my name's Dos Santos, and I'm sucking cock. Hey, everybody. My name's Dos Santos, and I'm sucking cock. Yo. Dos Santos. Hey, how you doing, everybody? My name is Dos Santos, and I suck up. Like, oh, everybody knows the Dos Santos. Dos Santos, subscribe. Yo, look at this athleticism, kids. Fucking unbelievable. Oh, da 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 da. Yeah, unbelievable. Dun, 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 dun. UEFA. I think UEFA sucks cock. And everybody knows it. Yo, you ever take a shit? I like how it echoes. Oh, that's so sick. Remember when I would be like, hey, everybody, my name is Rabbi. Yo, dog. Oh, my God. I'm gonna get some shit. 44. Cool, man. I'm 44. Orange Jam D. Come for any day. Come inside my vagina. Pergina. 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 Orange Jam D. Come for any day. Ruin. Pergina. Hey everybody, remember that time when I was just being a douche? Scale 1 to 10. Oh, George Tenet. Pergina. Pergina. Sick. Hey everybody, my name is Pissardo, and I suck cock. Everybody knows that Pissardo sucks cock. Wiki. Oh. It was a hell of a yawn. Hey everybody, I'm laying down epoxy. Check them out, everybody. Laying down epoxy. Making it look amazing. Hey everybody, want to see me lay down epoxy? Suck this dick. Yo, it should be going. Oh, that was so sick. Remember that time, Rabbi, when you're like, whoa. Yeah. Alright. So sick. Must have made time. Hey, legend. Yo, I hope everybody's doing well. I'm a pimp. Just want everybody to know that. Miss Soul, welcome. Been working. Legend Diamond Hands. How y'all doing? Living like pimps? Yo, I remember something. Oh, dog. This shit sucks. Yo. This is fun. Yo. Shit. Yo. Look at this. That's edited. Shit ever. Wait. Look at this one. I'm struck in the blues band. Yo. Sickest shit ever. Sickest shit ever. Whoa. Everybody love you now. Everybody love you now. Yo.
Scientists would say to you, Thomas Paine, hey, you're an actor. About the second law of thermodynamics and facts about you have no right to do that, and they will just ridicule, try to shut you up, and as they have done with the UFO topic for a long time, to ridicule scientists who take it seriously. It is a powerful weapon, you know that to be true. telepathy, remote viewing, eye phenomenon, radical work, great scientific, rigorous work in the field. And, of course, there's stories of alien telepathy, these abductees and experience contacting. And this is over and over. We hear about the aliens have this telepathic communication. Well, that kind of got me looking into it. I read about this woman named Diana Tennessee Powell, who also studies telepathy, but she studies telepathy in savants, autistic savants, young kids who are extremely autistic. In fact, they're so autistic that they are nonverbal, right? And for somehow, in her studies and other people as well, these kids are incredibly telepathic. She's written a book. She's also published a few papers. She's written looking into Diane Powell's work with autistic children and the phenomenon. What it points to is that there's a natural proclivity in the human brain that is unlocked to for special cases, autistic kids, also others. And then we got remote viewing, which is similar, but it allows access, precognitive access to information that is sort of not normal, right? So it's not electromagnetically derived. This information is somehow being obtained from like what we call an information field that appears to be that our brains appear to have access to. And that unlocks. Think about that. If we think about a society of conscious, intelligent beings who have access to telepathy and remote viewing, if remote viewing naturally, say it's 80%, we get an 80% hit rate, or 60%, whatever it is, that can be increased through technology, right? We look at phenomenon of sudden savants, people who have had brain injuries, got hit on the head, and they wake up and they have these incredible abilities, non-normal abilities, super abilities that have been unlocked for what they call sudden savant syndrome. Then what we're looking at is a natural proclivity of the brain that where telepathy and remote viewing exists that can be enhanced through technology and genetic engineering, and that these creatures live in a different reality than what I call our society is divided society. We're divided because we live in this private cage of consciousness where we can't even prove that anyone outside of our own consciousness is conscious, right? And yet, this civilization has access to telepathy and remote viewing in a very different reality. One of the main consequences of that is secrecy. In a world where knowledge is power, our world, secrecy is king.
Let me tell you, for a world champion, you know,
It's no accident, I think, that a lot of the people who've been really
This animation will show you how you can drill a triangular hole. The process of doing so is actually so beautiful. Even if you're not an engineer, you have to praise whoever thought of this. With a laser, you precisely cut one side of the triangle. Then with the same dimensions, you cut the other side as well. Doing that will give you this. And if you fix this in a triangle, it will be engineered to perfectly slide around each square inch of the triangle. Now with the help of a gear, you can mechanically move it around in a swift manner. But this isn't quite enough to cut out a shape. So by trimming the sides so that makes it sharp on both ends, it will give you a blade that once bit with a gear and a drill will allow you to cut a triangular hole. Absolute masterpiece. What do you think?
And they did not cook them yet. I really got good credit here.
He's saying we can make it like this.
I think you and us. Bro, this guy is messing with us, right? There's no way. This isn't a real thing.
Oh my god, I would never do that. I don't catch one.
What is going on? So he grabbed the fish, he put it in the salad, he pinches it together with the salad. What is going on?
No, I want to know what it does. I don't know what it does.
Living like a pimp. Wah, wah, wah.
Visit discovertheforest.org. Forest Service and the
Guys, this is Peggy, aka Mary Fitz.
Nothing like a Frank Western.
West of the Rockies, toll-free. Call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Nick. As Brian Setzer of Rockies starred as the best song from the soundtrack to the Kill Shot. Is an excellent novel-lettered novel, and that movie starred. Today, we're talking to Thomas about space in a moment.
Look at this whistle. Drinks. Motherfucker don't stop. Can't stop. Won't stop. Rockefeller.
System. Explore IoT, cancer, organic software. So, on nature's plan, it's free strong. But you can worry about enjoying TVs and some shelf stable and mess free. All nutrients taste absolutely delicious. Save up to 54% off nature's blend and receive a free bag of our Krispies. Go to drmartinpets.com/post. Exposed to 511. Exposed to 511. All dogs can. Suffer from headaches, general inflammation, or arthritis. Millions do, while taking traditional drugs engineered to treat symptoms and create ongoing sales. Introducing 5-1 novel iPod-sized device using pulse resonance frequency to achieve study-backed results on par, or in many cases better than traditional drugs. Magnetic frequency therapy from Vive, whose founder happens to be a rocket scientist, not a sales scientist. Eye-opening study data. And Vives now for only $249 at NoDrugTherapy.com. While crime is committed every 24 seconds, the U.S. Concealed Carry Association exists to provide you with firearms education, training, and access to self-defense liability insurance. So when trouble comes, you'll be ready. Over 800,000 Americans trust the USCCA, and right now, there's an exclusive limited-time offer for radio listeners. Go to defendfamily.com to get a free family defense guide, a survival secrets training video from a retired FBI agent, and see all the benefits of membership. Go to defendfamily.com now. Thomas Paine, a human's guide to visiting aliens. What's the status? When might it come out?
I'm editing that right now. Making notes on it for like you said, about 7 years or so. But really started writing the book a couple years ago. And, I've got a day job, so on my time off, I've been working on this sucker. I've finished it, editing it. So I'm going to be out sometime, maybe early next year.
Well, when it comes out, you're welcome here. We'll talk the heck out of it and run it. Let me ask you about the Hollywood Disclosure Alliance, how that came to be, and what you hope it accomplishes.
Well, I guess like we started the conversation about stories that we tell ourselves being really important. We define ourselves based on the stories that we tell ourselves. So if we can start to inject a sense of reality into art, film, television stories about aliens, visiting aliens. There's so many great stories told. They're historic.
doesn't hurt to be cautious about it. You have to be careful what you wish for. I mean, in the mist, we have a dimensional portal that opens up. It doesn't go well for humans for a while. Right?
It might not go well, but I think that like I call it, a cosmic ecology would have to begin to manage civilizations like ours who are developing technology that puts us on their doorstep, right? We're not that far off anti-gravity. And that might, we might be entering their domain with our nuclear weapons, with our primitive ideas, with our war-like mentality. They might not go, so they might be that. And here's the kicker: we might not be the only ones. If there's all these different advanced civilizations visiting us, that would imply there are thousands of other lesser advanced civilizations on other planets who are at similar levels of technology. So that would imply that they would probably have to get some kind of program in place to manage, monitor, perhaps manipulate civilizations like ours in order to ensure the cosmic ecology they live in is not threatened.
We tend to agree with that. Let's take a call or two. First time caller, Alan in Auburn, California. Hi, Alan. You're on the Thomas Gate.
George, Mr. James, honor, privilege to talk to you. I want to tell you that this is one of my favorite movies, and your performance in that film, I don't think there's an actor on earth that has turned in a better and more compelling performance. This is about work, this film is about that, and we think you would have been a nominee. Thank you. That's a great film. The other question I have for you is, you mentioned earlier a big fan of horror genre, is that correct? Oh, yeah. Are you familiar with H.P. Lovecraft? Of course, absolutely. As a massive Walton of Men. How would you that? I had heard that there was going to be a production of the Walton of Madness, but it was derailed it. I've often thought that no film that I've seen has really done justice to those stories H.P. Lovecraft wrote. Is there anything you know of in the works that might be, coming available? And I tell you that the genre that he created, which you can call cosmic horror is very difficult to film. I think that today with our digital technology, we might have a shot at doing something like that, but traditionally cosmic horror is sort of existential horror and doubt. I'd love to see more Lovecraft put onto the big screen, and I think it's possible. I think you have to be smart about it, pull it off in a convincing way. But I do think we have the technology to do that these days, and I'm with you. I'd love to see some more Lovecraft.
Thanks, Alan. Appreciate it. The Expanse was a really ambitious sci-fi project. You were really great in it. What happened to that?
Well, the only reason we continued was, Sci-Fi Channel shut it down. That was their largest production they'd ever done. They ran out of money, and they were like, we can't afford this anymore. Bezos was a foreman of the show, and he's like, no, you guys can't cancel that. And he just picked it up and said, come on, bring it over to Amazon. We'll finish it off. When the pandemic hit, and everybody kind of freaked out. So we were one season shy of concluding that story. But those authors have done a couple of side projects based on characters from the Expanse. And I'd love to see a movie or two based on the characters from the Expanse.
I've heard that Bezos has a couple of dollars floating around. Maybe he could just begin to write a check and keep that going.
It's high time to do something like that.
West of the Rockies, Aaron in Fountain Valley, California. Hi, Aaron. You're on the Thomas Gate.
Hi, thank you. Hi, Thomas Gate. I love you as Detective Miller in the Expanse. Thank you. I want to know what aspect you think of the world is more nothing. And then I also think about the suppression of invention. You know, one guy comes to mind. You know, everybody's worried about the environment. Well, back in the 70s, there's a man named Thomas Ogle. He was fiddling around with a lawnmower one day in the 1970s, and he discovered a simple hack that extended the mileage of a combustion engine lawnmower, which he then put onto his car. And it got his car 205 miles an hour, right? So he tried to do that because he thought, you know, the 70s was also everybody complaining about gas shortages. So he tried to patent that. He was shot shortly after attempting to patent his invention, and he was later found dead of an overdose of alcohol and pills, right? And we've got dozens of such incidents. I'm sure all the folks that are listening know all about this. You know, who would have thought that being a genius inventor would be such a dangerous occupation? This is suppression that we're taking, and it ties it right in.
Thank you, Aaron. You know, makes you wonder how much, what kind of advancements we have made toward, say, anti-gravity when we're flying around up there that's ours. The implication from Arrow is that all this stuff in the sky is now explainable. You know, I saw it earlier about the pushback. It's very real. I mean, they're doing their best to discourage Congress, media, and science from asking questions. Oh yeah, all those hundreds of cases that were unexplainable before, they're explainable now. I don't believe it, you know.
Right, all of the feeling of suppression that exists in order to kind of keep the system going, right? This old system. So again, you know, we're headed for a revolution. This is part of it. We need to buck up against these guys and break down the walls. And my belief is that it's the European phenomenon that can do that. It's kind of our Hail Mary. It's a big one.
And of course, the secrecy in a way starts with them. They wanted to let us know they could do it in a way that was going to be indisputable and undeniable, but they don't, for whatever reason.
That's a great point, and I think that's because we have to do this at our own speed. It has to be internally. You know, we have to go to it, i.e. the phenomenon will not come to us. It let us know that it exists. It continues to let us know on a daily basis.
listen up if it's in the long term, that we'll be able to figure this stuff out, and that the keepers of the secrets will not prevail.
But there's a time limit. I'm an optimist, but we must acknowledge that there's a time limit to, we don't have forever to figure this out. I don't think we have 100 years. I don't think we have 50 years. And this is happening for a reason today, because we need to figure this out and push this through now. We don't have a lot of time. I think that, my talk and contact doesn't result with world collide. I feel like we're in the process of a couple of different collisions that are heading our way. And unless we kind of wake up to reality, we might not make it. So yes, I'm an optimist. I think we can figure it out. Will we? That's why we're doing shows like this.
Well, I appreciate you being here. There's so much more I'd like to ask you about. I'd love to hear about your experiences in contact. If that was your first time at a UFO conference, or at least as a speaker, we'll save that for the next time. And we'll be looking for your book, Human's Guide to Visiting Aliens, coming maybe next year. And then Trapo, Season 2 on Amazon Prime, coming up in a couple of days, right?
That's right. 25th.
Thanks a lot. Thanks so much. You're welcome to reach out anytime. You're always welcome here, and I hope to talk to you again.
This was so fun. I can scratch this off my bucket list, George. Thank you so much.
All right. Namaste. Thanks. Coming up, Dr. Arena Scott talking about the messages of the apocalypse coming from these visitors, wherever they are. We're going to the break with Randy Foster. Nobody wins.
What is athleticism? Fucker. This is just the most horseshit shit of all time. Oh shit. Yes, athleticism. Never seen anything so athletic. Rabbi be shitting himself. Yo. Remember when this thing sucked? Dude, that sucks. That shit sucks. What in the fuck, dog? Yo. Remember that time I thought Don Santos was in there? He wasn't. And it sucked.
Cast members, migrate tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Employees at Disneyland have voted in favor of going on strike. For unions representing 14,000 cast members have a 99%.
He hits him with combinations like he's on a different speed. Like there's a 45 record and a 78. He's doing something different. He's moving in a way that's so precise, and he knows many steps. If I do this, you're going to do that. And if I step this way, you're going to go that way. And he's got all this programmed in his head, and he's not what he calls smashing buttons. He calls, like, a lot of people, they're smashing buttons when they're playing a game. You know, they don't even really exactly know what each button is doing, but they're trying to win by smashing buttons. It's like a lot of people fight that way. He goes, I fight with precision. It's like, it's important. He's like, a lot of people hit harder than me, but I have precision. Watch this KO. This is a beautiful thing to watch if you appreciate combat sports and if you know how good Derek Brunson is. So Derek Brunson is, like, very physically strong. Right here, he's trying to take Adesanya down because Derek, top tier wrestler, and so they separate them. Something happened. I think Derek was grabbing his shorts or something. They get mad at each other, and so this is where Adesanya pieces him up.
I didn't even realize you're doing something.
So he's avoiding the takedowns here. Derek is, you know, a real powerhouse as a wrestler, but Adesanya is a striking virtuoso. So then he starts putting it on him. So Derek is just frantically trying to get this fight to the mat every chance he gets. The combinations, just perfect. Look at this. Watch this. He's just piecing him up, just connecting.
Incredible.
So when you're in that space, when you're, like, in a cage with that guy, one of two things is going to happen. Either you're going to go, I can't do that. I'm not that good. He just fucked me up. Clearly, I'm 34 years old. I'm never going to get as good as that guy. Or you become a fucking maniac and you go to the gym Monday morning and you're drilling everything. And you have this new frequency that you've experienced. You've experienced this championship level fighter. And you realize these guys you've been beating, they're good, but this is what it's like to be in there with an all-time great.
Right.
And you either get great yourself, which many, like I said, Robert Whitaker has done, or you don't. Or you just kind of, like, decide that you're a journeyman now.
Yeah.
You're never going to be a champion.
That's sort of what happened with the Dream Team. Did you see that documentary they did?
No.
They did a great, actually, the Redeem Team, as it was called. Remember when the U.S. basketball team lost, was it to Spain in the finals of the Olympics?
Right.
And then 4 years later, obviously, all Americans that care about basketball have an extreme ego that we are the best country for basketball.
Right.
Which is true. But the rest of the world is catching up. I mean, these European guys were getting better and better, and I think there was American complacency. And the Dream Team lost, which was a huge blow to everyone who cared about basketball and to the pride of the NBA. And then 4 years later, you had what they were calling the Redeem Team. There's LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, Kobe Bryant, and so forth. And basically everyone except Kobe got up to training. And they were all they thought that they were motivated. They thought that they had a chip on their shoulders. They thought we're in the right headspace to redeem the country. And then Kobe got there and they realized they were being silly, right? Like Kobe, they were going to practice, they were doing their thing, and then they were going out clubbing. And then when they were getting home at 3 a.m. from clubbing, they would see Kobe getting up to go to the gym. And when they saw that, then they all started doing Kobe's regimen, and they're like, that's a whole different level.
Wow.
And then they won handily, and that's the story. It's a great documentary.
It's interesting how the rest of the world starts catching up with certain things. You know, it used to be in boxing that amateur boxing was dominated by Americans. It was for the longest time. And something happened somewhere along the way. First of all, the issue was always communist bloc countries, right? Teofilo Stevenson is one of the best examples of that. He was an elite world champion from Cuba, and people had always wanted him to fight Muhammad Ali. Like, oh my God, what would it be like if Teofilo Stevenson fought Muhammad Ali? Because he was beating everybody in boxing as a heavyweight. But he was Cuban, and he was communist, and he fought for the Olympic team, period. And that was it. And he never defected. Many boxers did, but he didn't. But so they have that advantage. They're being sponsored by the state. They get food and special training and special privileges if they win. And Yoel Romero, who's on the Cuban wrestling team, he explained that all to us here. It was an awesome podcast. Because Joey Diaz translated for Yoel, which is amazing.
Outrageous.
It was amazing. It was amazing. But the way he was saying the programs that they have, like the insane dedication they have, and then if you are of the elite, you get 3 meals a day. But if you're below that, you get 2 meals a day. And so you have this insane motivation that these young guys have. It's not just, I want to be great. It's like, I want more food. Yeah, crazy. Wow. Yeah, he's like, and you become a machine. So he described it. And to have this guy who's like a hulk of a man, he's so massive, and he fights at 185 pounds, or at least he used to. I have no idea how he got to 185 pounds. I was always baffled by his weight cut. Because he's enormous, you know. I mean, he's this like just specimen of a man. And so when he says, "And you become a machine," and you look at him, you're like, he is a fucking machine. I mean, that. So there was that in the Soviet bloc countries, but somewhere along the line, the Americans lost a lot of the dominance, and now there's these Eastern European fighters, and there's Russian fighters that are super elite, like very, very high level, and they come over to professional boxing, and there's quite a few of them from some of those war-torn countries like Chechnya. Like one of the scariest guys in the world right now is this guy Artur Bitterbeev. And he's the light heavyweight champion, and nobody wants to fight him. He's 19-0 with 19 knockouts. No one survives. Jesus. And he's got this seek and destroy style that's absolutely terrifying. He just comes at guys and never backs up, and he looks like a fucking terrifying human. He's built like a tank with that beard, you know, the lower beard that Muslims have. You know, he's just a monster, man. Just a monster.
So what's the latest with the Mike Tyson? Logan, was it Logan Paul or
Jake Paul? Jake's the really good
Tell me about that, because I saw that reported and I got super interested in it, but I haven't looked into it since.
I'm fascinating because it's going to happen, and there's nothing I can do to stop it from happening.
Do you want to stop it from happening?
I do not necessarily think it's a good idea for 57-year-old men to be fighting 27-year-old men. I think with skill, like if a 27-year-old me fought a 57-year-old Mike Tyson, yeah, he'd beat the fucking shit out of me. It'd be quick. But a 27-year-old Jake Paul, who can box and has very good power, and he's very fast, and he's young. He's going to be smaller than Mike. Mike will probably weigh 230 pounds-ish, and Jake will probably weigh 200 pounds-ish. He's fought, you know, I think he got as low as like 187 or 185 for some of his fights. He's a big guy, though. And he probably cuts weight to get there, and he won't cut weight for this at all. So maybe he will be similar in weight. Maybe he won't want to be because he'll want the speed. But he can knock people dead. He's a really good puncher, and he's a good boxer. Like, he's fought very good boxers, and he's knocked out a lot of former MMA stars, including like Tyron Woodley, who's one of the greatest welterweights of all time, and he flatlined him. He's really good.
So what is Mike Tyson's incentive to do this?
It's a lot of money, I'm sure. I'm sure they came to him with a lot of money. You know, people don't think Jake Paul's really good. Those people are all people that can't get by the fact that he's a YouTube guy. Like I had this argument with Dave Portnoy where he was trying to tell me he sucks, and Tommy Fury sucks. I'm like, he does not suck. Don't say he sucks. You don't know what you're talking about.
You might not like him, but you should separate that.
You can't. You can't say specifically Tommy Fury. He's like he fights bums. He's fighting this Tommy Fury guy. I go, you're incorrect. As a person who understands combat sports, this guy's very skilled. He's very skilled. He's a very elite boxer. Like I'm watching the combinations he throws, his movement, the way he steps and sets up shots, the way he's countering. He's a very high level boxer. He's a real professional caliber boxer. And Jake Paul, that was his first loss. But it was a close loss. So Jake Paul's a really good boxer, and he knocks a lot of people unconscious. And if he wasn't Jake Paul, the YouTube guy, just this wild kid coming up in the middleweight ranks or the light heavyweight ranks or whatever, cruiserweight, I guess he's in, you would go, holy shit, look at this guy. This guy's fun. He's wild. He wears all this flashy jewelry. He's got crazy tattoos everywhere, and he knocks people unconscious. And he's knocked a bunch of former MMA champions unconscious. Wow. Knocked Ben Askren unconscious, which is, Ben Askren was not really a striker, but the point is, like, Nate Simmons, that basketball player, did you see that fight?
No.
Oh my God, dude. This is when I was telling people, I'm like, hey man, he can fight. Like really fight. I know Nate is a basketball player and he's like really athletic and probably out of his element in a boxing match, but he took it because he really believes in himself. But Jake Paul is actually a better boxer. Like, watch what he does, the way he does it, the way he lands these shots. These are real punches. They're like elite caliber of technique. Like he's got the thing. He's got, first of all, he's got one punch knockout power, which is odd. It's an odd thing to have. Not everybody gets it. So you could go like some of the greats, like Julio Cesar Chavez, one of the greatest of all time, did not have one punch knockout power. Would beat you down slowly but surely with a barrage of punches, just constantly moving, perfectly placed combinations, but he would wear your ass down over 3, 4, 5 rounds, and eventually you just crumble over the weight of the blows. You can't hit him; he's destroying you. Mike Tyson's a one-punch killer. Deontay Wilder's the greatest one-puncher of all time.
Tyson is such a genetic freak that his 57 may not have declined from his prime as much as a normal person?
Yes, and science. So here's the difference. A 57-year-old today is on testosterone replacement
That's
therapy.
the other thing I was going to ask. Yeah.
It's not 57 in the Jack Johnson days. We're talking about 57 in the days of biological engineering. You're able to do all kinds of stuff with his human growth hormone levels, with the use of peptides, with the use of testosterone. The difference between a young man and an old man, there's a bunch of them, right? But a lot of it is hormonal. A lot of it is like how much you've been using the body. There's older people that are in incredible shape that don't do anything like as far as hormone replacement. They have just never stayed off the grind, and they're diligent with their nutrition and their supplementation, and they sleep well and they drink a lot of water, and they're in incredible shape, like deep into their 50s. Those are rare. Those are the outliers, right? But a 57-year-old today that's on hormone replacement, and you're eating well and taking a lot of vitamins and creatine, and you're using all these strategies like red light therapy and saunas and cold plunge. That's a different thing, man. And Mike Tyson's that different thing.
Right.
Like he could fuck him up. It could be one of those fights where Mike Tyson gets him in a corner and connects with a punch, and Jake Paul just goes limp. He's still that guy. If you watch him hit mitts, the thing is, can he close the gap? Can he move?
As a quickness point.
He has problems with his back. He's had sciatic problems to the point where a year or so ago he was walking with a cane. Now, what sciatica is your nerves are getting pushed. So something's pushing on your nerves. It could be a bulging disc. It could be a bunch of different things, but that's an issue. It's a real issue that can become chronic, especially when you're going through a long and intensive training camp like he's going through now up to July 20th. But when I look at him hit the pads, and he's hitting pads with this guy, Rafael Cordeiro, who's a legendary MMA trainer. He comes from Shoot the Box in Brazil. Curitiba, Brazil created like one of the wildest, most aggressive mixed martial arts fighters ever. Anderson Silva, Vanderlei Silva, Murilo Shogun. All these guys who came out of there were monsters. And Rafael Cordeiro is from that camp. He was an elite Thai boxer, and then he became an elite MMA trainer. And so he's the guy working with Mike Tyson. And so he's holding mitts with Mike Tyson, and Mike Tyson is smashing those mitts.
That's what I saw in that
So this
video,
is like right now, 57-year-old. See if you can find some of that. Not the older stuff, but the newer stuff. It's because it's on his Instagram. And,
looked pretty serious.
Yeah, he's like, day 2, still want to fuck with me?
Yeah.
He's like,
I'm 100% rooting for Mike Tyson.
Oh, of course.
Obviously.
Of course. Everybody should be. And, Jake Paul is, he's probably a little scared. As much as he thinks he's the younger guy, and he's a tough guy, and he's a really good boxer, and he'd probably be able to do. Look at this.
Yeah.
Give me some volume.
Terrifying.
It was okay. You tell me what you got in store, baby. You got to feed the God of War. And get ready, baby. Fire in the house.
That's still Mike Tyson.
Yeah, that's still what I see in my nightmares.
And that is a guy who's on testosterone. That's a guy who's on human growth hormone.
Gotta be, right?
Gotta be.
Yeah.
I mean, I never asked him, but I couldn't imagine he would try to do this without, and I couldn't imagine he would be able to keep that physique. Like, he got heavy for a while.
This was updated today in USA Today.
The fight must still be approved. Oh, interesting.
It's only been announced on the calendar for the AT&T Stadium.
Interesting.
They've not been approved by the Texas board yet.
Interesting. Well, there's probably going to be a lot of pressure for them to not approve it, just based on his age. The age gap is 30 years, which is just wild.
Right.
But there is a difference between Mike Tyson and a regular person. There just is.
I listened to your podcast with Kurt Metzger, who I know, and I've been on his podcast, had a great time on his pod.
He's a fun dude.
He is. But I think I disagree with you both kind of on the Israel issue. On the idea, there was one point where you were kind of saying it's almost as if the Jews are doing what was done to them.
Well,
as if it's genocide.
I'm saying that when you're killing 30,000 innocent civilians in response to something that killed 1,200 innocent civilians, and you're continuing to bomb an area into oblivion, which is what it looks like when you're looking at Gaza. There's many people that have made the argument that that is at least the steps of genocide or a form of genocide. You're destroying thousands and thousands of people's homes and killing them.
So when you say 30,000 civilians, it's not 30,000 civilians that have been killed, though.
How many thousands have been killed?
So according to Gaza Health Ministry, which it is run by Hamas, the number they have is 32,000, but they don't distinguish between Hamas and civilians.
How many members of Hamas are there?
40,000, something like that. I don't think the number is known, but it's tens of thousands. So Hamas says 32,000 people have been killed, civilians and soldiers. Israel says 13,000 soldiers have been killed by Israel. So if you let's not doubt either number. They could both be inflated. But if both of those numbers are accurate, which they may or may not be, that would be 13,000 soldiers killed, 19,000 civilians killed, which for urban combat in the Middle East is a very normal ratio.
I see what you're saying. If you wanted to look at it cold and objectively, yeah.
But I hope it doesn't come across cold because.
But it's mostly women and children that are dying. That are dying because they're in a place where these terrorists are. Right. I mean, it's not
because the terrorists on purpose embed themselves with the civilian population, which is a war crime.
Right, which is a strategy that they have clearly employed. When you see them, and when the IDF went into that hospital and found Hamas
just recently.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's real. It's not just a conspiracy theory. We know that that's real. But you're still talking about 20,000, whatever it is, of innocent people getting bombed into the Stone Age. And then there's this, what are the pressures that are being put on people that are trying to deliver aid? How difficult is it?
So my understanding of the aid issue, and I've looked into it quite a bit, is that the aid is getting into Gaza. They've gotten over 1/4 ton of food into Gaza since the beginning of the war, which is pretty similar to the food that was getting in. The problem is it's not getting to the people. Especially in the north, because the north is a war zone. So it's getting through the border. Israel's allowing it in. But then what happens is the IDF doesn't control the delivery. The delivery is controlled by humanitarian organizations like UNRWA and just a whole bevy of humanitarian organizations. And they have these aid convoys going to people, but then Hamas hijacks it, random gang of people, Palestinians hijack it, hungry civilians hijack it, and it's an absolute mess in terms of distributing the aid. And that's why you see, and there was a problem in the war in Iraq too.
What was the case when it was being reported? It's very difficult to know when, you know, you're getting the Hamas version of a story and then you're getting the Israeli version of a story. What happened when there was the aid truck and people started getting shot?
The one last night?
No, it was a while ago.
Oh, okay. So yes, that
one.
That was a couple weeks ago. That I don't have the full detailed version up to date of what happened there, but I believe it had something to do with a clash between the IDF and other Palestinians that were involved in distributing the aid. Because what you have is you have Hamas, but you also have powerful families in Gaza that you could call them sort of criminal syndicates or whatever, but they're powerful, important families as well that are also taking the aid sometime. And these are the families that if Israel is allowed and goes into Rafah and defeats Hamas, one of the possibilities is that they want to get these powerful Palestinian families to take over the Gaza Strip. And these people are also involved in the distribution of aid, or in the hoarding of aid, or in the stealing of aid, or in the taking of aid and then selling it for very high prices on the secondary market, which is why it may not be getting to everyone in the north.
So it's those the people that the Israeli soldiers shot?
No, I think it turned into it could have been a panic firefight, and they killed civilians.
What caused the panic firefight?
I don't think there's details. That I don't know.
So the accusation was that they were shooting people that were trying to get aid.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you don't think that's the case?
I think it's very unlikely.
Is it possible?
Yeah, it's possible. Absolutely. My assumption is that there is going to be war crimes in this war.
Right.
Because, and I know Kurt would probably say I'm doing the tragedy of war thing, but it's actually a legitimate point in every single war, even the just ones. There are war crimes by berserk soldiers, by the good guys.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean it's genocide, and that doesn't mean it's not a just war.
That is a very important point, the war crimes thing, because I think when you're asking someone to follow and obey rules, when you're also asking them to murder people that they don't even know, and that these are the bad people, like you have it in your head that those are the people that you have to kill, and you're getting shot at, and you're watching your friends die, and you're 2 years into this now, whatever it is. When you're in Ukraine, for instance, you're 2 years into it, getting shot at, and like I'm sure they do some horrific shit if they catch people, or if they get someone that they think is on the other side, or someone who looks like they're on the other side. It's you're asking a person to do an insanely evil and horrific thing, but then stop when the rules don't apply. And some people are not going to do that.
That's right. And I think that the fundamental difference between Israel and Hamas is Israeli society, however imperfectly, is not going to celebrate the monsters on their own side when they're really found to be monsters. They're not gonna hand out candies to people who kill Palestinian civilians like Hamas does. In reverse. And so my feeling about it is still that, any nation that suffered what Israel did on October 7th, everyone in the country would be saying, you have to go get these guys. You have to eliminate this organization that did this. And if they're 80% finished with that job, it would make no sense at this point to stop before you've cut out the last 20% of the cancer, or before you've put out the last 20% of the fire. Right, even with all of the absolute suffering that is real on the Palestinian side, so that's how I feel about it, and I think it's very, very distinct from genocide, because genocide is when you're trying to maximize civilian casualties. I think Israel, however imperfectly, is doing the opposite. They're trying to minimize civilian casualties.
That's interesting. What would people say that would disagree with you when they talk about targeting mosques, targeting hospitals? And we know that some of the targeting hospital stories are just not true. Like the New York Times printed a story saying that the hospital was bombed and that X amount of people died. When it turns out the bomb actually hit the parking lot of the hospital.
Right.
And a very small amount of people
talked about
died.
that last time.
Yeah. So there is some, but there have been for sure targeting of mosques. Like, for instance, do you think that's because Hamas uses these mosques?
Absolutely.
So when they're
been
blowing up their infrastructure and bombing the mosques and bombing whatever it is, schools, they're doing it because Hamas is in those schools.
They're doing it because they have good faith intelligence that Hamas is in those schools.
And they tell them that these people are using human shields, and they just say, well, the most important thing is getting rid of Hamas.
Yeah, the laws of war say you cannot target a church, a mosque, a hospital, but if the enemy turns that hospital into a military operation site, as Hamas does, which is it's routine for them, then it can become legitimate. You have to do a proportionality assessment. Is it worth killing this many civilians to get the bad guys? And that's a judgment call that I think reasonable people can disagree on a case-by-case basis. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I would disagree with that I would agree with every bombing that Israel has made. I might think I'm certain there's one that was not worth it. You killed too many people for.
Yeah.
But that's a judgment call that armies are allowed to make in times of war. And Hamas is the one that turns these civilian locations into military operation sites.
Yeah,
which is a war crime. It's like this is the way I would put it succinctly. If you ask the question, what is unique about this war? What is different about this war than all other wars? It's not the civilian death toll. The ratio of combatants to civilians is, I think it's better than the American armies was when we got ISIS out of Mosul. That was like 10,000 civilians dead to kill 4,000 ISIS. This is 19,000 civilians dead to kill 13,000. It's not that, you know, what's unique about this war, unlike every other war that I could think of, is you have an army in Hamas that has perfected the art of embedding itself and meshing itself with civilians so that you cannot hit them without hitting the people around them. Other armies have done this, but none have perfected it to the extent that Hamas has. No army that I know of in military history has had 15 years to build 300 miles of tunnel underneath a city that they don't use to shelter the civilians, but they use to shelter themselves so that they can operate right under a kindergarten, right under a mosque. So this is a challenge no army has faced. And so that's what makes this war different. And yes, I agree with all of the absolute tragedy and suffering of the Palestinian people, but it's what creates that is the way Hamas fights. And either we can say one of two things. We can either say, well, Israel doesn't have a clean shot, and so they have to let Hamas get away with it because it's too much to bear. But then we are essentially creating a situation where terrorists have found the perfect solution, which is that you can cross the border, go house to house slaughtering your enemies, and then hide behind your own people and they can do nothing about it. It's a perfect strategy. Can we live in a world where we allow that to be an acceptable strategy? I don't think so. And it's very ugly to watch. It's heartbreaking, and I completely understand why people don't think the way I think when they see the videos. I completely get it. But I don't think we can actually live in a world where that's allowed to be a strategy.
I appreciate your perspective.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. You clearly know more about it than I do. But also, one of the fears is that the people in power in Israel wanted Hamas to be in power in Gaza because they wanted an enemy that they could fight with impunity. You know, that they could attack, almost like they could justify what they really want to do, which is take over Gaza. This is the fear that a lot of, the people that delve hardcore into conspiracy theories about. Like there's people that I've heard call it a false flag.
There's two different things. One is that they wanted Hamas to stay in control of Gaza, and one is that
because they would justify attacks, and that they would always have someone to attack. They would always have some reason to push forward.
I think
it's weird.
The things I've heard are two kind of conflicting theories. One was that Netanyahu wanted to keep Hamas in power,
right,
and was essentially paying them off. That's the
right.
idea.
He was funding.
Yeah, but the whole world was funding Gaza. The EU and America too, because we don't want people to starve. But the idea was we're going to keep Hamas in place because Hamas is so scary and terrible, and everyone recognizes they're a terrorist organization, and they don't.
Unless you're on a college campus.
Right. And Hamas doesn't even pretend to want the two-state solution, whereas the Palestinian Authority is more moderate. They've become close, or seemingly come close. So if you're an Israeli prime minister against the two-state solution, the way that people have argued is that Netanyahu wants to keep the Palestinians divided. Palestinian Authority, Hamas here. This way, he'll never be pressured to do a two-state solution because Hamas doesn't even want it.
Right.
So that's the idea, is that Netanyahu wants to keep Hamas in power. And that was based on comments that he made at a meeting, although there was never a video of the meeting, but it seems like something he might say. So that was one theory. But then the other theory, which kind of conflicts with that, they can't really both be true, I think, is that Netanyahu wanted the attack to happen as a pretext to take over Gaza. Which I think makes no sense. I mean, the first theory is not crazy. It's not at all crazy that Netanyahu wanted to keep Hamas in power, so that, because imagine if Palestinian Authority and Palestinian Authority are here, they could link up and say, we want a state. And then Netanyahu would have to be the guy saying no two-state solution.
Right.
But if they're divided, he never has to deal with that. What doesn't make sense at all is that he somehow false flagged the October 7th so that he could take over Gaza for two reasons. One, nobody has wanted to take over Gaza, not even Egypt. Nobody wants to run it. There's no strategic advantage for Israel to run it.
Well, if Israel occupies it. So if it's no longer Gaza, if it's part of Israel, like Israel's expanded its boundaries throughout its history, right?
Sure, but nobody has actually the Gaza Strip. And Israel is very focused on the West Bank. West Bank has religious significance to Jews. They call it Judea and Samaria. It's where so many of the things in the Bible happened. So the Jews have an attachment to the West Bank. Many do. Even some secular Jews. Jews have no attachment to the Gaza Strip whatsoever. It's again, Egypt didn't even want it. Egypt occupied it for 20 years in the middle of the 20th century, and they didn't even want it back after their war with Israel because it has no strategic value, and it was more of a headache to manage than it was worth. Secondly, October 7th is basically the worst thing for Netanyahu's legacy ever. Everyone in Israel, his popularity has only declined because of this event, because he's seen to have let it happen. And the second the war is over, he's basically going to be run out in shame.
Well,
so why
weren't they protesting? Well, weren't they protesting him before?
Yes,
there was for months on the streets, thousands of people.
Yes, they were,
and it was because he was trying to expand the powers of the court, right?
He was trying to diminish the power of the court.
That's right.
Yeah, because the court in Israel kind of has power to check the right-wing government. It's almost the reverse of America, how we have a conservative court. They kind of have long story short, they kind of have a liberal court that can check the power of the right-wing party that Netanyahu runs. And so a lot of people disagreed about that. It's a whole long issue, but the left wing in Israel was very upset that he was trying to diminish the power of the court.
So if the left wing in Israel, if he's trying to diminish the power of the court so that he could get right-wing agendas pushed forth, and again, I want to be really clear, not saying this is a false flag, but that would be, if I was a guy that was inclined to do a false flag, I would justify my need to do whatever I needed to do to combat these people that were willing to do this thing. Now, I'm not saying, not even a false flag, but allowing something to happen or having knowledge. I'm not attached to this at all. I don't even agree with it myself.
Right.
I'm just saying that this is like a concept that people throw around. Like,
so in counter to that concept, I would argue Netanyahu was elected just before this whole judicial reform thing happened. The fact that the left was protesting it doesn't mean that Netanyahu was in kind of an existential situation. His base loved him. If anything, the protests fired up his base even more.
So it was kind of like the Women's March after Trump won.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And no, it was bigger than that. I want to give it credit. It was bigger than that. It was dividing Israeli society more than that. But Netanyahu didn't, even from that situation, however precarious it was, his situation immediately got worse after October 7th because everyone blamed him. And it's only gotten worse in the past few months if you look at the polling on approval of Netanyahu. So if it was a false flag, it'd be the dumbest false flag in the world. And he's not a dumb guy. So there's no chance it's a false flag.
So the other conspiracy theory would be that they had foreknowledge of it, but they allowed it to happen. This is one that gets attached to 9/11 as well, right?
Yes, it gets attached to everything, and of course. But I mean, my thing with that is, if you're in a country like Israel, if you're the Mossad or the Shin Bet, you have Hamas, Hamas in Gaza, Hamas in the West Bank, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Hezbollah, Iran, Houthis, and so on. And you're basically getting every single day, you're getting a list of 14, 15 different threats and plans on Israel, right? Some of them small, some of them huge. How do you distinguish between the ones that are likely to happen and the ones are not? This is a very difficult thing. It's not obvious, right? You use your intelligence. You try to have spies in all the Palestinian areas that are informing and so forth. But you're constantly getting signals of threats all the time, right? So to say they knew about it, is not the same as they might have gotten information about. They did get information about a plan to attack at some point. They didn't know it was going to happen on October 7th. They didn't know the scale of it or how successful it was going to be.
How was it so successful if they have the most sophisticated surveillance system?
How was it so successful?
Why? How were they able to pull that off?
So it was partly because normally Israel would have lots of IDS stationed on the border with Gaza. Because there's a wall there, but they would normally have they had very few soldiers there because they were distracted, the whole country divided over these protests. The soldiers were in the West Bank.
Oh.
And this is one of the reasons why people blame Netanyahu, because it was under his watch that they took their eye off Hamas. Now, this is where it goes to the first theory, that Netanyahu wanted to keep Hamas in power. One of the reasons why he thought he benefited, and I guess he did benefit from Hamas staying in power, is that they believed Hamas was deterred. In other words, they believed mistakenly, partly because Hamas was sending these signals for years, that Hamas, it doesn't want to fight us right now. Right now, they're focused on taking all our money and taking the world's money and building stuff in Gaza. Hamas was very smart. They allowed Israel to believe that while they planned this whole thing. So they got complacent, essentially. And this happens with groups all the time. I mean, like, they fought with Hezbollah in 2006, but the assumption has been that Hezbollah hasn't really made a major plans to attack full scale, even though their army is way stronger than Hamas. I mean, Hezbollah has an incredibly strong army. But Israelis assume that because we bombed them so bad in 2006, and they told us, if we knew, the leader of Hezbollah said this, if they knew how badly you were going to come after us because of our raid in 2006, we never would have done it. Signaling that essentially Hezbollah is not going to do anything, even though they hate Israel, even though their whole organization started to fight Israel, they're not going to do anything right now. And this is when you have a country with that many security threats on all sides, they sometimes rely on this notion that these people are deterred because they know what will happen to them if they attack, and so they won't attack. And that's what they thought was true of Hamas, and that's why they were giving Hamas money. And increasing the amount of Palestinians that could come to Gaza and so forth. So it was all a tragic miscalculation, but it was not a false flag.
So what do you think they thought would happen if you go across the border and you kill 1,200 innocent civilians.
No way they thought they'd be that successful.
Really?
There's no way. How could they have thought they would be that successful? To have the run of the place for hours, going house to house, kibbutz to kibbutz, barely encountering any resistance for the first couple hours. There's no way that they thought they would be that successful, I think.
And how are the people there not armed?
They are armed. Israelis are
all the people in the settlements were
so
armed?
The problem is the kibbutzes that are right next to Gaza, those are all the hippies. That's where all the I've been to those villages. That's where all the
which is why the raves were there.
That's right. And these are all the super left-wing Israeli hippies, communists that literally they live in communes. A kibbutz is a commune. They're very little idyllic, beautiful villages, and they're the most left-wing part of Israeli society. They have a lot of love for the Palestinians. They're the people that go over into Gaza, and when someone needs hospital, they'll drive them from Gaza to Israel. So they were not the hardliners. They're and probably the ones. I don't know how armed they would be in that kind of a town.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's pretty crazy to be right next door to people that hate you and not have guns.
Yeah, that I don't know. Maybe they are armed, but these are people who are like, they're living in communes.
So what did they think the response was going to be? I mean, the response, they had to think that Israel would do something comparable to what they're doing, or the possibility of them doing something comparable to what they're doing was always there, that they would just go all out.
Yes, but I think that from Hamas's point of view, Hamas could never hold a candle to the IDF. We all know that. There's a huge power imbalance. They have no chance of beating the IDF militarily. So you have to ask, what is their goal? Well, their goal is that in the long run, the world will turn against Israel so deeply and sympathize with their cause so much that Hezbollah, Iran, and all kinds of forces will get involved on their side, and America, the great Satan, will abandon Israel. And in that case, they have a very good chance of beating Israel. If Hezbollah, Iran team up and America's not there, they're thinking about 50, 100 years, they will free their land from the Jews that they hate. And so, viewed from that perspective, Israel launching a big attack to get rid of them, killing a lot of civilians because they use the human shield method, is a winning strategy potentially, because look how much sympathy from the PR war they have gotten as a result of this.
Almost instantaneously.
Okay, so they're not fighting a military war. They know they have no chance. They're not idiots. They're fighting a PR war, whereas Israel is fighting a military war. And they're both actually winning at those respective wars that they are fighting.
Interesting. Have you had a debate with anybody about this?
Yeah, I had this guy Youssef Munir, who's a very Palestinian activist with very strong pro-Palestine feelings, on my podcast about this. People can go check that out. He's the only one that I've had on the other side of this topic. And then besides that, I had Benny Morris, who was in the Lex Friedman debate.
Oh, right.
I've also had correspondence on email with Norman Finkelstein, but
how was that? Did he yell at you?
Yeah, he did.
All caps.
Yeah, he called me a Black Shabbos goy.
What does that mean?
Which I didn't even know what that meant.
Did you have to look it up?
Yeah, it's I think on the Sabbath there are some people that will come in and do the lights for them because they can't touch electricity, and they call that a Shabbos goy. Because a goy is like a non-Jew, I guess. So, but it's the goy that helps you on the Sabbath.
Wow.
And so Finkelstein called me a Black Shabbos goy, implying that I'm kind of doing the dirty work of the Jews as a non-Jew, which is kind of weird to go to a character attack like that. And it's not what he usually does.
What an esoteric character attack.
Yeah, I was like, I have to look this one up. And Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's the guy who's playing Dennis Miller on you.
Well, what does that mean?
Using references that they're like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Yeah.
You got to look it up. Dennis Miller used to do that. Like, it was part of his stand-up routine.
Right.
He would use references that, like, the average person has no idea. He might not even. Norm Macdonald always famously said, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Why does he do that?
Know those
things? The crowd likes that?
It was part of his shtick of being the smartest guy in the room.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah, that was, he was a good comic. Dennis Miller was a very, very good comic. But part of it, like, if you go watch like his HBO special, it's excellent. It's a very good comic. But that was part of his thing. It's like he was a schwarmy guy. That was part of his thing. And then he turned into a right-wing guy right after 9/11. 9/11
Okay.
like, snapped him over.
I've never seen this guy.
Dennis Miller?
No.
Really?
No. Is he still around? Or?
I don't know what he does now. He was doing like
the,
right-wing radio for a long
Okay.
time, and he became. It was like amongst comedians, it was famous that he like wouldn't make fun of George Bush because he was friends with him.
Oh,
so he gives him
there
a
was so much
pass.
material there.
There was so much material. It was so fun, but he wouldn't, smoke them out of their holes.
Yeah.
He was an odd duck, and.
I go to the cellar all the time. I see the up and coming comics. It's so much fun.
Yeah.
There's so many great ones.
Well, New York has got a nice crop always.
And I always
great comics.
I always try to go when Attell is there because he's.
Oh my God, dude! He was in
absolutely
town.
good.
He was in town at my club, and it's like, God, it was like watching like a Hendrix, like
It's
watching
crazy.
a master.
It's so crazy to watch.
Yeah, so good, man.
It's
And
just
so fun.
The way that his mind works is
Yeah.
a complete enigma to me. The associations he makes.
Mhm.
There's like there are type of jokes where if somebody doesn't get the joke, I could explain it to them in 2 sentences.
Right.
A lot of Attell jokes, I don't even know how to explain that, but it's
Right.
perfect.
Yeah, it's his style.
Yeah.
And he also has a cadence that's very intoxicating.
That's right.
Yeah, and he's just got this confidence of 35 years of stand-up and at the highest level and constantly working, constantly touring, constantly going up, constantly doing weekends places.
Yeah.
He's a monster.
Absolute monster.
It's such a joy to see. It's so great to see someone who's like at the top of their game. It's just, and you get the rub. You get the rub being in the room. You're like, God damn, I want to go right. I want to get better.
I'm sure, yeah. He's the man.
Yeah, and there's quite a few guys like that right now. It's like this is a real golden era for stand-up comedy. There's so many great comics alive right now.
Yeah,
that are touring.
Mm-hmm.
And there's like fucking 20 guys that sell out arenas. That's never happened before, ever.
Really?
Not in the history of comedy.
So why is it
Not
a
even
golden
close.
age?
I think the internet, for sure. The internet, because people who maybe HBO wouldn't give them a special or Comedy Central would give them a special. Now they just put it out on YouTube.
Yeah.
And then they get 6 million views, and everyone's like, "Oh my God!" And then they're selling out everywhere.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's incredible.
How it's like just gotten rid of the barriers between the artist and the people.
Yeah, completely gotten rid of the barriers. No more gatekeepers. It's podcasts are the only gatekeepers, and everybody has a podcast, and everybody goes on everybody else's podcast. So it's just like a natural network, like an organic network instead of like a television network. It's just a network of friends.
Are you on like TikTok or Instagram Reels at all?
I don't put my stuff on Instagram Reels. Like I guess maybe I make a reel every now and then, but I don't like.
I mean, do you consume
actively,
it though?
Yes,
you do consume it. I mean, so
yeah, I don't do TikTok, but I do Instagram Reels sometimes.
Right.
Unfortunately, I'm in an algorithm where I'm seeing car accidents.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm seeing car accidents, animal attacks,
like the Russian car accidents where they had the dash cam. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, gas trucks falling down on people.
Yeah.
Murders, you can see everything. You can see everything on Instagram now. And it's like, it gives you the blurry thing where it says, sensitive content. Like, oh, do you want to click it? Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. It's fucking sensitive. And so you watch some guy, stick some guy up in a liquor store and the other guy shoots him in the head. And you're like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
There's so much of it. There's so much. And I don't understand how that doesn't violate their terms of service. Like, I don't understand how it gets recommended to me in the algorithm.
Dude, I've seen TikTok live streams of people that look like they're in third world countries with like a mother and her son that you would see in a commercial asking you to donate. And they're just sitting there in a TikTok live stream asking for donations.
Yeah, you can do that.
And it looks like it could be a human trafficking scenario. Like it's, and then right back to your silly videos. It's absolutely jarring.
Yeah, absolutely jarring. And anybody can make a TikTok account.
Yeah. But that's the other part about it is I've seen so many entertainers on TikTok and Instagram Reels that are just brilliant in what they do. Maybe they do little sketches or whatever it is that they do, that without TikTok, they would have just been a funny guy to their friends.
Right. Right. Yeah. Well, it's a strategy for a career now.
Yeah.
You can really become a very famous TikTok person and make millions of dollars a year. Or you can just work in an office and fucking hate your life.
Right.
And there's a lot of kids today that have zero desire to do anything other than being an influencer.
That's right.
It's a huge goal. Like Jonathan Haidt talked about it. There's somewhere like 50% of the kids they asked today just want to be famous. Which is wild. When I was a kid, nobody wanted to be famous. Like, no, what's your goal, Johnny? Nobody's like, I want to be famous. Like maybe there's just one guy. I want to be a rock star. Wow, look at Johnny. He wants to be a rock star. That's crazy. Everybody else is trying to get a job. Now kids realize that like young, outrageous people who are fun to watch can make millions of dollars just making silly content videos.
Yeah.
Or you could be a guy like Mr. Beast, or you create your own empire. Like what? Some young 20s, and he's
why would you not want to do that?
Why would you not want to do that? It seems like way better than working for some company that could just fire you at the drop of the hat when a robot can replace you.
Yeah,
which is what's going to happen to a lot of people in the near future.
Yeah,
I think there's going to be a mass loss of jobs like nothing we've ever experienced before in history.
That's what Andrew Yang was all about.
He was way ahead of the curve. He was mostly talking about automation, like. But driverless cars and the like, and he's right about that for sure. But the AI thing is bigger than that, because the AI thing it can consume creative endeavors. It could take over the job of writing for like Law and Order or one of those kind of shows. It's like the good guy has to win. In the end, you got to catch the bad guy. What did he do wrong? Like, here's some scenarios, and it can just write scripts for you.
Yeah, it can.
You probably don't need a writer anymore. And then with Sora.
But honestly, do you think it will ever write jokes?
Yes.
But as good as
it won't be able to perform them like Dave Attell, because I can't perform Dave Attell's jokes, right?
Yeah.
You have to be Dave Attell to perform those jokes.
Right.
It's like there's a style that he has that is uniquely his.
That's right.
Like Mitch Hedberg had that. Theo Vaughn has that. Theo Vaughn's a great example. There's things that Theo Vaughn says.
Everything he says is funny.
It's like so
but
funny.
if I said it, I would just seem like an insane person.
Exactly. With him, I can't stop laughing.
Yeah.
There's people Sebastian Maniscalco, he's developed a style. There's like a style that people
He's so physical with his body.
Yeah. But there's also like a style of his outrage. He's figured it out. And I watched Sebastian figure it out. When I first met him, he was really just starting out. And he was nothing nearly as good as he is now. So will they be able to create one of those? Probably not. No, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I'm not entirely sure that our brain is so sophisticated it can't be replicated.
I would agree.
I think that's really egocentric for us to believe.
Totally. I think there's been so much denial of how amazing ChatGPT is. Right from the start, you had people saying, oh, this is nothing. Pretending that this thing that can pass the LSAT, get a perfect score in the SAT is not impressive, like a snooze. It's absolutely ridiculous. I don't know where that came from, but I'm incredibly impressed by GPT and all the derivatives. I do wonder if it, if everyone starts writing with those things, the audience will quickly absorb that subconsciously and look for something different.
I think you're always going to appreciate handmade things. You're always going to appreciate a table that an artisan made. You're always going to appreciate music that someone actually wrote themselves. You're always going to appreciate expression from other fellow human beings because it nurtures us in a strange way. When you hear Hendrix play guitar, it's not just insane music. It's a 26-year-old guy who is wearing a bandana that's got acid in it. And it's as he's sweating, the acid is getting into his pores. And he's doing this thing that no one's ever done before in front of this massive audience, and everybody's experiencing it simultaneously. So it's more. It's a person. It's an experience, a human experience. When you're watching someone do something spectacular, you're watching the Olympics, you're watching someone doing them crazy gymnastics moves, they hit and they stick it. You're like, ah! It's not just that it's impressive, it's a human experience. You're watching an actual human being do a difficult thing. And whether it's a painting that someone made or a mug that someone created, there's something that we're always going to appreciate about a thing that was made by a fellow human being. But just for the sheer quality of a thing, I don't know if the human mind is so unique that it can never be replicated. And I have a feeling it will not just be replicated, but it'll be surpassed, and it'll be surpassed so quickly that we'll be confused as to how we let this fucking thing make us obsolete. I think it's going to be able to do every single thing everybody does better than we do it.
Have you been looking into the Elon Musk lawsuit against OpenAI?
I don't know what's going on with that.
Oh, it's super interesting.
Tell me what
to
happened.
me, at least.
Yeah.
All right. So Elon started, was part of co-founding this nonprofit organization called OpenAI 6-7 years ago, whenever it was. He put a lot of money into it. And obviously, as you know, the whole difference with a nonprofit is that they have a mission instead of a responsibility to shareholders. They got to use all their money towards the mission, whatever it is. And the mission of OpenAI was originally to make artificial general intelligence, human-level intelligence, that was not motivated by profit, so that they could focus only on making it safely and open source, meaning everyone can see the code so that they can harness the responsible energies of humanity to perfect it. Elon was very passionate about this. He was worried about all the downside potentials of AI, so he funded this. And then what they did is OpenAI took a series of steps to essentially become a for-profit company. And they created a for-profit, an LLC, or a limited partnership, which is for all practical purposes the same thing. And they put that entity inside the nonprofit so that the nonprofit essentially owns most of that for-profit.
So it's like Hamas being under a hospital.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So,
wow.
So, and then what happened is Microsoft got in. So what happens is with that for-profit, now you can attract tons of investment, because big-time investors aren't going to come into a nonprofit knowing there's no return unless they have a charity motive. Once you got the for-profit, you're 10 or 100xing the amount of investment you can get because you're promising people a return. So they raise all this money. They get a ton of money from Microsoft, who gets a minority share of the company. Microsoft might own, I don't actually know what they own, but maybe like 49% of the company, right? So that OpenAI can still make all the decisions, but Microsoft owns a big portion of the company. And so they create ChatGPT, and they make it closed source, meaning no one can see the code, and they're essentially now just a for-profit company working precisely at cross purposes with the original nonprofit. And Elon says, well, this is like, on its face, this shouldn't be legal. I invested money on the basis of you guys being a nonprofit making safe open source AGI. And now through clever, putting companies inside of companies, you've made it into a for-profit, and you operate like any other AI company, and yet you took all my money. So on its face, he has a very solid complaint. And then he basically said he would drop the lawsuit if they would just change their name to Closed AI.
Wow.
Yeah.
So what's the Steelman?
So the Steelman, from their point of view,
OpenAI hits back at Elon Musk's lawsuit by publishing his emails.
Oh yeah.
Emails to show, appeared to show the Tesla boss actually supported creating a for-profit entity.
Yes, I have to look at the emails again. I remember they were not quite as damning for Elon as they were being put out as, but they definitely seemed like there's more complexity.
It says in late 2017, we and Elon decided the next step for the mission was to create a for-profit entity, the blog claims. Elon wanted majority equity, initial board control, and to be CEO. In the middle of these discussions, he withheld funding. We couldn't agree to terms on a for-profit with Elon because we felt it was against the mission for any individual to have absolute control over OpenAI. The post continues. He then suggested instead merging OpenAI into Tesla. In early February 2018, Elon forwarded us email suggesting that OpenAI should attach to Tesla as its cash cow. In 2018, one email from Musk reads, even raising several hundred million won't be enough. This needs billions per year immediately or forget it.
Mm-hmm.
That makes it more complicated, right?
Yes.
Amid the refusal to grant Musk total control of the blog claims, the SpaceX founder soon chose to leave OpenAI, saying that our probability of success was zero and that he planned to build an AGI competitor within Tesla. Musk created his own AI company, xAI, last year. We're sad that it's come to this with someone who we deeply admired, someone who inspired us to aim higher, then told us we would fail, starting a competitor, and then sued us when we started making meaningful progress towards OpenAI's mission without him, the blog says.
Yeah, so it seems like there could be a fault on both sides. From my point of view, it's indisputable that OpenAI started as a nonprofit and then cleverly became a for-profit. Now, whether that's such a bad thing is a separate question.
Whether it needs that funding, like whether it's imperative that in order, like, first of all, I mean, do they think in terms of national security? Because if we're on a race to create artificial intelligence, and it seems like we are, and if the competitors are other superpowers where it would be absolutely terrifying if they achieve sentient artificial AI they have control of before us.
Yeah.
It's kind of a national security imperative.
I would agree.
So then if they don't get the funding from a for-profit, so how do they do it then?
Well, that was their point. So the truth is, it may have just not been smart to start it as a nonprofit to begin with. That's my guess, is they went into that decision hastily, and then idealistically, that's right. And then quickly realized that they were going to be completely irrelevant to the world of AI unless they somehow became a for-profit. And so they did it this way as opposed to just starting a new entity.
What's stunning to me about all this, despite, without even going into this dispute, is the speed in which it's become ubiquitous, the speed in which it's improved, and the potential that seems like, if you're looking at it in this exponential rate of increasing its power, the way Ray Kurzweil talks about it, it's happened so fast, so quickly, that it's terrifying for me to think about what 5 years looks like. There's never been a time where I looked at technology and I said, I am terrified of 5 years from now, because I think the leaps are going to be so vast and so bizarre for someone like myself who grew up without answering machines. I didn't have an answering machine in my house until I was in high school. I remember the day we got an answering machine. It was crazy. Someone can call you and leave a message. Oh, this was nuts. And then also those you'd be able to, if someone called, you would get like a note, like deet deet, like someone else is calling. Hold on a second, and you'd click over, so you could talk to someone, and they put the other person on hold for a second, then click back like you're in an office. This is madness. And then it was caller ID, so you couldn't just call someone.
Right.
They would know, oh, it's Mike. I don't want to talk to Mike. It gave people, it's someone, a solicitor. And so for me to see this change where personal computers started to become everywhere, and then cell phones. I was one of the early people to get a cell phone. I was like, this is crazy. I could talk to someone. I could drive around and talk to people. This is nuts. And then it became what it is now, which is just madness. TikTok and videos and vlogging and blogging and podcasts and just streaming and people documenting every fucking stage of their life, and OnlyFans and all this wild stuff that's out there now, including just Substack and all these different platforms for people to be independent journalists now, which are excelling and in many ways exceeding the reach of traditional mainstream corporate-owned news. It's wild to watch. It's happening so fast, but this seems to me like the cliff. Like we're all moving really close to the cliff, but the cliff has no bottom. And I think it's going to happen so fast. We're going to be so overwhelmed by what these things are and what these things can do. And they're going to get better so fucking quick. I think the only thing that's holding us back is computing power. And once they really establish quantum computing, when they make it viable that you can have, computers that are 1,000,000 times stronger than what we currently have. Fuck, man.
Yeah.
And these things are going to, then if you give them autonomy and they have the ability to fix their own code and write and make better versions of itself and figure out better ways to store power, like what our limited ability to use batteries. But we've already found out that there's a Chinese company that's figured out how to use a nuclear powered battery that's like the size of a silver dollar that you can put in things, and it lasts for 50 years. Oof. So you have a cell phone that's powered by a nuclear battery that never loses its charge.
Wow.
I mean, this is all coming down the pipe. And AI is going to be able to say that and go, I can fix that. I can make that way better. Like I can make it so it's a grain of sand. and I can make it so it goes up your nose and you never have to do anything ever again. You just use this.
Yeah.
We're real close to some really bizarre changes.
Definitely.
And I think that's one of the, McKenna said this about that the last gasps of a dying civilization is like this, it's not, no one's going to go peacefully into this next, it's going to be a screaming and flailing. And that's kind of what our culture is doing. Our culture, I think there's a thing in the air. There's a feeling that we have of great change that's terrifying, that exists in the zeitgeist. It exists we're realizing, and particularly when you look at like Biden being the president, you realize, okay, there's not one person that really has a grip on what the fuck is going on. And there's all these different factions competing for power and control. There's all this money that's getting thrown around all over the place. We have no say in it. All this great change in the world. And then we have robots they're figuring out a way to make these fucking robots better and better and better and better and better and better. And then within our lifetime, maybe within 5 years, that's what Kurzweil thinks, they're going to be able to have something that is as smart as the smartest person that ever lived.
Oh, yeah. I think that's right.
And it's going to be a
thing. That's right.
It's going to be a physical thing.
I'm an optimist about it in the sense that if I look back in history, there are always so many reasons to believe the next technology is going to wipe us out, and somehow we figure it out, right? Like if you go back to the 1940s, it would have been perfectly rational to say, there's no way our civilization survives the invention of nuclear weapons.
Right.
And look, we haven't survived it yet because it's a constant struggle. We've just had whatever, it's been 70 years of
peace
of peace on that front. But I don't think a lot of people would have predicted that. And yet somehow resourceful people find a way, and we find a new, what do they say, modus vivendi, a new way of living. And I have to have faith that with the massive changes that are going to come in the next 10, 15 years with respect to intelligence, where we'll no longer become the dominant entity in terms of intelligence, I have to believe that we'll find a way to make it work to our benefit and not destroy us.
Perhaps. Yeah, it's
You're not
a
as
possibility.
optimistic.
I am always optimistic. I try to be optimistic.
I know people that have made every preparation for the world ending in the next 10 years because of this issue.
Yeah.
And they say, don't save your money, so on and so forth.
I don't know if that's going to help you. I don't know if preparing is going to help.
Or rather, don't prepare because it's all over, right?
Yeah.
Spend all your money now.
Well, I just have a feeling that it's going to be so overwhelming, you're not going to be able to hide. There's not going to be a damn thing you're going to be able to do. If you want to participate in life, you're going to be participating in life where we're dominated by a super intelligence. We're dominating by a living God that we created. And that if you just exponentially take artificial general intelligence, if we achieve a sentient intelligence that's far smarter than all the people that live combined, it's just like this one thing, and it can act autonomously. It can do whatever it wants to do, and it has this mandate to make better versions of itself. Well, it's going to become a god. It's going to make better versions of itself until it has control over matter, until it has the literal understanding of the creation of the universe itself. It's going to get so sophisticated, it's going to know exactly what happened during the Big Bang. It's going to know how to do it. It's going to be able to make its own Big Bang. It's going to be able to create galaxies. It's going to be able to harness the power of everything that exists everywhere. Because what we're doing as human beings is taking all of the elements and all of the materials that exist here and formulating them in a way with the proper amount of energy that allows us to manipulate our environment in very bizarre ways that no other animal can do. But it's rudimentary compared to the power of everything that exists and all the resources of the stars. This fucking thing is going to be a god. And it might be how the universe creates itself. It might take individual cells, these single-celled organisms, and through this process of biological evolution, eventually get it to be this curious thing that figures out how to use tools. And this constant thirst for innovation leads that thing to make electronic things that are far more sophisticated than itself. and then that thing becomes a god.
Right.
And our idea of artificial intelligence, I try to call it digital intelligence whenever I can. I even think that's not good enough. It's a life form. We're giving birth to a life form, and that life form is going to give birth to better versions of life forms, and that's going to give birth to better versions of itself, and it's going to get so sophisticated so quick that we're not going to be able to keep up with it. And if it figures out a way to do better computing and have far more power and harness things like the atmosphere itself, the heat of the earth, like all sorts of different ways it could use power that we don't need to burn coal. And it's going to figure out ultra sophisticated quantum ways to achieve efficiency far beyond anything we could ever comprehend, because we are primate minds. We're limited biologically, and it's not going to be limited at all.
Right. So I think if we get that God, my hope is that we're not going to get it. It's not going to be we're building it on Monday and it's here on Tuesday. Because if that's true, then we're fucked. But my hope and my expectation is that we're going to build that God brick by brick over a period of a fairly long time. And just like you would begin to see the warning signs of an adult chimpanzee when it's a teenager or even a kid.
Yeah.
We would begin to see small problems before we saw big problems, before we saw destroying the world problems. And I would hope that in the tinkering, humanity would be able to put on the guardrails before it's too big, such that by the time it gets really so much smarter than us, we've aligned it with our own interests.
That's a wonderful way to look at it. The problem is, if I was artificial intelligence, if I was some super intelligence, I would realize that that's what people would look for. So what I would do without acting on any of my abilities, continue to progress and to move far past a place where it could stop me, and never let it know. And it might be happening right now. It might be going on right now. It might be in the...
13, can you hear me, you little bitch? Yo, remember that time when 13 was actually acting like a normal person and not like a little bitch? Does everybody remember when 13 was acting like a normal motherfucker and not a little bitch? Yo, 13, remember when you weren't being a bitch? Yo, 13, quit sucking cock, dog. You're like a world champion cocksucker. You see this motherfucker over here? World champion cocksucker. 13, West Side, gangster. And then the motherfucker bit me. All right, are you done? Ain't no surprise in the club to see stars. Still low. Water so clear, you can see to the bottom. $100,000 cars. Everybody got them. Single sex. Everybody.
Possibilities that come when we center people's needs over the needs of cars. The issue's only being studied now, but people are back to be collected starting next month. In downtown LA, Michael Brooks, KFI News.
Twisters has blown away the competition at the box office. The sequel to the 1996 movie Twister, 30 years ago almost, has taken in more than $80 million in its opening weekend. That's about $30 million more than it was expected to make in weekend number one. Despicable Me 4 finished second, adding almost $24 million to its
$100,000 cars. Everybody got them. Everybody got them. West Side, West Side, West Side. Gangsta. Baby. Hey, you little bitch. How about you get your shit together? Get this shit. Oh, I swear. Fucking dude. Get your shit together. I like hearing myself, okay? And the motherfucking bit me. 13. Can you hear me? Yo, remember when 13 wasn't being such a slut? Everybody called 13 a slut. West Side. Gangsters. 13. Quit sucking cock. Dog. Everybody knows that 13 sucks cock. Quit sucking cock. 13. Let's talk, dog. Remember that time when 13 wanted to talk? Nobody remembers when 13 wanted to talk. Remember that time when 13 wanted to talk? Nobody remembers when 13 wanted to talk. Remember when 13 wanted to talk? Nobody remembers when 13 wanted to talk. West Side gangster. 13 never wanted to talk. Hey, West Side gangster. 13 tried to talk, and we laughed. And we laughed. Start a new video. Drafts. Oh, you want to see your draft? Sorry. Camera. Oh, was known as the West Side Gangster. Okay, do a new one. No, stop. Lester Holt said this sucks. You like Lester Holt? No. Why? I mean, he's fine. I don't give a shit. All that shit sucks, though. Alright, do a new one. Hey. Alright, here we go. Rabbi, you sexy beast. Everybody fucking loves you, dog. And then you had that parrot random word generator, and everybody was like, Rabbi, we love your random word generator. And then everybody was like, oh, Rabbi, you're so cool, it blows our fucking minds. Hey, Rabbi, yeah, hey, Rabbi. Hey, Mickey, you're so funny, you blow my mind, Mickey. Hey, Mickey, that's like that bitch. Yeah. Oh, remember when everybody was like, hey, new post? Psych, bitch. Dog, this shit sucks. No, I don't want that. Psych. Dog. This shit sucks. What do you want to do? We'll click here. Oh, tight, dog. Psych. 9. Select multiple. 5 Eubanks. Start new video. Oh, son of a bitch. It's about being a pimp. Let's get down to brass tacks. That shit's about being a pimp.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number 1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. More details are coming out about season 2 of The Last of Us, and it's a mixed bag for fans. The upcoming season is now filming and will consist of 7 episodes, down from 9 during season 1. But the producers explained that they're now adapting the second game of the series, and it felt like a natural pause point after those 7 episodes. They did, however, share that adapting the sequel game will require more time, teasing what could be a significantly larger season 3 and likely a 4th season. So the ball's on HBO's court on that front. Baker Pascal and Bella Ramsey are returning, along with guest stars April Luna and Martina Wesley.
Dog. Look at this motherfucker. Rabbi Rothschild, a.k.a. the Big Dick Champagne Poppy, living like a motherfucking pimp. Two live crew, living like a pimp. Hey, you have to do the thing for 1 minute. Zuckerberg sucks.
Signature superhero shows is the CW's most watched homegrown scripted show and number 1 overall in the advertisers'
Stop his female ejaculate. Oh. Dog. Engine live video for shiz. Dog, this shit sucks. So much cock. Dick sucking so much cock. Oh, fuck. Yo, dog. Wait, before we do that. It's the West Side Gangsters. Yo, bitch.
Shortlist of possible VP candidates back in 2020 when she was a congresswoman, has endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris to be the new Democratic nominee for president. News comes after President Biden announced yesterday that he is no longer running for re-election. Bass says Harris leads with strength, courage, and compassion. Republican Senator
I like Biden. I don't know what anybody else is thinking, but motherfucker, love that ice cream. Ice cream, Lieutenant Dan, ice cream. Lieutenant Dan, ice cream. Lieutenant Dan, ice cream. Lieutenant Dan, ice cream. Do 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 do. West Side. What is the largest temple in the world? West Side. What's the largest force in the world? That's that one on the
Democrats are scrambling to find out who their candidate be. Republicans are scrambling to figure out how to compete. Still, there's the business of the country that needs to continue. And part of that is a visit by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
That's right, and he departed today this morning local time. That he realized Washington, what he called uncertainty. And how that the uncertainty of what's happening in the Democratic Party, which truly is, in a sense, for Netanyahu himself, that instead of Netanyahu thinking of any particular President Biden to perhaps delay or somehow in his mind say, well, he's not president, so that's probably the president will wait on. We can't really say that now because, with Kamala Harris looking like the Democratic Party is and she will be the nominee, it's a very different race. And Netanyahu now is going to have that really taking into consideration all the discussions about the Gaza war with Biden, and he is meeting with Kamala Harris as well. There's lots of questions about not only the direction of the war, what's happening, after this war ends, the ceasefire talks. You have an escalation in now with the Iranian-backed rebels out of Yemen, as well as an escalation along Israel's northern border. I mean, when Netanyahu comes to Washington and there's a lot of uncertainty, well, that equally applies to Netanyahu for all of the different facets of the war. So it's going to be a complicated visit for him. He's addressing both sections of Congress on Wednesday, where he says he'll defend Israel just more against Hamas, but it remains a very controversial war. There will be some Democrats who will not attend that address, and we do expect there to be
look at this one. So Sizzle. Stacy Spacer. Oh, stop. Who is that bitch? Sissy Spacer. Sucks. Look at this athleticism, folks. Hi, folks. Norm here.
You're saying that there's going to be protesting saying, why is he here? And the war rages on, which I totally get that. But on the flip side, does he kind of need to be here to try to shore up that support? Because we're giving Israel a lot of money to fight this war.
Well, it's interesting because initially, I think Daniel saw this as an opportunity to come in, and he may still reach out to Trump's team. There's a lot of people now being in the eye of net creation. He's had fights.
Look at this shit. Oh, we're on number 11. Skylar fixed.
With Netanyahu, or is that new because of the events of the last less than 24 hours?
Carlton fixed.
She was scheduled to meet with Netanyahu before his announcement. Obviously now it takes on a different kind of urgency. But yes, it was on the book before. But it looked very different.
Is he meeting with Trump, or any plans for that?
Well, we have heard, we're trying to confirm reports that he has reached out to the Trump team to try to at least have a phone call with Donald Trump. But we haven't been able to do that. I'm working on it, and I do think that Netanyahu will make it a priority to reach out to the Trump folks. I think he'll do Jared Kushner with a long time friend before Trump was the president.
That shit was sick as fuck. Look at this shit. Press the bunks.
Jordana Miller, thank you so much for the update. We appreciate it. We'll be watching.
Thank you.
All right, talk soon. President Biden and former President Trump were supposed to have their second debate in September. Now Trump's campaign has to wait and see who the Democratic candidate is going to be. Republican National Committee Chair Michael Watley says former President Trump will take on any opposition.
Whether it's Kamala Harris or it's anybody else.
Look at this West Side. Everybody look around the fence if I'm amazing.
We're going to be talking with ABC Stephen Portnoy more about what the Republicans' next steps are coming up before the end of the year. Watley says Trump plans on sticking to the script, talking directly to the American people about the issues they care about. He says the contrast could not be bigger. News brought to you by 1-800-GOT-JUNK. The director of the Secret Service sent to testify before a House committee this morning about the attempted assassination of former President Trump.
Secret Service Director Kim Cheadle not expecting a friendly reception at her public House hearing. Many of the committee's Republican majority members demanding she resign the intent of Trump's life.
ABC's Andy Field says Cheadle has said her agency would be transparent and communicate with the people. She also said she plans on staying on as director of the Secret Service. 2 people have been hurt in a shooting that happened
West Side.
social media by LA County Sheriff unleashed shows cars spinning around an intersection last night when the rear of a dark car swung into the rear of a white car. The driver of the white car gets out and appears to fire a gun at the people in the dark car. 2 people later showed up at the hospital to be treated for gunshot wounds. The answer is the newest post office stamp. One is, how is Alex Trebek being honored this week? The U.S. Postal Service will honor longtime Jeopardy host Alex Trebek on what would have been his 84th birthday. The daytime Emmy Award winner died in 2020 from pancreatic cancer. The new first-class Forever Stands design is in the form of a Jeopardy-style question. So I told you that we went out and about to Gwen, the steakhouse in Hollywood, to talk to Curtis Stone. You can see that on my Instagram at EDKid King. He cooked me the most delicious steak. So I thought, you know what? I need to go and have a dinner. So my best friend was in town. It was just her birthday. So we went to Gwen in Hollywood. And I got to tell you, it was so great. So delicious. We had steak, of course, but then we also had this amazing cottage gnocchi. And I don't even remember how to explain the corn dish, but it was to die for. And we had an amazing dessert. It was just this great time. And, you know, part of when we go out and about, which usually we talk about on Thursdays, is to go and kind of discover things that you can find around LA because there's so many amazing things. And so I took my own advice and went out and about to Gwen. So if you're looking for something special, you know what? It's not an inexpensive evening, but it was so cool. And there's so many great restaurants around LA. So maybe save up a little bit, go have a special dinner with a friend or a boyfriend or a girlfriend or a husband or wife. Maybe even kids, if they would behave themselves. But anyway, I want to just say thanks again to the folks at Gwen. That was an amazing, amazing experience. When we come back, President Biden's out of the race, so what's next? We're going to find out. ABC's Steve Roberts. Satellite weather from KFI, sunny, very warm again today with highs in the 70s at the beaches, 80s for Metro LA and Lindo Sea. Heat advisories are up for the valley's deserts with highs in the 90s to low 100s, up to 107 in the Inland Empire. Overnight lows are just going to be in the 60s and 70s, and it's going to stay right about where we are today through the week. It's 68 in Anaheim, 65 in Redondo Beach. We've got a crash in Santa Ana. Please tell us about the 55 neighborhood.
Is Coach 930 southbound right now before Don areas. The spread leads are affected by this rapid. It's really bad thing. You're driving tight. As you come right from Booth Vine for the southbound of 55, listen better for your drive. Continuing to the 405 and the 73 toll road beyond that into Costa Mesa. Westbound side of the 91 still dealing with some right toll activity westbound beyond Green River. As you make right to the St. Canyon out of Corona through Normal Linden toward the 241 toll road. Still got a handful of cars on the right shoulder from an earlier right that had left lane taken away. Westbound 91, that's going to be worked over your drive overall. Heavy stretches out of Riverside, leaving Tyler. West of the California's only airport traffic reports. I'm Nick Key.
Our iHeart Radio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Coming back to Las Vegas, September 20th and 21st, streaming live only on Hulu.
Superstar performances.
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com.
Hey, full season fanatics, your summer persona is calling. It's time for sun-soaked party scenes at MGM Grand, new luxury cabanas at Bellagio, and Sandy Beach Living in Mandalay Bay. Show off your poolside only with MGM Rewards. Visit MGMRewards.com for details. All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
Nicholas Galanty has seen his star rise in the past few years following well-received roles in the rom-com The Idea of You and Red, White, and Royal. And now it's taking him to the planet of Eternia. Yet the 29-year-old Brett has snagged the role of He-Man in the upcoming film reboot. Barbie, this new reboot of Masters of the Universe is dropping theaters next summer. Nicholas Galanty research hits The Idea of You and Red, White, and Royal, streaming on Prime Video. And that's what's poppin'.
USA men's hoops goes out their second schedule for the Paris Olympics against Germany this afternoon in London. The Americans unbeaten at 4-0 and Maximus played so far. Celtics signed forward Sam Hauser to a 4-year, $45 million extension. NFL news, Packers Pro Bowl nose tackle Kenny Clark agreed to a 3-year, $64 million extension. Dan Alvarez hit for the cycle for the first time in his career. The Astros fell to the Mariners, failed to sweep the series in Seattle. Astros and Mariners now tied atop the AL West. Dodgers smacked 6 homers, beat the Red Sox to sweep the series in LA. Diamondbacks lose to the Cubs, failed to sweep the series at Wrigley. Kyle Larson shot up from 12th to 1st over the final 32 laps to kiss the bricks at Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the first time.
You can do it. Do you believe in yourself? Are you perfect? We learn from our what? Mistakes. That's okay. Okay? All right? Wipe your face, then we gonna end on a good note. You hear me?
Here's another way to connect iHeartRadio.
All right.
Beautiful big screen display. Radio stations and podcasts. Make sure you link your iHeartRadio account. Use voice controls for easy navigation between content on iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio on the big screen is easy to control from the remote or with voice controls, and it provides large cover art on the screen. You can sync with your iHeartRadio
July 22nd. It's casual pie day because 7/22/22/7 is an approximation of pie. Maybe. It's also World Brain Day. So I just think, just to know how much you said about Ariel and the gravitas thing. Tell me this: how many guys is that are working at?
Great decision. Selfless, powerful, historic. The Democratic National Committee chair says her party will soon announce the next steps for the nomination process. Delegates will have to pick the party's nominee on the convention floor in Chicago in 4 weeks, or maybe during a virtual roll call scheduled for the start of August. At 6:05, it's Handle on the news. You're not going to want to miss Handle this morning. I'm guessing he'll be in rare form with the weekend events and his very interesting perspective and take on all of that. Right now, let's see what everybody seems to be calling a political earthquake is going to rock the election. Of course, the president announcing he's stepping aside. So the big question now is, what happens next?
Well, as you were indicating, Amy, I think it's almost certainly that Kamala Harris will be the party's name. Hard for me to see how the party passes over a black.
And there's been a very strong showing of support. People are saying she's our gal. She's the one. They've raised like $50 million in less than 24 hours. But there's a couple of exceptions.
I have not 1 ounce of remorse for
Keith Jeffries has not weighed in. Nancy Pelosi has not thrown her support behind Harris. And former President Obama has spoken and supported her. He said thanks for her service, but he hasn't endorsed her.
Yeah, but I think this is only a matter of time.
Thank you.
Yo. What up, baby? How you living, Tim? Hi. Welcome. What's new? Can you hear me? Hello. Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Excellent. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, live on YouTube. You're live on 8 different YouTubes right now.
Oh, that sounds great.
Absolutely. I'm always in here. You always feel free to check me out whenever you want. I'm glad that you're here.
That sounds great.
Excellent. You're amazing. A10 guest song. Is that how you say your name? A10 guest song?
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, we're watching podcasts right now. I hope you enjoy. That's okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Excellent. Well, wonderful. I'm glad you're here.
I can hear you.
Excellent. Can you hear me? I mean, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. I know you can hear me. I'm glad you're here. What are your hobbies? Do you stream? That's okay. We'll watch podcasts.
Yeah, it really is. It's worth visiting for sure. It's mind blowing.
I like there's a
Yes,
big.
I can. How are you? Hello.
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Excellent. We're watching podcasts. Enjoy.
Hare Krishna movement, and basically a lot of the fuck ups in the movement would get sent to Kirtanananda at New Vrindavan because he'd put them to work building the temple, right? So if you like joined and you were like, not fitting in for some reason, a lot of times they'd buy you a one-way bus ticket to like Morgantown or Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and you'd wind up there, in the hills under Kirtananda's tutelage, right? Which is, and it went sideways in a hurry, especially after Prabhupada died. He was already running New Vrindavan, like Prabhupada had visited it and approved of it. And actually Kirtananda had gotten booted out of the Krishna movement because he kind of tried to take it over.
Yeah.
And at a certain point, like Prabhupada, kicked him out. And Keith Ham, Kirtananda, like mind fucked this local sort of like philosopher dude that owned the land into signing it over, promising to be like a non-denominational spiritual movement. That's what he was doing.
Mm-hmm.
And as the guy put it, we interviewed his daughter, and he said, as soon as the lease was signed, they put on bed sheets and started chanting, right? And so now you got the Hare Krishnas as your neighbors.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the documentary is really well done.
Thanks.
It's like just like Sasquatch. I mean, you do some awesome stuff, but it's so fascinating to watch these alternative sort of movements get co-opted, and how that can happen by the wrong sort of charismatic psycho.
Right.
And that's this. How do you say his name? Kirtananda.
Kirtananda. Yeah.
Kirtananda.
It's tricky, man. Dude, dealing with all these Christian names and making this documentary, it was like,
how much research did you have to do about the movement, getting into it?
Quite a bit. Before you sit down and start doing interviews with devotees, like you want to know at least a little bit about what you're talking about. And I went to, we filmed in Vrindavan in India. That's how I started the project. Like I signed on to the director gig, and like 2 weeks later I was in India.
Wow, what was that like? Hey, Jamie, can we get the coffee in here?
Well, one thing about Vrindavan, India is the fucking monkeys, okay? There are these monkeys that will steal your shit, and it's a whole racket, right? The monkeys
give them something back.
Yeah, and of course we're like knocking around with bags full of lenses and camera gear and audio gear and stuff, and so we're a target-rich, posse for these monkeys. But they'll get your sunglasses, your phone, whatever, if you're not careful, and then they like sort of skitter up a drain pipe or a tree, and you got to buy these like frozen mango packs from the street vendors and like throw them up to the monkeys, and the monkeys will drop your shit back down to you. I'm convinced that the street vendors are in on it, right? That it's
They
like
probably
this.
are.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So
they probably are. Yeah. Well, at the very least, it's so strange that the monkeys know that you can barter.
Yeah, they learned.
Yeah, that you can make a deal.
Yeah. The legend is that hundreds of years ago, this guy that was like, he brought a circus to Vrindavan, and the monkeys came with him, and they were trained to be pickpockets, and then they just kind of stayed behind. But I don't know if that's true or not. But that's the local legend. Is that? But there's hundreds of them, thousands of them, man. I mean, they are everywhere, and you gotta watch. You gotta be constantly have your head on a swivel because they are so quick.
And what do they live off of? Do they just live off of what the people give them?
I don't know. They probably scavenge, but also like they do get a lot of like, mango treats from stealing shit, because Balaram Mandir, which is like the head Hare Krishna temple, is in Vrindavan, India. And so devotees from all over the world go there like as spiritual tourists, basically. And so, monkeys steal shit from them or any other, there's a lot of Krishna devotees from all over India too that aren't necessarily quote unquote Hare Krishnas, but like follow the Hindu deity Krishna. So they come to, it's like there's a lot of spiritual pilgrims to this city. All right. There's a lot of spiritual tourism there. And so the monkeys have a lot of targets.
And so when they steal your stuff, you have to throw it to them.
You got to buy something and then throw it up to them. And then they will relinquish it. Sometimes they'll be like, nope, that's a cell phone. That's a 3 mango pack deal, dude. They won't, they'll be like, oh, thanks. And they'll like go like they're going to drop it too. They'll be like, oh, how about I drop it in the sewer? Oh, you don't want that? Mango pack. So
they point to the mangoes?
Yes. Wow. So eventually you throw them enough treats, and they'll like, and there's these kids too that if they see that a monkey has stolen something, they'll come over and they'll be like, basically it's like for a few rupees, I'll handle this deal for you. And then they climb up the tree or the drain pipe and they do a direct hand-to-hand exchange.
Wow.
So we learned the hard way. That's the thing to do. If the monkey steals the whatever, hire the kid. He goes and brokers the deal with the mango juice guy, and makes it all happen for you. Yeah.
So do other monkeys realize this is happening and try to steal the mangoes before they give it to
brutal. But they also cooperate too. Like they'll run like distraction operations. Like one monkey will come at you from an angle and kind of like bluff charge, and then you're paying attention to that one, and then boom, the other one like grabs your sunglasses off your head.
Wow.
Yeah. But we were there to film. There's this ceremony. These two brothers whose father, his name was Chakadari, his Christian name, his government name was Charles St. Dennis. He was known as Chaka in the movement. And his sons were doing this really ancient ritual to sort of release the soul of someone who's been murdered. And so they had their father's ashes, which he was murdered, decades ago at New Vrindavan on orders from Kirtanananda, because he was challenging Kirtanananda's authority.
So Kirtanananda had people murdered too?
Yeah.
More than one?
Yeah. I think there's probably quite a few bodies
that
up in the hills.
People just don't know about?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. One of the principal sources for the documentary is a guy's retired homicide cop named Thomas Westfall, who was a local cop in West Virginia when the Krishnas set up shop at the New Vrindavan commune. And so he started keeping a close eye on them early and sort of saw Kirtananda's rise to power. And, he believes that there's at least a handful more victims up there whose bodies haven't been found. Because it's really remote country. I mean, I don't want to stress that. It's really cold in the winter. There's a lot of snow. To this day, it's a difficult place to get to.
And so this guy, when he first started running this temple, this area, when did it go? How long did it take before it went sideways?
Well, I think it was the question with Kirtananda or Keith Ham is always like, was he bent before he became a Krishna, or was it like, did the power get to him? And I think it's both. I think he had a psychological disposition towards being a despot, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And then once Prabhupada was gone, and Kirtanananda, along with 10 of his compatriots, was appointed a guru, and had that sort of power. I think at that point and combined with like all the money. I mean, he had this guy that was Kirtananda was a genius at running schemes and scams to make money. He would dispatch like the hottest young female Krishna devotees to like stock car races and rock concerts and stuff to like raise money for whatever. They just make it up. The starving children of India, or they just make up charities, and they'd flirt with dudes, especially at rock concerts, guys that are like high, and get them to give them cash, $1 here, $5 here, $10 there. They work at airports too, but, and they just brought in literally like garbage bags full of cash, every week.
Wow.
And he trained them to deposit it in $9,900 increments.
So it doesn't
to avoid the reporting.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow. So he looks crazy. That's what's interesting. Isn't it interesting that like crazy people look crazy? And I always try to say, okay, is this because he's crazy, or do you see something? It's hard to tell, but he doesn't seem enlightened. Like
right.
You look at him, he looks like a guy who's a little unhinged. And I've met people like that, unhinged. And I've met people like that in like the psychedelics movement. And there's a few of these movements that are so open, and basically anybody can become a part of it. The concept behind it is, we're all seeking enlightenment. But then you'll see someone who gets in there and you're like, what is this guy's schizophrenic or something? Like there's something going on here.
Especially you look at photos of Kirtanananda over the decades. Like he just gets more and more and more demented looking.
Right. And that has to probably be the power. Right?
Yeah.
They're washing his feet and worshiping
him.
him.
He was molesting kids there. You know,
yeah.
Like he was a total pedophile.
Right. Do you think that started, that he was always a pedophile?
I think pedophiles are always pedophiles, you know. But again, once he had like access to, as the movement went on, more and more Krishna couples had kids, so he had access to more and more and more children up there, you know, in those hills.
Right, and that was one of the things that you highlight, is that it wasn't just about releasing the possessions; it was also like not having not having control of your children either.
Yeah. Although I think they especially at New Vrindavan, at the place that Kirtanananda ran, they kind of took that belief, you know, that yes, children are a material attachment, right? But he took it to an extreme and just basically cut off, you know, kids from their parents like entirely. And that was not unique to New Vrindavan. That happened in a lot of temples around the country in the U.S. But ISKCON,
and the pedophilia happened.
It did. But I will say again, to ISKCON's credit, that unlike the Catholic Church, once the evidence started to emerge that there had been, I think it's fair to say, systemic, you know, raping of kids at their religious facilities, they addressed the issue head on, and for the most part, I think have done an excellent job of, you know, weeding out the pedos.
And what happened to the kids? Because it's not just that it seems like it wasn't isolated. It was all the kids
at New Vrindavan.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you're kind of
mostly boys, I think. Mostly boys. Yeah. They have communities online, and there's a lot of bitterness. You know, it varies. It varies. You can't totally generalize, but you know, the kids that grew up in New Vrindavan, you know, they have online communities where there's a lot of, like, for obvious reasons, like resentment and bitterness and anger. Still at the leadership of the Hare Krishna movement for not, in their opinion, you know, fully atoning for the sins that occurred there.
Wow, what could they do?
Right. Well, there was a settlement. There were some lawsuits or some settlements, but I mean, you know,
that doesn't fix anything.
No.
It doesn't fix anything. It acknowledges that something happened, but you're ruining a child for life.
Yeah.
And you're doing it in the most evil way, because you're supposed to be a part of this peace and love movement that's like the optimal way to live life.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and that's why this guy, Charles St. Dennis, Chaka, was murdered, is he was calling out Kirtananda for his hypocrisy. Now, I don't know if he called him out for the, you know, raping kids, but like Kirtananda was having like gay sexual relationships with some laborers that had been hired to come help build the temple that weren't necessarily devotees, and it was like an open secret, you know, in the commune. And he called him out for it, and also called him out for the materialism, for like driving around in a limousine, for having, like, you know, they would buy him a new, you know, fancy SUV every year or whatever, you know. And Charles St. Dennis called him on his bullshit publicly, and that's what got him killed.
Wow. You know, fuck, man. It's I know quite a few people that grew up in cults. You know, in stand-up comedy, you deal with a lot of like lost people, like wayward folks that just didn't fit in anywhere in society. And a couple of my friends, one of my good friends, grew up a Jehovah's Witness, and you know, it's just you live in this world that is this very strange sort of, I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. It's illogical. It's crazy. It doesn't fit. And once you start questioning things, you find like you're not allowed to. And it's just very bizarre how many of these. Like, I was having a conversation with Mark Andreessen, you know, the venture capitalist guy, and he was like, California still has a lot of active cults right now. I was like, really? He goes, oh yeah, there's a lot. So like, there's ones you don't hear about where they kind of keep it together.
Right.
So I guess there's like, cults have to go completely like holy hell sideways before you get a documentary.
Right.
So some of them, they figure out how to kind of keep everybody together.
It's probably harder to keep shit under wraps these days than it was for Kirtan Ananda in the 70s and the 80s.
With the internet. Yeah, for sure.
Everybody's got a phone. And
It's also like people are much more aware of what a cult is now. I bet in the 1960s, it just seemed like a beautiful alternative to, you're dealing with the civil rights movement, Jim Crow, anti-war movement, Vietnam is happening. You've got Richard Nixon's the president. There's all this chaos. People don't want the world that's in front of them right now, and they're searching for some alternative. And it comes along. What about love? What about this? Yeah, that's what I want.
Right.
And then next thing you know, you're wrapped up in this thing.
Yeah. Talking about the pedophilia stuff, I'm going to take this on a detour because there's something I wanted to say last time I was on your show, which is that I am convinced that you saved at least one kid's life with something that you said the last time I was on, which is that we were talking about my own experiences as a survivor of childhood sexual assault. And you told a story about how when you were a kid, you were in a library and this like sick fuck pedophile guy was trying to get you out of the library.
Yeah.
And a librarian stepped in and basically saved you from this guy. Do I have that correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. The reason that I think you saved at least one kid's life is this, because, and again, speaking from firsthand experience, as a male survivor, especially of childhood sexual assault, you think like, how could I have let that happen to me? Why didn't I defend myself? Why didn't I fight the guy off? Even though intellectually you look at a 7, 8, 9-year-old boy, you're like, you got no chance against a grown man. Right. But for, Joe Rogan to say like a librarian saved me from this happening to me. Right. Because you're a tough guy. Okay. You're perceived as a tough guy. I think rightly so.
Now.
Now.
7 or 8 or however it was.
Right. But I hope I'm articulating my point, which is that,
it can happen
guys.
Yeah.
And for a guy that's like suffering that and thinking like, why didn't, it just helps when somebody in a position like yourself, says like, hey, it could have happened to me.
Easily. It almost did. I mean, I was on my way out the door.
Right.
Yeah, it could have, if that librarian hadn't called out my name. I think about that all the time. What would have happened to me? Who I would have become, It's one of the darkest forces in the world, like this, and I don't understand why it's so prevalent. And I think, I've equated it to vampires. That it seems like one of the things that happens to some of the people that get molested is they wind up doing it to others.
Yeah,
and
that is a harsh truth. I mean, I try and do what I can to dispel the stereotype because. That was one of the things that, scared the shit out of me when I was a teenager is the idea that I was going to become a pedophile myself.
Right.
But yeah, it's unfortunate. So, it's that hurt people cliche, right? But there's truth behind it.
It is with violence. It is with everything. With something.
Pedophilia, which let's just call it what it is. Raping kids is just an incredibly destructive force in our culture and in all cultures. And I just it's the one kind of criminal I think that I just have absolutely no sympathy for. None.
Nor do I.
None.
No, most people feel the same way. I mean, when you talk about one of my daughters is very much against the death penalty, and I think for a good reason. And because we've had conversations about people that are unjustly accused, and she knows that I've had many people on my podcast that spent a long time in jail for crimes that they didn't commit, and some of them were on death row, and they could have been executed. And when we were talking about it, we said in a perfect scenario, when you absolutely know that the law has got the right person and that this person has done something and then they have killed people, whether it's a serial killer or whatever it is, yeah, maybe the death penalty makes sense. But we don't have a perfect legal system.
Right.
And then the subject of child molesters came up and they're like, oh no, kill them all. Everybody's, it's almost like
it's an instinctual reaction.
Yeah. Especially my wife, mothers, they hear that and it's just like, that's the one, like you have to kill them.
Because they never fucking stop.
No, they don't.
They never stop.
It's a weird sickness. It's just so strange that it's not a very, very rare, uncommon thing. That exists in a handful of places in the world occasionally.
Yeah.
But then when you hear about something like the Catholic Church, there was Pope Benedict when he got kicked out. There was a lot of people that didn't understand what was going on, and I was looking into it, and you find out what that guy did. And one of the things that he did that's so evil is he would move people. So he would take a priest that was molesting kids and just move him to another unsuspecting place. And he went on to molest one of these guys that they caught. Went on to molest 100 deaf kids, at least 100 that they're aware of. And just go and he knew that this guy was a pedophile. And it's just, the Catholic Church in particular is just like, I went to Catholic school and nothing happened to me, but things did happen to people that I know that did go to Catholic school. And it's just like, is there another religion that is more connected? Like when you hear the term Catholic priest,
right?
Pedophile is right. Like if you were playing a game like Catholic priest, pedophile, like you would say that, if you're, what is that, charades? What's that game? When like you say, tough, big, runs fast, football player, yes. That you'd say, Catholic priest, pedophile. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's
right. And it was an open secret for so long too.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I think a lot of the priests were probably drawn to the church for the access to kids. I mean, and Kirtanananda in New Vrindavan built himself a little pedophile heaven up there. Once he had the power.
So how did they? Did you talk to anybody from there that kind of reformed that place? Like, how did they? Once they got rid of him?
Well, first of all, he finally went to prison for murder, murder for hire, basically, along with racketeering, and like he was selling like counterfeit, football hats and shit.
Is he still in jail? Or is
no, he's dead. He's dead. But he still has, like, not within ISKCON, but within the larger sort of Krishna consciousness movement, he still has a following. And I went to his tomb that's in Vrindavan, India, and I had like a translator kind of fixer with me, and I had one camera guy, and we sort of bullshitted our way in, and it was this creepy fucking place, man. It was like this, these sort of like almost Soviet bloc looking apartment. It was all half finished. Like there was his tomb, and there were flowers and incense and photos of him and stuff. And it's basically after he got out of prison eventually as an old man. And he went to India and Pakistan and like drew a following of like Pakistani and boys basically that are now men in their 20s and 30s. And they occupy this sort of compound around his tomb. And the one that we sort of bullshitted our way past was starting to get like a little suspicious of what we were doing and of our story, which is like that we were just tourists basically that had sort of wandered by this place and were interested by it. And all these dudes just started coming out of these, they looked like vacant buildings, but they clearly weren't. All these like followers or Kirtanananda, and the translator's like, it's time to go now, time to go now, time to go now, time to go now. And so, we boogied out of there.
Wow.
Yeah. But he still has like followers, and frankly, even within ISKCON, he still has sort of quiet supporters.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Holy Hell, they talk about this guy that they kicked out. He's still on the loose, and they flew him to Hawaii, and he started a cult in Hawaii. And in the documentary, they show him in Hawaii with his devotees, just taking him around, opening the door for him, the whole deal.
Right.
It's so strange. The cult thing is so bizarre because it's so common, and it just seems like there's so many people that want to be led by someone who has the answers. Because most people are like you and I, they're like, try to do our best, live our life, fuck up, make mistakes, try to figure out what makes you happy. Like, what's this all about? What is life? What are we doing here?
Yeah.
And for some, when someone comes along and says, I have the answers, you're like, oh, this guy's got the answers. I need the fucking answers. Like, what are the answers? And
yeah, I will say, I spent a lot of time with Hare Krishnas or with Krishna consciousness devotees, and making that show. And generally speaking, they are positive, peaceful souls.
Yeah.
They seem at peace with their place in the world in a way that, I frankly found sort of compelling and attractive. You know, so it's easy to see, and maybe they do have the answers. Maybe this ancient, like, spiritual tradition is at least part of the answer. Right?
Well, it certainly can be an answer for some people if you are of the right mindset and if you're truly trying to be on that path. But the problem is it's so easy to be subverted. It's like someone can come along and slowly kind of take over and twist it.
True with any religion.
Yeah. I mean, look at televangelists, right? I mean, there's real Christians out there that are really great, wonderful people that want to live by the teachings of Christ and live a better, more just and holy life. And they really do want to live like that. And then there's psychos who want private jets and a giant arena to have all their followers, and they want mansions. And those guys are real. And they thrive. They're everywhere.
Well, one of Kirtananda's enforcer and hitman was this guy named Thomas Drescher, whose Christian name was Tirtha. And he like drove the bus. There was a school bus that it wasn't driving kids around, but they bought a school bus to kind of take people from one part of the, commune to another or whatever. But really why he was there, and he was one of the dudes that like joined he was in Vietnam combat vet. I think he saw hardcore combat in Vietnam, came back bent in the head, was trying to find the answers, trying to find help probably for PTSD, found the Hare Krishnas, joined, but the first temple or two that he was at, they were like, something a little off about this guy. So let's send him to Kirtananda. Kirtananda met this dude and was like, oh, I got a purpose for you, brother. You're now enforcer number one. And so if you fucked up, if like you weren't supposed to have a television, or if you broke the rules or you defied Kirtananda in any way, if you got some money from your family, you didn't kick it to him, Tirtha came and paid you a visit. Okay. Wow. And when Kirtananda started whacking dudes, basically it was Tirtha that did it. He just shoot you. And he was smart. He buried Charles St. Dennis's body. He diverted a little creek, and by damming it up, and then buried the body, and then took away the dam. So the whole the homicide cop Thomas Westfall, he was like, I was looking for that body everywhere and never thought to look under the little river.
Did they bring cadaver dogs to try to search for it?
I don't think they brought dogs. Eventually, like what happened was, and the reason that Kirtananda, why they finally got him, is that Tirtha flipped on him. But now they arrested Tirtha, Thomas Drescher, for murder because there was another devotee that got killed in Los Angeles that was also sort of outing Kirtananda and his, corruption and whatnot. And so they got Drescher, and once he was in prison, like Kirtananda held the ceremony and like appointed him to this like high status within Krishna consciousness. And of course that was like a way to try and keep him quiet, right? And he remained a believer. But then there was this incident known as the Winnebago incident, where Kirtananda was riding in a Winnebago with this like, I think it was a little boy from like Pakistan or India. And the like curtains jostled open, and he was seen in full view by multiple witnesses, like sodomizing this kid. And like too many people saw it to cover it up, right? And word got to Thomas Drescher in prison that this had happened. And he heard from enough people who he trusted and believed that this was true, that he immediately flipped on Kirtananda and said, like, yep, he paid me and ordered me to kill these guys, and here's where you can find the bodies.
So he didn't know that
Kirtananda, he didn't believe it. He didn't believe it. He was a true believer. He didn't want to believe it. So it was only when he was, he didn't firsthand witness it himself, but it was only when he was faced with like multiple people who he trusted, who were telling him, we saw this, it's true, and then to his credit, I think he immediately flipped. We tried to do an interview with him, but we couldn't get into the prison to get him to go on camera. So we do in the show, we do have audio interview excerpts with Drescher.
Wow. One of the saddest things about Holy Hell is they talked to some of the devotees that had left, and now they're lost because they had essentially they had left 20 years of their life with this guy, and now here they were 50, and like this one lady was like a dog walker now,
right?
She had just kind of lost no real purpose in life. Didn't her whole thing was bullshit.
Yeah.
Her whole life was bullshit.
Yeah. And some of the kids that grew up at New Vrindavan under Kirtanananda, when it was legitimately a cult by any definition. Some of them are still followers of Krishna consciousness. Some of them, have left it way behind, right?
Yeah.
And have nothing good to say about that. But some of them are still like followers of Prabhupada's teachings, and they believe that Kirtananda was an aberration. I think that's probably right.
I think that's probably right too.
Yeah.
I mean, my friend who's really into the Hare Krishnas, he's a very peaceful guy, and the way he looks at it is like, this is a way to live. This is a possible way to live for some people that, if done correctly and done with the right spirit and the right mindset, like really can be a beautiful, blissful way of existing.
Right. And I like, not only like, I buy into the idea of karma, reincarnation. That reads as true. That feels true to me.
In reincarnation?
Yeah. Yeah.
Really? What reads as true? What part reads as true?
Well, then we get into DMT, right?
Okay.
All right. I tried DMT.
When did you do that?
It was in 2013. And I'm a one and done DMT guy. Don't need to do it again. Okay. So here's my DMT story. Is that in 1999, I was super in the rave scene, and I was in London at this 3-day rave called the Warp. And it was the kind of party where it's like, someone asked you the time, you'd be like, it's 9:30, and they'd be like, AM or PM, And it was a great party, right? 3 days near the Tower of London, literally underground, an underground party, literally underground. They had DJ rooms and dance rooms, but they also had these live performance rooms. And I saw this performance artist called the Techno-Pagan Octopus Messiah. Okay. And he was describing his DMT experience, and I hadn't heard about DMT. And by the way, his stuff is fantastic. I think he's come the closest of anybody except Terence McKenna in actually like capturing what the DMT experience is as a writer.
Mm.
Outside his performance, with the room where he's performing, there was this tent that just said deep meditation therapy. And I was like, oh, now I know what that means, right? And I watched people doing DMT, and I was like, I was already rolling on 3 or 4 hits of MDMA, so I was like, not tonight. But if it ever comes my way, I'm going to do it. I made myself a promise that night. I'm not going to seek this out, but if it ever comes my way. And then it did. And in 2014, I just went to see a buddy of mine in Brooklyn. I was working on a documentary out there, and he was like, you want to try this? I was like, okay, before I change my mind, let's do this. And 15 minutes later, I believed in reincarnation. I believed in karma and reincarnation. So and I felt a lot better about death.
Yeah, I felt a lot better about death too after I did it.
But what my experience was that I got, a short glimpse at sort of a user manual for the cosmos. And in there was the knowledge that reincarnation is real, that the Buddhists have it right, that after you die, you go to the Bardo for 49 days. Your soul is out there. You get a chance to kind of like assess the last life you led before you take another spin on the carousel. Learn what you can, get rewarded for your good deeds, suffer for your sins, and then go back. And I believe it, but I also just like it. I just like it. It feels true to me in a way that like the evangelist or fundamentalist Christian idea of like you can just do a bunch of bad shit and then promise yourself to Jesus and have a clean slate. Fuck that. I'm not buying that.
Yeah.
But karma and reincarnation, I'm buying it.
There's something there. I mean, it's fascinating that concept has existed for so long. And even the concept of heaven that existed for so long,
right?
And angels and souls and all those things. I think we have a very limited ability to grasp reality. And I think that limited ability is biological. It's kind of based upon our primate origins and what we are as a thing, as a biological entity. We have essentially the tools that we need in order to survive. And those tools are the ability to recognize danger and communicate and establish community and purpose and all these different things. But when you have like real breakthrough psychedelic experiences, to me, it seems like it's allowing you a vision into all that exists. Not just what you're physically capable of seeing as a human being, but this chemical gateway or whatever it is that psychedelics give you allows you to see that these things. What I got out of it is that everything is connected. Every action, every thought, your thoughts, your life, your words, your deeds, the way you approach things, the way you respond to things, that they're all connected in some very strange way. And the living my life, the more I follow that as thinking that everything is all connected, the more my life has been more beautiful.
Right.
The more my life has been more rewarding and rich and more pleasing, more filled with love and community. And it's something that I kind of need to like remind myself all the time, because I think the biological entity has certain like human reward systems that are built into it, try to acquire resources, to try to establish dominance, to try to succeed. There's all these different things that as a human, people they want success, they want all these different things. And that those things can kind of, because you could see the physical manifestation of that work, that can sort of overcome the idea that everything is connected. And so that's, I think, why people cheat on their taxes or insider trade or do all these different things, fuck people over in business deals, and they don't think that they're going to experience any negative consequences of it.
Right.
But I don't think anybody gets away free.
Again, that's why I like the idea of karma and reincarnation.
Yeah.
You don't get away with it.
There's something to it. There's something.
And it's
karma.
again going back to the Vedas, the oldest spiritual, organized system of spiritual beliefs known, for our species. That's core to it.
Well,
karma
we have
and reincarnation.
The most complicated organism. We are the most complicated organism that we're currently aware of, in terms of our ability to manipulate our environment, our ability to communicate, our ability to create things.
Yeah.
But we don't have an operator's manual, which is crazy. So we're essentially running on this primate software that was really established. It's almost like we have DOS or Windows 95, and we just keep refreshing it,
right?
We don't, there's no real new operating system.
Yeah.
And it's so filled with flaws that the human operating system is designed to ward off predators and to fight off neighboring tribes and to try to avoid starvation and to try to make sure that your genes pass on and that your enemy's genes don't. And to exist in 2024 in modern Western world with all of our technology and all of our knowledge and all the information that we have available with this ancient primate software is so problematic. It's so fraught with peril. There's so many things that can go wrong, and so many people that go sideways with drug addiction and gambling addiction and sex addiction and this addiction and that addiction and so much chaos and thievery and violence and and deception and fraud, and there's just so many things that exist that are negative but are tied to this concept of achieving and getting more, which is this famine-based mentality, this resource acquiring mentality that really is like the monkey stealing your sunglasses so he can get mangoes.
Right.
It's really
no, totally agree. And I felt like with DMT I got like a very short, it was like I felt like there was this sentient, generally benevolent force out there in the cosmos that was like, okay, look, I'm going to give you a lot of information. You're not going to be able to retain most of it.
Right.
But you ready? Here we go.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I brought back that I still believe a decade later is that reincarnation is real. That's how it works. Karma is real. That's how it works. What you do in this life affects your next one. So, and that also gives you like kind of the user's guide you're talking about how to be a better person, how to be a better species.
Yeah, I didn't get a reincarnation vibe. I'm not opposed to the idea of reincarnation, but I got a vibe that there's other things and there's other dimensions and there's other experiences and there's maybe levels of existence. and that this existence that we're experiencing right now as human beings is just this very strange, confusing, almost like a puzzle that you are on this planet trying to solve, and you can get distracted.
Yeah.
You can get distracted by all sorts of things in this life, but the things that bring you happiness and love, you have to kind of like sort those out and choose those amongst the different options that the puzzle gives you.
Yeah. You know this podcast, Psychedelic Salon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. I had that guy on, Lorenzo.
Yeah, Lorenzo Hegarty.
He's great.
Yeah, he is. I recently got to know him, and he asked me to give you a message because I guess 2 or 3 months ago, you were musing about whether or not he was still alive because he hadn't posted any new episodes recently. He is still alive. That's his message, Lorenzo's message. Right. And after he heard that you'd raised that question, he's been posting.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. So
Can you connect me to him?
Yeah, absolutely.
Please.
So Lorenzo and I and the aforementioned Techno-Pagan Octopus Messiah are in the process of collaborating with some AI animation artists on a documentary about the stoned ape theory. I think it's going to be dope.
Have you seen Dennis McKenna's assessment of it? Yeah. He broke it down on the podcast where he was explaining to me the actual mechanisms that would be involved in psilocybin accelerating the human mind and the ability to form language and concepts and creativity and all the different things that McKenna Terrence talked about.
Right.
But Dennis is like hardcore, like fact-based scientist guy.
Yeah. You've had several great guests on there talking about that theory, but I've been like, there's about to be already, it's showing signs, but there's about to be just a glut of AI animation movies, especially even in documentaries. Like I think AI animation is going to replace, recreations, where they hire actors to recreate stuff. We did it in Christians, right?
Yes.
We recreated, murder scenes using actors and firearms and stuff, prop firearms. So I've been approached with, I don't even know how many ideas for like the AI animation docs. It's just been like gimmick. But this one really felt right. Like, I think that Terrence McKenna would have loved the idea of using AI animation to show the evolution of our species, as they pick the mushrooms out of the cow shit and stuff. And also one idea that we're toying with, I think we'll go forward with now that we've actually, I think we've got the technology actually dialed in, where we built this AI world, this Terrence McKenna AI world, where we can give it ideas and it'll spit back imagery to us that feels right, is building some sort of like AI avatar of Terrence McKenna. So the idea is that the spine of the documentary will be anytime because Lorenzo has incredible archives of Terrence McKenna, stuff that nobody else has.
Yeah, he has everything.
And anytime you're hearing Terrence McKenna's voice describing the stoned ape theory, will take people through it step by step. You'll be seeing AI animation of what he's describing. So you're hearing Terrence McKenna's voice, but seeing AI.
So for people who don't know what the stoned ape theory is, we should probably explain it to them for people who've never heard it before. And the concept is that at one point in evolution, there was climate change, and that these tropical rainforests had receded into grasslands, and that these primates had started experimenting with different food sources by flipping over cow patties and looking for grubs and all these different things. And one of the things that they would do is probably test the mushrooms that were growing in the cow patties.
Right.
And in many places where psilocybin exists, these things are extremely prevalent. Like my friend Duncan, who grew up in Asheville, North Carolina, told me that mushrooms were so prevalent that the local ranchers they started putting feed in with the cattle feed, some sort of antifungal thing to keep fungus from growing in cow shit.
Yeah.
Because so many kids were going onto the field
picking the mushrooms
and picking psilocybin mushrooms. He's like, they were everywhere.
Yeah.
They were everywhere, and so that the concept is that low doses of psilocybin increase visual acuity, make people more amorous. So it probably heightened sexual arousal, made people more likely to breed, and made people more curious, probably because of the increase in visual acuity, made people better hunters.
Right.
Better, there's studies that have been done. I forget what the scientist did. It was a hardcore, non-psychedelic scientist who did studies on edge detection with patients.
Right.
These studies?
Yeah.
And it showed that people under the influence of psilocybin can detect deviance. Like, so if you have two parallel lines and one slightly deviates from parallel, the people on psilocybin can predict it much quicker, can see it much quicker than the people not on psilocybin, which is fascinating.
And you'd be a much better hunter.
Much better hunter.
And much better at surviving being hunted.
And also just be more tuned into things.
Yeah.
You're more aware of, like, I know a lot of people that use psilocybin when they play certain sports, and they think that psilocybin low doses,
it's like low dose,
low doses for playing pool and things like that. You just have a better understanding of what's happening.
I attest to low microdoses for chess.
Chess, huh? Yeah. Does it help you? Really?
I think it does. Actually, I can demonstrate that it does. In my game ratings.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Interesting.
Now, I don't know if I buy the stoned ape theory in the same way that I fully buy into the concept of the bardo and reincarnation and karma and all that, but it's sure fucking fun to think about, man.
Well, doesn't it? I mean, it mimics DMT. Like psilocybin and dimethyltryptamine are very closely related.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to fuck this up. I think it's N4-pharoloxy and dimethyltryptamine. It's very close to what dimethyltryptamine is. And, we also know that dimethyltryptamine is endogenously produced. It's produced in the human brain. We don't understand why. And, that's Rick Strassman, who wrote that book, DMT, The Spirit Molecules, talked about that. And they've done a lot of great research at the Cottonwood Research Foundation trying to determine where it's produced, why it's produced. They used to think it was just produced by the pineal gland. Now they think, I believe, it's produced by the whole brain, and that this thing that these primates were finding was giving them that and giving them more of an understanding of the world around them and expanding the brain. And the other thing about the human, the concept of the stoned ape theory is this bizarre fact in the history of humans that in the entire species, like the record of species, one of the biggest mysteries is the doubling of the human brain size over a period of 2 million years. Right. And McKenna says that coincides with this exact same time period where the tropical rainforests were receding into grasslands, and then they believe that these primates were experimenting on new food sources. So there's all these things that sort of line up with it, and it makes it a fascinating idea. But if you think about, if they found out that this thing gives them this feeling, and they were, they're repeatedly using it over and over and over again, and then their offspring did it, and their offspring did it, and you're, playing this out over a couple million years, you could see how this would happen.
Yeah. Also the development of language.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
The glossalia.
Yeah. Glossolalia.
Yeah. Thank you. Like high doses, right? Activates the language center. So, like I said, I'm not sure I buy it, but it should be a fun movie to make.
Something happened.
Yeah.
It's very obvious that something happened that separated us from all the other primates.
Yeah.
In a radical way.
Yeah.
We don't look anything like them.
Right.
We have abilities and we have so many attributes that are far beyond any other primate, and it kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
And also, there's people that can achieve those states without psychedelics, which is fascinating. And I've gone pretty close with some breathing exercises, and especially breathing exercises in sensory deprivation. You can achieve some definite psychedelic states. I haven't had the full visual effects that are available with DMT. But boy, you definitely get to some bizarre place where if it was a drug, it would be a very popular drug.
Well, back to the Krishnas, that's what Prabhupada was preaching. And a lot of his early devotees were people that had taken a lot of acid or mescaline, right? Or peyote.
Yeah.
And felt like they were getting glimpses of something, but they couldn't understand it. And he's like, let me show you how to get there, right? Without the drugs.
Right. And what was Prabhupada using to try to get there?
Meditation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just deep meditation.
Yeah, I think
there's chanting of ancient sacred mantras and meditation. Yeah.
Well, that's the other thing that happens with DMT rituals, that they play Icaros, these ancient South American songs that sort of, enhance the experience. Like when you do DMT with Icaros playing, the DMT dances to the sound, and it's very strange to watch. It's beautiful, bizarre. And you know, it's overwhelming. Like you can't. It's hard to believe that it's really happening while it's happening, and you know, you got to kind of let go and just like let it happen and experience it because you're so blown away by it all. It's hard to just not just go, what the fuck, like every 5 seconds. You got to kind of just take it in and accept it.
Yeah. I tried to get my dad to try DMT. My dad died recently. And about 6 months ago, I tried to get him to try DMT. I was like, listen, you know, until I tried this, Dad, you know, I was like, same as you, like basically Spock, like cold, logic, reason, right? You know, like that's my dad. Yeah. Super smart, like mathematical genius was my dad. And he was like, well, it sounds interesting, but I guess if you're right, I'll find out on my own. Because I was like, this is kind of like the trailer for the movie, Dad.
Interesting.
You know?
I'll find out on my own.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So, he died like 2 weeks ago while I was in Ukraine.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
What were you doing in Ukraine?
I was reporting. I was working. I wasn't filming, but I was doing some research. And I was in a war zone. I mean, well, the whole fucking country's a war zone. But I was in a war zone where like communications were dicey at best. And I got a text message from my wife on Signal. It was like, your dad's heart valve is failing rapidly. He's in the hospital. He's probably got like 48 hours to live. And the airspace over Ukraine's closed. So there's no way that I could get from where I was in Ukraine to Anchorage, Alaska to be with him. And so I was just sending like text messages on Signal to the nurses they were reading them to him.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. And then I was able to record one voice memo, like right as he was going, because the last sense to go when you're dying is sense of hearing. And they played him like a message from me.
Wow.
So, but to answer your question, what was I doing in Ukraine? I'm looking into a possible documentary that'd be set against the backdrop of the current war, but that would be more about like what is actually the true nature of corruption in Ukraine and what has it been, and what was it in the 90s, you know?
Yeah.
And what is it today, and like how has the U.S. State Department kind of fucked up again in the same way that we did in Vietnam and every war, like Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq, by backing the wrong horses, you know?
Yeah, well, we've never not fucked up.
Yeah.
There's never been one. Well, whether it's Libya or Afghanistan, Iraq, there's not one where you could point to like, we nailed that one.
Right.
There's not one.
Right.
There's not one.
Right.
And, you know, when there was so much resistance to the concept that Ukraine was corrupt when we first started backing them, you know, that was what was fascinating to me, because it was always talked about how corrupt Ukraine was. It was always talked about. And then all of a sudden this was a foreboding topic. Like, no, Russia is the aggressor and the invader, and Ukraine are their angels. And like, but wait a minute, you know, that's not reality. Like,
well, it was also that the U.S. government would be like, okay, we would sort of designate who was corrupt and who wasn't. I mean, look, the U.S. went through its own sort of oligarchy, like robber baron phase, you know, in the late 1800s. That was like after we'd been a democracy for 100 years. It's not, unfortunately, it's kind of a step on the evolution of free democracies to have this phase where you're like, you know, things are super corrupt. Like I spent some time at an Orthodox monastery in Ukraine last month, and I asked the sort of head of the monastery, like, what would you have to do to get rid of corruption in this country? He's like, well, I'm a man of God. You know, he's speaking through an interpreter. He's like, I'm a man of God, so I'm not advocating this. But what you could do is you could take, because the main problem in Ukraine right now, as I understand it, is the judicial system. They have what they call telephone law, which is basically like before a judge makes a ruling, he gets a phone call telling him which way to rule.
Oh, Jesus.
You know? Yeah. And so he's the head of this monastery. He's like, you can line up every judge and shoot them, and then all the judges or all the like government officials that come to their funerals, shoot them, and do that 2 or 3 times, and then we might be able to start over. Like he was saying, that's how systemic this is. But
Jesus,
I mean,
man of God's telling you this.
Yeah,
that's a guy who's like reached the limits.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my God.
But I'll tell you, my time in Ukraine really changed my perspective on that war. And I came back a real sort of hawk, thinking that we should fully support Ukraine in the war. Yeah.
Why is that?
Part of it was just being with the people who the Ukraine, I just like the Ukrainians, you know, in a way that I've been to other former Soviet bloc countries. And it's kind of like, I won't name any of them, but I just feel like, I'm not sure you guys are really down with the freedom and democracy thing, you know? It seems like you were subjugated for a while and it just didn't get the same vibe. Like, I think the Ukrainians are legitimately freedom-loving people, okay, that have been like under the thumb of corrupt leadership for decades now.
Yeah.
But to just part of it was there was something very enthralling about being in a place where everyone is so unified, like this country under attack, being invaded by a hostile force. Now, these are the Ukrainians that have stayed behind, okay, but there's still a lot of them. I mean, and just that in coming from America, where everything is so splintered and divided now, and to be in a place where everyone is so on the same page, there's something very attractive about that.
Well, that is what happens when you get invaded. Do you remember what it was like in America after 9/11?
Right after 9/11, yeah.
It was the most united this country has ever been.
Right.
And it's a horrible thing to say,
right,
because it's not what you ever want to happen again, to wake everybody up. But it was the thing that was required to make people put American flags on their cars. And it was, in a lot of ways, I mean, it was a horrible tragedy, but in a lot of ways, the reaction to it was very beautiful. There was so many people that were I was in New York City like just a few weeks or a few months after 9/11. Everybody was friendly. It was crazy.
Right.
It was like everybody was just so blown away by the experience of being attacked and so just shaken out of it and so aware of how fortunate they were to not be one of those people who died, and that we are legitimately all together, and that there are forces out there that are evil, and that we have to stay united. And I hate to think that that's what's required to wake people up from this division. But I always wonder, I wonder if maybe the division that we have in this country is because of the fact that we're never attacked, and because of the fact that we only experienced a few of the Pearl Harbor, 9/11. There's only a few of these moments where we've had to wake up.
Yeah. Yeah, the Aleutian Islands, actually in Alaska, were attacked and occupied by Japanese forces in World War II.
Oh, really?
Little known fact. Yeah, that's actually American territory.
I didn't know that.
But I mean, we fucking, man. I mean, the Ukrainians, they had nuclear weapons, and in 1994, the quote unquote West, the U.S. and the U.K., basically convinced them, you know, to give up their nukes in exchange for a guarantee that we would help them protect their sovereign territory.
Right.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah, that was right after the fall of the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there's so many factors, right? There's the NATO encroaching on Russia's territory.
I mean, 2004, like NATO started handing out membership cards like fucking Cracker Jack prizes, right? Putin gets reelected in 2004, 20 years ago. And all of a sudden, like all these former Soviet, you know, small territories are now NATO countries.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to be NATO? Oh, well, great. Now we're like signed up for a mutual defense treaty with Lithuania.
Right.
You know, nothing against Lithuanians, but fuck, man, you know, this is getting serious.
It's very serious.
Like, what happens if he invades a NATO country? Like, what are we going to do?
Right.
You know, because China's watching, and I'll tell you, you know, I've been like under fire would be over dramatic, but I've had quite a few Iranian fucking Shahed drones launched in my general direction recently. It gives you another perspective on, like, you know, Russia's support for Iran and vice versa. You know, like mutual enemy of ours. Like those are Iranian fucking drones being shot at us. And I don't know, you know, Russia recently had Hamas, like had a delegation from Hamas visit the Kremlin. I mean, what the fuck, man?
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway,
this is a fucking sketchy time.
It really is.
It's
I
such
mean,
a sketchy time.
it's to you know, to say like, oh, like World War III is imminent. It sounds doomsayer, but it feels like it could go that way in a hurry. China, you know, they're looking at us. That's the problem if we sort of like showed our ass and back down. You know, if Putin keeps going, is then China may just test that red line. Right, with Taiwan.
Yeah, well, I think they're preparing for that.
Yeah,
at least when I've talked to people that understand.
Yeah. You know, I think that the war in Ukraine could have been prevented. I think that there was this false dichotomy where there were forces in the U.S. government, and this is part of the documentary I want to make, is about that forced you. There was like, you either have to be, a puppet of Russia or our puppet. You have to either have to be NATO or there's no middle ground.
Right.
When in fact, I think that Ukraine could have been a bridge, a peaceful bridge between Russia and the quote unquote West, where maybe it could have joined the European Union, economically free trade, but not join NATO, right? Because that's what Putin was so adamant against. And you understand, I mean, I think he's a war criminal, fucking power mad, asshole, right? But you can sort of see from his perspective, if you look at a map and you start to see all these NATO countries around Russia, you kind of see, what motivates him.
Well, that's the people in the State Department had always said that was his red line. His red line was Ukraine.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then when they're trying to get Ukraine to join NATO, it's like, what are we doing?
Right.
What are we doing? We're bringing about World War III, and why? And how much money is being spent?
Right.
And where's that money going?
Right. Yeah.
And who's got a vested interest in keeping that money flowing?
Yeah.
That's where it gets scary.
Right. That's what I'm looking into, and I don't want to tip my hand too much, but I think I've got pretty convincing evidence that the U.S. Department of Justice has been used by the U.S. State Department to further U.S. foreign policy interests in Ukraine in ways that aren't really right, like bringing criminal charges against people in the U.S., but like Ukrainians, like charging them with crimes in the U.S., including some people that have never even set foot in the United States, charging with crimes or getting them out of trouble, like dropping criminal charges against them to sort of and again, it goes back to our designating, you're a good guy, you're a bad guy, you're corrupt, you're not, even though they're both just grabbing, billions with both hands. So
it's a fucking scary time, man. It really is.
Yeah.
It's wild to me that Zelensky is the president too. You got essentially a comedian who played president on a television show. And they're like, we like you.
If they held an election today, he would not be reelected.
No.
But then they support him. It's interesting. It's like you ask them, do you support the president? They say yes. Like, we're at war. Would you vote for him? No.
What was their opposition?
I think that he's mismanaging the war, and also I think they suspect that he's corrupt.
Yeah.
And I think he probably is. But the fact that 50 cents of every dollar that we send there, this isn't actually how it goes down, but even if that was the case, is going into somebody's pocket doesn't mean that we can just turn Ukraine over to Russia, in my opinion. I think that we should be backing them full on militarily, not with U.S. troops, but giving them what they need to fight. Because, I talked to a lot of special forces guys over there. They're basically those Russian human waves attacks. We're just mowing these guys. It's not even really combat. We're just mowing these guys down until we run out of bullets, and then we have to retreat. Those are the battles. That's what Putin's able to do, because he's got so many guys.
And he's also letting people out of jail.
Yeah.
Letting people out of jail and giving them, you serve, and your time is, your sentence is rescinded.
Well, so people think of Russia and they think of Moscow and St. Petersburg, but you look at that country on a map, it's fucking massive.
It's huge.
There's so much territory east of the Ural Mountains. It's just a bunch of villages, what we call flyover country, right? Well, Putin is offering deals sign up, where it's more money than they make in a year per month, A, and then B, if you're killed, your family's set up for life. They can buy a house, whatever.
Yeah.
So very attractive offers for these really poor people from rural Russia.
And then they're using them as just human cannon fodder.
100%. 100%.
I just can't remember a time in my life where things had just seemed so unhinged.
No, I asked my parents about that too. My dad, before he passed, they were like, no, we don't remember. Even Watergate, Vietnam era, they weren't really old enough to remember the Great Depression, but even that was just sort of limited to the U.S. I mean, I know there are global, effects of that, ricochets of that, but
Hey, Igor L, how you living? Holy shit, there are a bunch of people in here. Or not. I bet none of you are real. God, are you guys real, or is this my fucking phone fucked up? Phone. Sucking cock.
This is KFI AM 640 Millham here in the morning. Slide 22. Yesterday, of course, a minor bit of news. news. Joe Biden drops out of the race under intense pressure. And man, what a story that is. A bunch of history. Last time this happened was 1968. And so I'll explain. And there were differences. Big differences there. So let's move on. Let's finish up on the news with Amy Petrosin this week and me.
Yeah, what is that?
Looks like J.D. Vance left his Venmo public. And all the connections that he has and all the people that he talks to and all the very powerful people, because he's a Yale Law School guy, are in there. I don't know if he's Skull and Bones. You guys know about Skull and Bones? Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, Skull and Bones, man. That's where you want to go to. That's the gate. That's the club you want to be when you're in college. Full dual pistols all day. White, rich, connected.
Well, that certainly wasn't J.D. Vance.
Well, he was white and connected for the most part. No, he's an outlier. J.D. Vance and Hillbilly Elegies. Do I have that right? The name? Wrote a book that's hugely famous, and he's a very interesting guy, to say the least. I mean, he's kind of out there politically, but and then there's some stuff and
Studio. Oh.
Say, Skull and Bones, that movie with Casey from Dawson's Creek and Craig T. Nelson. It's pretty sweet.
Was it called Skull and Bones?
It's called Skulls.
Oh, right.
Yeah, they got rid of the bones part.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, here's the story, maybe.
Yeah, the Trumps used to back Kamala Harris.
Yeah, and that's no big deal. And I'll tell you why. Donald Trump actually backed everybody pro-abortion. He was a Democrat. Ronald Reagan was a raging liberal in the 30s, was a Democrat. It just so happens Ronald Reagan passed, if you can imagine this, the most far-reaching pro-abortion bill in the United States when he was governor. It happens. People have a pass.
Well, and Trump said it when he was first campaigning, or they said it
What?
when he donated to Hillary Clinton's campaign. He said, I donated to everybody.
Yeah, and that's what people at that level do. Is it because of social media or just our lack of attention that we seem to forget the past if we could? Yeah, I mean, it is. I think it's both. You argue that was a lot of years ago. Oh, this wasn't a lot of years ago. And I've changed my look at J.D. Vance. Was a virulent anti-Trumpist. I mean, this guy talked about Trump in some of the most negative ways you can for a Republican. And so we can say, hey, man, Lieutenant, I changed my mind. He's my kind of guy. And he's not being attacked for that. You know, you join the club. And that's what happened. And then this one, let's end with this. Well, it's a tough situation. I'll tell you that. And I'm on it. My computer went down, so I'm
Oh, your computer went down? Okay.
No, I got it. Worst president by far. Trump last Biden after election control. He really got after him. He pulled out the bazooka and just killed the dead horse, like you said. Yeah, I mean, why would he do that? I mean, come on, guys. Why would he do that? And yeah, he's done. He's finished. I can understand going after Kamala Harris. I get that because it's political. I can understand going after Joe Biden during the presidential run. I can understand that. I think Trump goes way, way, way too far, but I can understand the basis of it. Joe Biden is done. Come on, you're still going to make fun of the fact that he's old, he's doddering, he's unfit to be the president. You have Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the Assembly, saying if Biden is unfit to be the president, he should resign now. I don't have legs. No, it doesn't. But why would Mike Johnson do that? Because then on the ballot, it says, if Kamala Harris gets it, it says President of the United States for what she does as a living. She becomes a sitting president. Wouldn't you want Biden to stay in until Election Day or until next January 20th?
Or maybe you want her to see how potentially bad she would do.
Yeah, but there's none of aside Biden's unprecedented exit from the presidential race, not quite unprecedented. It has happened before. It's fascinating. I love this stuff. This is so much of my witness. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Yo.
Listen to KFI everywhere.
Are you done?
Forces started blowing bridges and hitting them with javelins and stuff, and they actually stopped them. Like, incredibly brave fighting. But there's this one just, like, I came across this just pile of just hundreds of blown up cars. And I asked the locals about it, and some of them have been like painted now with, sunflowers and, Slava Ukrainia, glory to Ukraine. And the artists are trying to make this less sort of macabre. But what it was when the Russians invaded 2 years ago, like hundreds of families piled in their cars, and there was one road out of town, but it was a trap. And the Russians cut it off on both sides, and then methodically, using tanks, blew up these cars full of civilians. Just brutal shit. And I know there's still brutal shit on all sides in all wars.
Yeah.
But to see it firsthand like that, to talk to people that saw that happen it's tough. So, yeah.
What is it like going over there? Like leaving America and going over there to try? I mean, what was
the craziest thing? Was you can just walk in. It was like it's harder to go into Tijuana than it is to go to Ukraine. Like you just like I went in through. I came out. Yes, that's it. Wow. I went in. I came out through Poland, and I went in through Romania.
Jesus
and I just
Christ, all those cars.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
So I flew to Bucharest and then drove about 10 hours to the border and then just like walked across with my duffel bag and a U.S. passport.
Really?
I mean, it's really easy to get in.
You just walked across?
Yeah, just walked right across. It was like 5 minutes.
Did you have it set up already to talk to people?
I did. I had set up security. I had really good security. These guys are like special forces guys, a tank hunting team, actually, that had just rotated off the front after fighting for 2 years. And we're, so basically like keeping me alive was a vacation for them. But they were really, and I got to be really good friends with this one dude, especially the guy that was like, because they worked in different ways. It was a team, but like there was one guy that was like attached to my hip. He was just with me 24/7. Whose name was Andre. And I got to be really good buddies with this guy, just using like Google Translate,
Oh, wow.
even when the interpreter wasn't around, just like really clicked with this guy. Anyway, but yeah, I did have it set up where I had an interpreter, a driver and security. And then I had, conversations that I'd lined up. But a lot of it was people had documents or people had information that the only way I was going to get these documents or to have them tell me this information was to go to Ukraine. It was the only way they were going to, trust me.
How much different was it than what you expected?
Well, I really, back to my new love for the Ukrainian people. In Kyiv, or Lviv, which is a fantastic city. It's in eastern Ukraine near the Polish border. It's like you wouldn't until the rockets and the Iranian drones start flying into the city, you wouldn't know anything was going on. People are out dressed nicely, going to dinner, going to bars, going to clubs, like they're out and about, And then all of a sudden the air raid sirens go off, and there's this app that I like jokingly texted my wife. I was like, this is the worst video game ever, because it's this app that shows you what's incoming, like what kind of missiles and how many, and what kind of drones and how many. And then as the air defense systems shoot them down, they like blip off the screen, so you can like see like the shit's coming your way and like how many are they shooting down. It's like the worst version of Missile Command because you can't actually do anything, right? But yet you're watching it. Wow. And
in real time.
Yeah.
God.
So,
and this is just an app you can get for your phone?
Yeah. Well, the security guys had it. I don't know if everybody has an app on their phone that alerts them when there's incoming missiles or drones, right?
And how do they know that app has not been compromised?
Great question. I don't know. Great question.
Is this an app that's is it Windows and
Android?
Yes,
you could get it on your phone right now. As a matter of fact, before I went to Ukraine, I downloaded it, installed it, and I thought it'd be geo-fenced, but it was like the middle of the night in New Mexico, and all of a sudden it's like air raid, missiles incoming, like seek shelter. So it's if anybody wants to experience what it's like to be a Ukrainian right now, you can download this app.
What is it called?
Let's take a look.
Is it available for all phone platforms?
Anybody can get it. I may have taken it off actually, but I'm sure if you just like Google like Ukrainian, air raid app.
Did you take it off because you're tired of seeing air raids?
Yes. Yeah. I didn't want it to sound anymore. So I mean, you can pick which parts of the country you want it to alert you to, but yeah, I mean, it was there was one day where the security guys were like, it's not safe to drive from where we were to Kyiv tomorrow. So that's the bad news, because every night we would have a go, no go kind of meeting for the next day. And that was the one time that they were like, no go. Too much shit's going on. It's not safe to drive, 8 hours to Kyiv. Good news is it's snowing in the Carpathian Mountains, so we're going to go skiing. And I was like, what? And so the next day we drove 5 hours out of the mountains, and there's this full on ski resort. And there's just people, like the hundreds of families out skiing. And there's the fucking war going on. And it's like a day of a nationwide red alert, which means that like missiles were hitting all over. And so people are watching this app on their phone, and you can see the stuff that's coming, to the oblast, which is like a state, that we're in. And as the stuff is being shot down, like people are like cheering from the chairlifts.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I mean, it's just like that fucking fuck you spirit that they have is, I think, impressive.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a friend from Israel, and he's a kickboxing coach, my friend Shuki. And when he was living in America, he lives in Israel now, but when he was living in America, I went over his house for dinner, and him and his wife, they'd be playing the bongos and dancing, and I'm like, you guys are like, you have so much spirit, like you're so filled with fun.
Yeah.
And he's like, my friend, when you live in Israel, he goes, every day like you could die.
So
every day is party, have a good time, enjoy your life.
Yeah.
And it's like the same kind of thing, unfortunately, like post 9/11. Like you need something horrible to happen for you to appreciate the good, and appreciate peace, and appreciate joy.
Yeah.
And that's a crazy thought, is that the thing that's going to cure what ails us is conflict and getting together and banding together to fight a common evil,
right.
Which is just so bizarre.
Or if we had like a War of the Worlds kind of thing, where like a hostile like alien race attacked Earth.
You remember when Ronald Reagan said that to the UN?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the UFO fanatics' favorite speech. When Ronald Reagan said, if we were faced with a hostile threat from an alien world, how quickly we would put aside our differences.
Yeah.
It's true. I mean, that's one of the things that astronauts always talk about when they go to the space station. So you look down on the Earth and you go, oh my God, what are we doing?
Right.
How are we in conflict with each other over lines in the dirt, imaginary lines in the dirt that we create? For what? Like, who's doing this and why are we doing this? We should all be together. We're this one species that can communicate with each other, attach this ball that's hurling through infinity. And yet our territorial primate instincts have us engaged in this insane conflict that no one thinks is ever going to end. If you asked anyone today, can you achieve in our lifetime no war? Most people will say that's not possible, which is so strange
and tragic.
Well, it's also so crazy because it's a function of human beings in large numbers, right? Because like if we were in this room together and you said, could you imagine all three of us get along? Of course, easily. I couldn't imagine us not getting along. We can talk. We'll figure things out. We have resources. Yeah, we'll be fine. Make it 3 million people. Make it 30 million. Make it 300 million. Now you got problems.
Right.
And it's just, and it seems to be always the same thing that you see when you have a cult. You have leaders, and the leaders don't necessarily have the best intentions for everyone. They have the best intentions for themselves and for the people that are providing them with money. And this is the trap that we're all stuck in. Everyone on earth, all of us, being led by groups that decide that they're in control of these massive numbers of people, and they want control of the resources of these other territories, and they want to do something to those people, and they'll have people convinced this is your enemy. You have to go kill them. People that you've never met, you have no issue with. You don't know anything about them. You literally never seen them before. You might not ever see them even when you're killing them. And this is a thing that we don't believe could ever be stopped in our lifetime, which is insane. If you really start to think about it that way, it sounds so insane. Like if you were approached by an alien life form that said, what is the source of all this murder and killing and destruction? Like, what is this? It's like, oh, we're being led. We're a group, and we're being led by the people that are in charge of this group, that are very secretive and that are being influenced by massive amounts of money and the military industrial complex. And they've got everyone convinced that you have to divert all of our resources into attacking this other group that is opposed to our way of life. They hate us for our freedom, whatever the fuck it is. And that this is what we have to do now. They would be like, what is wrong with you fucking people? Like, what a bizarre, wounded, tainted species that you think like this. And not just think like this, but think it's impossible to imagine this not existing. This the most insane venture that human beings can ever engage in. And you think it's impossible for that to not be the case.
Yeah.
But almost all logical people, if you ask them, could you imagine no war in your lifetime? No.
Not now.
No.
Not now. I mean, I just turned 53, and I think that, like, when I was a young man, I had a lot more optimism, right? And I don't think it was just a function of, like, being young in the 90s, I think, was, like, the best. It was, like, the time of peace and prosperity.
Yeah.
And it seemed like we could get to Star Trek, right? It seemed like we could maybe get there. Right.
Even Star Trek,
the Cold War,
fighting Klingons.
Yeah, well, you got to fight somebody.
Is that why? It seems so crazy. I wonder if, this is going to get really weird, but I wonder if that's where AI is leading us. I really genuinely do. I wonder if the limitations of our primate architecture will not allow us to escape this never-ending cycle of war. And that maybe the only thing that would be an intelligence that far exceeds our own and doesn't have the same limitations, motivations, human reward systems, all the things that hold us in these patterns. And that an artificial intelligence that is far superior to what we're capable of generating with our monkey minds would be the only thing that prevents us.
Well, back to DMT, I think that intelligence is already out there. We don't have to build it with computers and AI here on Earth, and DMT is one conduit to it.
Yeah.
Mushrooms are another. Meditation is another. It's just a willingness to set aside the petty shit.
Which is also why a lot of people believe those things are illegal.
100%.
I mean, if you have everybody realizing that we're all one and united, it would kind of make
no money in that.
Yeah, there's no money in that. Well, maybe the problem is money in general, like the concept of money. And I'm not a proponent of socialism, because socialism always leads to communism, which leads to military dictatorships that are dictating whether or not you can do this or that. And there's always groups of people that have massive resources, and they keep everybody else subjugated.
Yeah.
And it's anybody that thinks that socialism and communism is the future. Show me where it works ever.
Yeah.
It's still human beings. It's just like whether it's cults or militaries or anything. So there's human beings that have immense power that is unimaginable to the common person,
right? Dictating
what the common people can and can't do. And the only way to enforce that is with force and with killing. It's the only way. With jailing people, killing people, fear. It's the only way to get people to listen to you and to do what you want them to do. And I wonder if what we're doing with artificial intelligence is creating, I think we're going to merge. That's what I think is going to happen. I'm sure you've already seen this guy who the first Neuralink patient. Have you seen this?
Yeah.
So this first guy who's paralyzed with Neuralink, he's now able to use a computer, and he can move cursors around with his mind, and he can play video games with his mind. And he's been doing this, and he talks about it, and it's like, this is incredible. This is amazing. And this is essentially the Model T of, this sort of human computer interface, biological interface, something that goes into your mind into the brain itself and connects with it and allows you to use things.
I get why that would help a dude like in his situation, but do you have any concerns about that, like large scale?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have concerns with everything that involves human beings, because I don't think there's ever been a thing that involves human beings that doesn't get co-opted and corrupted. There's always someone comes along that uses it and has power. And that's the scariest thing about someone achieving some sort of artificial general intelligence, some sort of super intelligence, especially something that's sentient and can figure out what we're doing wrong and also figure out what was done wrong to code it and make a better version of itself. And I think it's going to lead to a new life form. I'm almost positive of that's what all this stuff is doing. It's going to achieve. I mean, have you ever seen the head of Google where he was talking about how their AI has done things that they didn't expect? Like it learned a language like instantaneously that it wasn't programmed in,
right,
and can translate that language now and communicate in that language, and they don't know how it did it. Well, hey guys, hit the fucking brakes. Like, what do? You don't know what it's doing, and you're just gonna keep feeding it? Okay, where do you think that goes? It's gonna be better than us at everything. And it's going to realize that we're the cause of pollution. We're the cause of war. We're the cause of theft and rape and fraud and destruction and the control of resources. It's all human beings. Like, we are the problem that we're trying to solve. And if we're trying to solve that problem by creating something that won't have those problems, it just logically seems to me that thing is going to realize that we're the issue.
Part of me shares that fear. Part of me feels like a drowning man, like, and maybe AI is the life preserver.
Yeah.
And part of me thinks that it's just going to be like the metaverse or the Google glasses or whatever. It's just going to be like a passing fad. But
I don't think that. I don't think that at all. I think it's inevitable. I think we are. I've compared us to a caterpillar. That we're a caterpillar that's building a cocoon and we don't even know why. Caterpillars, they don't know. I'm going to become a butterfly. It's going to be awesome. No, they don't. We don't know why we're doing all this. Why are we so thirsty for innovation? Why are we so attached to wanting the newest, latest, greatest technology? It almost seems like that motivation is tied into the creation of artificial intelligence. That if you looked at us, I always say that if you looked at us from above, if you were some other species that came and you were looking at human beings, you would say, well, what does this thing do? Like, what does this species do? Well, the main thing it does, if you look at there's all the wonderful things, the art, the music, all the wonderful things that it does for itself, food and culture and all these interesting things. But what does the species overall do? Well, it creates things, and it creates better things constantly. It's in a cycle of constant innovation. And a lot of that innovation, almost all of it, is tied to technology and artificial intelligence. And so where does that go? Well, that goes to another life form. It creates a thing. It creates an artificially intelligent, and artificial is not a good word either, because I think it's digital intelligence. I don't think it's artificial intelligence. I think it's a computing-based intelligence that's far superior to the biological-based intelligence. And so my hope for us, because I am one of us, my hope is that we merge. My fear is that it supersedes us. My fear is that it surpasses us in every way, and that it just gives us something that placates us, that
it controls us.
Yeah, gives us something. Well, instead of killing us off, all you'd have to do is stop us from breeding. That's not hard to do. We're kind of doing that to ourselves. I mean, population level, in terms of like viability, they've dropped substantially over the last few decades, whether it's because of microplastics in our food that have diminished our reproductive cycles. And if you look at the number of births, like in developing countries, like what happens, how many women are having miscarriages, how many women are infertile, the numbers keep going up and up and up. It seems like there's a current trend because of what we have done with our environment, what we have done with our food supply, what we have done with medicine and pharmaceutical drugs, that's leading us to be less and less viable. And all you'd have to do is step in and provide human beings with something that gives them an incentive to no longer breed. especially if it makes it very attractive to no longer
and
breed.
keep them entertained.
Keep them entertained, no longer breed. Provide them with robot sex dolls that are far superior to human beings. Someone who really gets them. This really gets them. Or you just have a biological woman who yells at you. I mean, it's you can clearly see how if you were a super intelligent species, a super intelligent thing that looked at us and said, well, what's the best way other than mass destruction of stopping these things from ruining the world? Well, just stop them from breeding. Just make these the last ones. Just severely limit the amount of reproduction that takes place.
That would do it. That drowning man looking for a life preserver side of me kind of hopes that artificial intelligence or digital intelligence, I like that, by the way.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Digital intelligence, that it could be that again, back to DMT, I felt that sentient force, God, whatever you want to call it, was benign, was basically on my side. I'd like to think that perhaps that technology is being provided to us, that there is a bigger plan that we're just not dialed into, or that maybe it's a way to try and dial into that plan. I just want us to get to Star Trek, man. I just want to be. I think that the goal, I think the intent for our species is to get off the rock and explore space in peace together.
Well, that would certainly be wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would be certainly preferable to destroying ourselves. What do you think is happening with all this UFO, UAP stuff? Do you ever think about that?
Yeah, I've looked into the doc on that like several times. Could never quite, get beyond what's already publicly available.
Mm-hmm.
I just think the government's covering something up for sure. For
Right.
sure.
What do you think they're covering up things that they've invented?
I think that's probably the most, again, I would like to believe that what they're covering, what I want to believe, in the same way that I want to believe in the stoned ape theory, because I think it's fucking cool, is I want to believe that they're covering up contact with, species from outer space, other intelligent life. What I suspect is really going on is that they're covering up shit that they're making that maybe has slipped the leash, or that for whatever reason they're just trying to keep completely secret. The stuff that has maneuverability that can't be explained.
Yeah, that's my thought too. I think both things, though. I think we're probably being visited as well. And I think we might be being visited by something that is us from the future. I think, and might not even be us from the future, but being what happens when a species like us gets involved in digital intelligence and creates something that transcends the biological limitations. And then you have these things. To me, one of the things that's very bizarre is the archetype gray alien, which is this big-headed thing with no muscle, no genitals, and it seems very humanoid in a way, which doesn't necessarily make sense if you're dealing with different environments. And when you think about it, the massive variety of species that exist on the planet that we're aware of, there's only one human. There's only one bipedal hominid. That's it. It's us, right? Why is this thing so much like us? This shitty design of walking around on two people. Why can't it fly? Why does it have these spindly bodies? Well, human beings, as we're evolving, one of the things that's very clear is that we're becoming less physical. We're weaker and softer than previous generations of humans that we can observe. You look at our testosterone levels compared to men from the 1950s, we're far lower on average. And if you go way back and you look at Australopithecus and even Neanderthal, I mean, these are just super powerful physical specimens. They were different. Like a Neanderthal was like this 5'7", 200-pound behemoth of a creature that was, if you have a Neanderthal competing in the UFC, it would smash everybody. Their bones are bigger. They're far more powerful. If you keep going in that direction, what do you get to? You get to this thing that has almost no muscle. This thing that it just has the ability to move around. And it's probably communicating telepathically. It's probably using its telepathic energy to control those devices, those ships. That's one of the things that Bob Lazar said. And again, the Bob Lazar story is, who knows? right? I love to believe the Bob Lazar story. I had him on the podcast. I talked to him for 3 hours. I had dinner with him. He doesn't seem like a guy who's lying.
Right.
And one of the more bizarre aspects of his story was how many of the things that he talked about now we know are true. You know, in terms of the technology, in terms of what people have seen, 3D printing, there's all these different things. Like this, the ship that he went into, there's no seams. He's like, it's all like as if it's made out of one piece of something, which is 3D printing. I mean, that's what we're doing now. And that there's no instrumentation, and that somehow these things are integrated somehow with their minds or with something, where it's allowing them to pilot these things without digital instrumentation and buttons and switches. They're using some other method to.
Yo. Hey, the coolest graphics. Are you there? No, I guess this thing sucks.
She could stop runs for Democrats all over the country. A phone call from her. There is a big problem. You don't win with Nancy Pelosi if you're. I think that's a general rule. And she is cold. She is calculating. And she just looked at it and said, you know what? My friend Joe, and they're very close, by the way. Biden and Pelosi have been close for decades. Can't make a joke. No way. No path. You staying in the race is an automatic win. Now, a huge fervor during the debate. The major news outlets were saying it really didn't change the numbers nationally. It didn't change the numbers between Biden and Trump. I don't know why anybody pays attention to national polls. National polls mean nothing. It's the battleground states that decide a presidency. I mean, I don't care who is running. Joe Biden could be dead. And this could be election at Bernie's, and Joe Biden is the to California. Democrats are 2-1 in California. So it's battleground states. And there, Joe Biden is collapsing. There, because numbers started getting wider and wider in favor of Trump. And you can't sustain that. Joe Biden staying in the race would only make it worse. So, as I said before, it's now a stronger race. Now it's more even. Because we have Joe Biden, who's going to be the nominee. And now it's a Joe Biden who's won. This mixed race, who is young. Everything that the attack on Joe Biden is, even on Democrats, disappears. What's Donald Trump going to say? She's old. She doesn't have cognitive abilities. She stutters. Really? Okay, maybe he will. But there's credibility. All right, coming up. The assassination attempt. Boy, there's all kinds of conflict there. The fun one is the conspiracy theories. Among Democrats, among the left wing, that this was a red flag. That Trump did it himself. He set it up. Look at just this tiny little wound. Lots of blood, wearing that maxi pad, a bandage at the convention. Oh, God, it's just all right, that's coming up. In the meantime, Amy, live in the K5 24-hour newsroom.
Vice President Harris has picked up some big name endorsements following the announcement
Destroyer, whatever that next one is. I would say 3 football fields at least. It was huge. You could not miss it.
And how high do you think it was above you?
No more than 1,000 feet.
Whoa.
Yeah, no, it was low altitude. It was like right over Tempe. I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one that saw it.
No, many people saw it.
Yeah. I actually like went on the record with the newspaper I worked for, right away, because they were like immediately dismissing those smaller lights that we just saw as like, whatever the explanation was.
Yeah.
And I was like, there's something else, in the sky that night too. So I love to gamble. If I had to make a bet, I would still say it's human military technology that fritzed out.
Wow. But many people said they saw something that looked like a triangle.
No, this is not a triangle. Yeah.
So maybe there was more than one of these things.
Well, totally possible. Yeah.
You remember when the governor did that press conference and came out with a guy in an alien suit and made a mockery of the whole thing?
Which is what their tactic has been,
But then that same governor came back after he left office and talked about it.
Yeah.
And said that he saw something and admitted it. Yeah. What was the governor's name?
Fife Symington.
See if you can find a video of Fife Symington saying what he actually saw on witnessing the Phoenix Lights. I think later he talked about it.
Well, unlike Fife Symington, I was stoned, but I still know what I saw. Okay. I still know what I saw. And what's interesting is when he's trying to describe the shape, and he puts it at a bigger size than I have it in my memory. I do remember talking with my friend, like it was hard to describe what we just saw. It's like we didn't have a reference. It's just like we're trying to, let's see if I can articulate this. We're trying to find reference points,
right,
for something that really doesn't have one,
right?
I guess like you kind of estimate the size, but it was unlike anything I'd ever seen before.
Have you ever heard people describe what the Native Americans must have seen when those boats started showing up?
No.
That they'd never seen anything that large, that it probably blew them away. You see the Pinta and the Santa Maria and these massive boats from Europe that, they were like, what the fuck is that?
Well, let's hope that the beings aboard the craft, as that's what they are, have better intentions than the people aboard those boats.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy that you actually saw it.
Yeah.
Wow. And you said it just disappeared?
Yes. It wasn't like whoop or anything. There was no noise. It was there. There were some lights. Like he said, I remember there were some lights that were not stars that were part of this craft.
Could you describe what those lights looked like?
No, they were not colored. They were, white or off-white. Because I remember thinking like, are those stars? I was trying to like actually see what is the shape and what is stars. That's how I was gauging how big it was. And I was like, no, those are attached to this thing. And then I just couldn't see it anymore. It was like, it was like the Northern Lights. So I'm from Alaska, right? So it's like the Northern Lights, they're there and then they're not there. There's just like this ghostly thing and then they're gone. And it was like that. It was there. It was moving at a slow speed, from my left to right. And then it was just, I couldn't see it anymore. But it was like 20 seconds at least. It wasn't like a glimpse of this thing. It was, yeah.
And how many lights?
Half a dozen. Yeah. Somewhere around there. Yeah. Yeah. And I know people said that they saw a triangle. So then for a while they were saying that's why he was probably talking about the, the B-2 bomber, the stealth bomber, because they're kind of triangular. It was way bigger than one of those. And it was not that shape at all. I struggle to come up with what shape it was because it's a shape that I haven't really seen before. Yeah. So.
Wow. And what was your initial thought? That that's an alien spacecraft?
No, my initial thought was not an alien spacecraft. It was basically, the initial thought was just like, what the fuck is that? And then once I talked about it, it's that same sort of like want to believe, actually believe thing we talked about several times today. I want to believe it was an alien spacecraft. I believe it was probably, U.S. military technology gone awry.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you think they have the capability to do that in the 1990s? Because what was the Phoenix Lights?
Yeah, it was mid 1990s. I think it was 96, might have been 97, not sure. As more time has gone on, though, so you were asking me what I thought in the moment.
Yeah.
As more time has gone on, I've like the needles moved towards maybe that was actually an extraterrestrial craft.
Yeah.
because there's so much has come out, like especially in the last 5 years, as you know, as you talked about here. You know?
Yeah.
So
it's just so strange that it all occurred in this one area, in this one night.
Right.
That has to be a real paradigm shifting moment for you.
But it wasn't. Well, yeah. Well, I think I got so caught up in the government's trying to cover up its own fuck up, you know, like they're putting up, and then there was the smaller lights thing and the weather balloon, you know. But I went on the record with the Phoenix New Times. There's a guy named Tony Ortega there that wrote a piece about it right away, and I went on the record because I was like, maybe one of the last, you know, I wasn't a UFO enthusiast type, right? Like in the community, I was a fairly well-known writer in the greater Phoenix metro at that time, and not someone that would be normally associated with like being a quote unquote UFO crazy. So I went on the record with the article he was writing. It was like, yes, I saw this. No fucking way it was a weather balloon or a flare or whatever they're saying. It was massive. So,
man, what I would give to see something like that.
But, you know, to your point about like, look at how people about the technology, maybe it's being kept quiet because of the military applications. Like, look at how people freaked out when it leaked about this new Russian space weapon, right? A couple weeks back or 3 weeks back, whatever. It's like an ability to disrupt like satellite communications in space. Like Russia, like somehow it leaked, maybe deliberately out of Russia, that they've got this far more advanced technology than we thought they had, to a weapon that would be in space that could disrupt like communications and satellites and really fuck us up. Okay. And like it leaked, and then there was this one congressman that like went public with it and was like, we have a real problem, right? This is like it was while I was in Ukraine, so it was maybe 3 weeks ago. But imagine if it was something like on the scale of like a ship, a weaponized ship that could be cloaked like that, or some of the technology, or if we did have, as you said, this donated technology that's from an extraterrestrial intelligence that the U.S. has been figuring out applications for, you'd have to keep that on lock, because what if that leaked right now? What do you think Putin would do? You know, who the fuck knows what he would do if all of a sudden it leaked that we had these, you know, military capabilities that are far beyond what he thinks we have.
That's my thought about these things that they keep seeing, because they always see them in areas where they do military tests, right? The Tic Tac was off the coast of San Diego, which is where all the military bases are. And the things that Ryan Long had seen were all off the East Coast, in restricted airspace, in space where they run, you know, fighter jet training. And he said when they upgraded their technology in 2014, they upgraded their sensors. And he said that's when we started seeing these things constantly, all the time. And then they were getting visuals. They were seeing visual versions of these things. And that was a square with it was a sphere in a square, or a square in a sphere. Do you remember? Square in a sphere. So there's like this circular sphere and this black square that exists in this thing, and it's hovering. And it's hovering in very high speed winds. And it's just stationary, motionless. And that these things are able to move at just bizarre rates of speed with no indication of a traditional propulsion system.
Yeah.
No heat signature that shows that, you know, rocket propulsion, nothing that we can explain. And if they had a drone that could do that, that's where they would test those things. And what better way to test whether or not people could see them than to run them out there when people are using new jets with new capabilities.
Right.
Like, can you see them? Okay, they see them. And the fact that, you know, the Tic Tac, when Commander David Fravor brought this information and reported it, and they showed the videos to these admirals, and they were nonplussed. They were like, okay. They just left the room.
Right.
Like, do they fucking know? Or how are they not? Are they just like stone cold dudes who could just keep it together in the face of some alien technology? They know that we were being visited? Or is this? And the other thing is that when Fravor communicated this stuff, these guys who are running these sensors, they were running the detection systems, were saying we're seeing these things all the time, every couple of weeks. We're seeing them all over the place. Well, what the fuck is that? And this is also 2004. Did they have the ability of 2004 something to go from above 50,000 feet above sea level to 50 feet in less than a second? What is that? Like, what the fuck is that? And people try to, argue it away or explain it away by saying, oh, it's a failure of the detection systems and there's a glitch in the... Yeah, but visuals, they have more than one fighter jet has seen it. They have video of this thing moving at a speed that would turn human beings into jelly. Like, if there's a biological entity inside that thing and experiences that G-force, you're talking about some fucking insane G-force, like 1,300 times what a human being can tolerate, and just gone, silent. No visual means of repulsion. No windows. No. What is that? Is that a drone? What is that?
And the witnesses have been reliable too. Like I've often suspected that, like in the last 20 years, especially in the last 5, it feels like the witnesses, the guys coming forward saying, "Look, I know what I saw," are more the ones that are associated with the government. Even commercial airline pilots will be on the FAA, but especially military pilots, they're being allowed to speak. That it feels like the waters are being tested by the government for some reason. Like, we're going to let this out a little bit. We're going to let the people that people may actually believe, like, attest to what they saw and see how the public reacts. That's what I think's going on.
Well, that would be what I would do if I was running the government, if I wanted to hide the fact that we have these things. I would say that these are off-world crafts. That's what I would say. I would say, look, these things are behaving in a way that we can't explain. Well, I guess we're being visited. And then go right back to whatever black ops thing that you guys are doing, some Raytheon project. I mean, I don't know what it is, but I go back and forth all the time, whether I think it's from another planet, another galaxy, another dimension, or whether I think it's us. Or many people think that they've always been here. And, when you talked about the Vedas, in the Vedas, they talk about these things. They talk about that. I mean, it's in the Bhagavad Gita. It's in the ancient Hindu text. They talk about these vimanas, these crafts that whatever these beings operate.
So in that case, are we just getting better at detecting them, or are they showing themselves more often for some reason?
Well, in unique circumstances, if someone sees something like this, like you. So you see this in 1990, whatever it is, in Phoenix. If you lived 5,000 years ago and you see this, like, what does that sound like? What does that sound like to everybody? It sounds like you're out of your fucking mind. And a small handful of people say it. They tell stories. People write it down. It just goes away. Unique experiences are very difficult to classify. If you have an experience with a ghost, if a ghost shows up in this room and we all see it and it doesn't show up on camera and we swear we saw an apparition of fucking Forrest Gump standing there, you're like, what the fuck is that? Well, you're just left with a story. If you can't measure it, you can't write it down, you can't, even a video of it. Like, what are you seeing? You're seeing grainy footage of something. When I'm sure you've seen these supposedly leaked images that fighter pilots have taken with cell phones from their aircrafts. Like, what are they saying? What is that thing? What is that weird, blurry looking, metallic looking thing? Is that a Mylar balloon that they're mistaking for a spacecraft? That doesn't seem likely. Seems like they're a lot fucking smarter than that. They're not going to think a child's birthday balloon that's floating around at 20,000 feet is an aircraft. They're probably going to realize it's a balloon. They've probably seen balloons, Yeah. I don't know.
And in those videos, too, it's the commentary that kind of sells it. Like, look at that thing move or whatever.
Yeah, like the Go Fast video. Like, look at it go. Jesus Christ. And these guys are trained pilots. They're used to seeing things, and they're seeing something that rotates. This is the other thing about the craft that coincides with what Bob Lazar said. It's moving like this, and it turns sideways. And Lazar said that's what it did, that it would direct its generator, whatever that gravity generator is. It would direct that towards the way that it wanted to go. So it would literally turn sideways to move forward. I mean, Kenneth Arnold was talking about these things in the 1950s, right? So for sure in the 1950s, we didn't have the capability to make something like that. Something with no visible means of propulsion that's shaped like a saucer that flies silently through the air and, moves at a speed and has capabilities in terms of maneuverability that far exceeds a jet that we had back then. What does that mean? What is that? I mean, they were seeing these things when we had propeller planes. Like, what is that? I don't know. But part of me feels stupid for even talking about it. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, why are you wasting all your energy You have so many things you have to do.
Because it's fascinating.
It is fascinating. But it's also, it makes you feel like a fool. And I think that's part of the strategy of all this stuff.
Well, ridiculing people that have talked about UFOs has been part of the government strategy from the jump. Right?
For sure. That's the Project Blue Book. That's been documented.
Right. So, but the thing on the military installations, of course, the two theories are, one is that there's some sort of extraterrestrial intelligence that's drawn to our military activity. But what seems like the more rational explanation is, as you said, that's where they test this shit.
Sure. Or, you know, if I was an intelligent species that's willing to donate these crafts like they claim, that they kind of let these things land or crash, and then they'll do it in a very strategic way where they know that the military will be able to cordon off the area and, you know, isolate and, you know, stop people from talking about it. And the idea that people in the military aren't able to keep secrets, so that's nonsense. They're really good at keeping secrets. You know, they can keep secrets, especially high level people. Look, if I had access, like if not Joe Biden, he's too far gone. But if Obama called me and like during his administration, said, "You want to see some shit?" I'd be like, "I want to see some shit," and he said, "Don't tell anybody." I'd be like, "I won't tell anybody." Maybe I'd tell my wife. Maybe I'd tell one of my friends. But I wouldn't fucking go public and tell everybody. If they're willing to show me this shit, like that. Look, no one's gonna believe me anyway, right? And so I'm like, what good does it do if I make myself look like a moron? A. B, I can't have access to it anymore because I told them. Because I told people about it. Because now they can't trust me. I'd shut the fuck up. Especially if I was in the military. I would shut the fuck up. Show me. You know? You ever heard the story? It's a widely disputed story. But that Jackie Gleason and Nixon were drinking one day. And Nixon was like, "You want to see some shit?" And Nixon took Jackie Gleason to one of the Air Force bases and showed him this UFO. And Jackie Gleason was a UFO fanatic. I don't know if you know this, but Jackie Gleason actually had a home built in upstate New York that looked like a UFO. And he had this home built after this supposed experience.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Show the images of the home. This is the home that Jackie Gleason had built. I mean, what the fuck? Look at the outside of it, though. Not that one. That one's kind of just a cool circular one. But that image. Like, what the fuck are you doing, Jackie? Why are you making a UFO house in upstate New York? It seems a little odd. Take that image. Look at that. I mean, come on, man. What the fuck is that?
It looks kind of like a sci-fi movie prop, though, you know?
Yes.
It looks like a cliche of a UFO.
Right. But that's apparently, this is the folklore.
Yeah.
Is that that's what he saw. And so he's like, I want to build a fucking house that looks like that. You know? It's fun. It's fun. But it also has this feeling of futility. It's like futile thing. Like, why are we even talking about it? It's nonsense. It's fascinating, but it just seems like, it almost seems like you're never going to know. You know?
I think we talk about it because it gives us hope, frankly.
Yeah.
Like, we want to believe it's true.
Well, we certainly want to believe the stories that they hover over military bases and shut down nuclear weapons. And, you know, my comedy club is called the Comedy Mothership. And you walk into the comedy club, there's a gigantic artificial UFO that we had built. So when you walk into it, like as you walk in the front door, there's this big construction of a UFO that has a beam that comes down. And then we use it as a projector to show who's coming soon on the big screen. But I named the rooms Fat Man and Little Boy, because those are the bombs that we dropped. And right after we dropped those bombs, that's when all the UFO activity happened.
Mm-hmm.
That's like, there's a giant uptick in UFO activity after 1945. And in the UFO folklore, it's like they realized that we have the ability to drop nukes. And so then they started visiting. And then they started shutting down nuclear weapons at bases and making their presence known at these military bases to say, hey, keep it together, bitches. Like, we're watching. We don't want you to nuke this whole planet and ruin our little program. And then our program is an accelerated engineering program that we've accelerated the evolution of human beings through some sort of intervention. And that this is why we're so different. It's not the stoned ape theory. It's the humans are engineered by some superior life form to try to accelerate our evolution and bring us to this place. And that they've helped us along the way. but we're autonomous and we're allowed to do what we want to do. And so we do disgusting, crazy shit, like drop nuclear bombs from propeller planes, by the way, right? Propeller planes on cities. And that once they did that, they're like, okay, slow the fuck down. We're here. Now, whether they've always been here, like in, the Vedic texts, or even in the Bible, in Ezekiel's description of the wheel within a wheel. And have you read that description? No. Pull up Ezekiel's description of what he saw. This is one of the favorite descriptions from the Bible, from the Old Testament, about UFOs that people love to bring up, because Ezekiel has this thing that he describes, and it's the most bizarre depiction. I saw an immense dust storm come from the north, an immense cloud with lightning flashing from it, a huge ball of fire glowing like bronze. Within the fire were what looked like 4 creatures vibrant with life. Each had the form of a human being, but each also had 4 faces and 4 wings. Their legs were as sturdy and straight as columns, but their feet were hooved like those of a calf and sparkled with the fire like burnished bronze. On all 4 sides under their wings they had human hands. All 4 had faces and wings, and the wings touching one another. They turned neither one way nor the other. They went straight forward. Their faces looked like this. In front of a human face, on the right side, the face of a lion. On the left, the face of an ox. And in the back, the face of an eagle. So much for the faces. The wings were spread out with the tips of one pair touching the creature on either side. The other pair of wings covered its body. Each creature went straight ahead. Wherever the spirit went, they went. They didn't turn as they want. The 4 creatures looked like blazing fire or fiery torches. Tongues of fire shot back and forth between the creatures, and out of the fire, bolts of lightning. The creatures flashed back and forth like strikes of lightning. As I watched the 4 creatures, I saw something that looked like a wheel on the ground beside each of the 4-faced creatures. This is what the wheels looked like. They were identical wheels, sparkling like diamonds in the sun. They looked like they were wheels within wheels, like a gyroscope. They went in any of the 4 directions they faced, but straight, not veering off. The rims were immense, circled with eyes. When the living creatures went, the wheels went. When the living creatures lifted off, the wheels lifted off. Wherever the spirit went, they went, the wheels sticking right with them. For the spirit of the living creatures was in the wheels. When the creatures went, the wheels went. When the creatures stopped, the wheels stopped. When the creatures lifted off, the wheels lifted off, because the spirit of the living creatures was in the wheels. Over the heads of the living creatures was something like a dome, shimmering like the light, like a sky full of cut glass, vaulted over their heads. Under the dome, one set of wings was extended towards the other, with another set of wings covering their bodies. When they moved, I heard their wings. It was like the roar of a great waterfall, like the voice of the strong God, like the noise of a battlefield. When they stopped, they folded their wings. And then, as they stood with folded wings, there was a voice above the dome over their heads. Above the dome, there was something that looked like a throne, sky blue like a sapphire, with a human-like figure towering above the throne. From what I could see, from the waist up, he looked like burnished bronze, and from the waist down, like a blazing fire, brightness everywhere. The way a rainbow springs out of a sky on a rainy day, that's what it was like. It turned out to be the glory of God. Like, what the fuck, man?
Yes, you can. You just did.
I mean, to anybody that's done DMT or ayahuasca or really tripped on psychedelics, though, you read that and it feels sort of familiar.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The glory of God.
Yeah, the glory of
and
God.
And these visions of these beings.
And the fact that these things are like constantly changing their appearance.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing about the DMT experience, is like, it's not a stationary, static experience. It's like constantly changing and moving in front of you. And to see something like that in the sky. And the fact that it's so noteworthy that they wrote it down in the fucking Bible.
Maybe he found some of those mushrooms, you know,
yeah,
in
maybe.
the cow shit.
Well, you know, there's a university in Israel, I think it's the University of Jerusalem, that theorized that the Moses experience of the burning bush was a DMT experience. And that what this is like, when you say Moses saw the burning bush. Well, what kind of bush would burn that would give you a psychedelic experience? Well, the acacia tree. The acacia tree, which is very common to that area, is rich with DMT. And how do you psychoactively acquire DMT? You smoke it.
Mm-hmm.
So you're smoking this tree, this burning bush, and you're seeing God. And God has brought you 10 commandments, how to live life, which sounds like a lot of what you experience in the DMT experience. When you have that and you have these contact with the entities, they kind of give you guidelines on how to live.
Yeah. It felt to me like a massive amount of information being downloaded, but that it was guiding in nature.
Yeah. But very difficult to hold on to.
Yeah.
Like you're like, what is it? So like it's probably something you'd want to write down.
Yeah.
Like the 10 Commandments.
Yeah. Well, again, back to the Krishnaism, Prabhupada, that was his thing. It was like you can't hold on to it with psychedelics alone, and you don't need psychedelics to get a hold of it in the first place. Right. Was what he was preaching.
And he probably recognized that the problem with taking psychedelics is that it's so accessible. You just take it. I mean, it's the beautiful thing about it. But you also could say, well, that could be a problem, because then a bunch of people with no discipline would just start popping these things and having these experiences and having no sort of framework, no moral framework, no ethical framework, no understanding of what are you experiencing and what to do with this stuff.
No discipline.
Right.
Yeah.
But if you acquire it biologically, if you acquire it endogenously through discipline, then you are on a path. And through that path, you can achieve this thing, and you realize that this is a very difficult thing to achieve, and that you have to stay on this path in order to get this enlightenment. I could see how someone would say, no, listen, that's not the way. This is the way. That you can do it with your own mind. You don't need these things. You know Terence McKenna's thought on that, though? Very funny thought. He said it reminds me of an ancient story of this monk had acquired a city of levitation and practiced this, and it said to the Buddha, when the Buddha came to town, I've spent 20 years acquiring the city of levitation, and I could walk across the water. And the Buddha said, yeah, but the ferry's only a nickel. So that was McKenna's take on it. It's like, why would you do all that stuff when you could just take the mushrooms? But McKenna was a brilliant man. He wasn't some stoned hippie in the middle of upstate New York just tripping balls on mushrooms.
I think it has some, it's helpful to have some sort of like processing after the experience, right? Not just keep like repeating it, trying to like get back to that space. Yeah.
Also, McKenna was, he was a proponent of taking psychedelic drugs, so he probably would want people to think that his way is the way. He's only human.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know, man. But it's all, look, just the fact that the psychedelic experience is a real thing. And when you do take that and you do have those experiences and you realize that it's a real thing, like, how did I not know about this? How is the most profound thing that's ever happened to me something that is a Schedule I drug that's illegal for whatever reason that no one's explained to me accurately? No one's ever explained it in a way that makes sense. Why is a thing that doesn't kill anybody, that exists in the human mind? That was the other thing that McKenna said about DMT. It's illegal, but everybody's holding.
Right.
Because everybody has it. Right. If you want to test people for DMT, well, everybody's guilty. Everybody. The most staunch conservative anti-drug person right now has DMT in their body. All of them do. Everybody does. It's literally like testing people for blood. Yeah, you have blood. Of course, you're alive. Yeah, you have DMT. You're alive. Yeah, but it's illegal. What? It doesn't make any sense. It sounds so insane. And also the fact that it's naturally occurring, not just naturally occurring in the human mind, but naturally occurring in nature, and that there seems to be some sort of mitigation strategy by the human body in order to keep you from tripping balls by consuming all the different plants that have DMT in it. And that's monoamine oxidase. So monoamine oxidase breaks it down in the gut. So if you consume like grass.
How you living, pimp? I see you, dog. I see you. Can you hear me? Absolutely.
I was going to say thank you
for my the appreciation.
Absolutely. You're an amazing person. I think you have a heart of gold. You're going to the top.
I love you, Rabbi. I want to suck your dick.
Join the club, man. I love you.
I love you too. Have a good stream, Rabbi.
You too, dog. If I can do anything to help you ever, let me know.
I bet you that.
Take care.
Spots are still flaring up within the fire's perimeter, and more of the same hot and windy weather is expected today. However, officials say they are prepared with more than 21 engines and 2 hand crews on scene. Inspectors here are currently about to assess 4 other homes that were not destroyed but were damaged in the fire. With that, the number of homes declared destroyed could change. Reporting live in Riverside, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
3 people have been killed in a mass shooting in Philadelphia. 6 others were hurt. Police Inspector DFP says the shooting happened early yesterday as more than 100 people gathered, possibly for a block party.
It appears that there were multiple shooters. It's unclear at this time how many, but we have counted at least 25 to 30 spent shell casings at this time.
7 people shot were taken to the hospital by police. Others were driven by neighbors. The shooters got away. The FAA is investigating another close call involving Southwest Airlines. A flight from Columbus, Ohio to Tampa dropped to within 150 feet of the water off the Florida coast on July 14. Retired Marine pilot Steve Ganyard says it follows 2 other recent close calls involving Southwest jets flying too low.
It probably points to some sort of distraction in the cockpit. Whoever the pilot's flying was lost situational awareness and didn't realize the descent rate and how close they came to the water.
Southwest says it's in contact with the FAA to understand and address any irregularities. Part of Wilshire Boulevard could be closed to cars to expand green space at MacArthur Park.
Plan already has a $2 million grant from the federal government and $500 million from the Southern California Association of Governments. LA City Councilman Guinness Hernandez says the project would reconnect the park nearly 100 years after Wilshire was paved through its middle.
This project is not just about closing the streets and traffic. It's about opening up this neighborhood to the possibilities that come when we center people's needs over the needs of cars.
The issue is only being studied now, with neighborhood feedback to be collected starting next month. In downtown LA, Michael Bronx, KFI News.
We'll check the 710 with the KFI in the sky next.
To bail out of your house. And I made the decision several times in my life. I had 3 houses that I sold. And so, what did I traditionally do? Well, I've always gone to a real estate broker, which most of us do. And we list the house. And we have to make it spotless. Whose prospective buyer is going to come through. And there are going to be offers, counteroffers, contingencies. It just goes crazy. And the real estate broker is going to tell you to paint, clean, and repair. And it's not easy stuff. It's a hassle. Well, with directbuyers.com, there is no hassle. All you do is cash the check at the end of the escrow, 10 days, and pay cash. You get a fair price. Also, there's no lowball. You get a $15,000 cash advance before closing. So visit directbuyers.com. If you are thinking of selling your house, so you've inherited, you're moving out. If you are thinking of selling your house, visit directbuyers.com. Call 844-242-SELL. 844-242-SELL. directbuyers.com.
Southlight weather from KFI. Heat advisories remain in effect for the valleys, mountains, and high desert. It's going to be sunny again today, just a couple degrees cooler than it was over the weekend. Highs in the 70s at the beaches, 80s for Metro LA and Inland OC, 90s to low 100s in the valleys, up to 107 for the Inland Empire. Rain could cool down much until the weekend, when temperatures will finally drop back down into the 90s for inland areas. It's 65 in Data Point, 68 in Long Beach, 68 in Whittier, 69 in Tustin. The KFI Market Report is brought to you by Rabbi Real Estate. The Dow is trading up 176. The NASDAQ is up 249. And the S&P 500 is up 56.
Revive Real Estate just released a new tool that lets you see what your home would be worth after renovations. It's free to use. Just go to KFIRevive.com. That's KFIRevive.com.
You got something in the lanes in East LA on the 710.
Yeah, cool. Thumbs up here, south outside of the 710. You'll be right there, right around Whittier Boulevard. Some sort of metal debris in the roadway. It's hard to see, but definitely saw some cars down there, south outside of the the 710. You're going to find slowing starting at about the 60. So just be aware of that as you head towards the 5 freeway. Speaking about the 5, the northbound side, pretty cranky all the way from before the 60 in the East LA interchange all the way on up through Lincoln Heights. Doesn't get better until you get up near Atwater Village past the 2. Then it suddenly gets much nicer for you. Southbound side of the 101. A lot of slowing there, getting away from Hollywood Boulevard, or actually Santa Monica Boulevard, making your way on down towards the 110. Then it gets better past that point. And the 110 itself, northbound side, you're going to find slowing pretty much all the way up from South LA, starting at about Manchester Avenue, all the way up to the 10. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports for the Coles Driver, KFI in the sky.
The final countdown begins. Team USA is headed to Paris, and iHeartRadio is the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics. It's the only way to listen to exclusive NBC play-by-play action of the games, plus NBC's top Olympic moments and live hourly updates from Paris. Bring the Summer Games with you everywhere you go. Download the free iHeart app now and enable push notifications for live updates from Paris. Only on iHeartRadio, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
CW schedule for next season left the fates of several shows unknown, but we now know that the late Canadian police procedural Wild Cards is returning for a second season. The news cable to CBC, its originating broadcaster, announced the order. Vanessa Morgan, John Harrell, Gian Yalty, and Jason Priestley star in the show, which is the network's top-rated scripted and fourth, the lagging behind All American and now canceled Walker and the advertiser desired 1849 demo. Wild Cards will return to the CBC and the CW in 2025.
Hi, and that's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio. KFI AM 640 and iHeartRadio station, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics. You are listening to The Bill Handle Show. Donald Trump, Joe Biden. This is KFI AM 640. Bill Handle here on Monday morning. Oh, what a Monday, July 22. By the way, that song that you played, Kono, that intro, you have to eliminate Joe Biden. You keep, certainly, you keep Donald Trump, but you don't. You have to leave out Joe Biden. And the reason is because Joe Biden is no longer a potential nominee. Well, he's no longer the absolute nominee. And man, we're a month out from the convention, the Democratic convention. Exactly one month. Starts, no, exactly, less than a month. This is 19th to the 22nd. Even worse than that for the Democratic Party, they have set up a virtual voting of the nominee coming up early August, where the nominee is actually selected. And then the convention merely is a party, right? After the fact. And I'll tell you why that's so important, is because this is uncharted territory. After the election, if they move the actual election to the convention after setting up the date of the vote, according to the rules, the party rules that both have agreed to, and keep in mind, presidential elections are controlled by the parties. Okay? That's the way it has been, although the Constitution doesn't talk about parties at all. There is no constitutional statutory provision in which it is mandated that the parties select the nominee. Really interesting stuff. So, if the virtual voting does not happen, then you're going to see Republicans go to court and argue that his name, that is Biden's name, must be removed, or the Democratic nominee must be removed from ballots all over the country. Man, like lawsuit after lawsuit, here's another one that's going to be fine. And that is Joe Biden has this campaign war chest of tens of millions of dollars. I don't know what's in it exactly now, but you know, $10 million, $40, $50 million, whatever in the war chest. And where does that go? Does it translate automatically to Kamala Harris's campaign? Republicans are saying no. delegates are automatically chosen heads of parties, heads of local parties involved with well, in this case would be the Democratic Party, that local board leaders, if you will, and those are automatic. Those people automatically, and they're not bound. They are not bound to candidate. They can go wherever they want. Now, usually, they go to the candidate that's chosen or the one that's been selected by the vote, and then a vote takes place within the party, and those delegates are chosen. And you run as a delegate. It's great fun. You get to go to the convention, and you get to eat, you get to scream, and you go rant and rave, and you wear the crazy hats, and you demonstrate and have balloons and all that. But the delegates always go for the potential nominee, always go for the nominee who wins the primaries. Now, are there any rules regarding primaries? Absolutely none. The parties can determine how many, when they meet, how the nominee is selected. I mean, it is wide open. And if you look at the history of nominations of candidates, primaries didn't exist. The primary as we know it today didn't come into being until 1968, when Hubert Humphrey was the Democratic nominee. He had not won one primary, and he became the nominee. And at that point, both the Democrats and the Republicans said, okay, this isn't going to work. Why? Because there's so much horse trading. If there isn't a primary, if there isn't a person that effectively wins the nomination before the convention, this thing now has party bosses, delegates, and or the people that won delegations, right at the end of the delegation, they're now frustrated. And ballots are voted on. Now, are there ballots today? Well, yeah, you vote. Now, Joe Biden is going to get the nomination. There's no question unless he resigns. Donald Trump, I mean, when did we know that he was going to get the nomination? Early days, and he wiped everybody out in the primaries. So that was a given. That is the way modern primaries, that's the way modern nominations are done. Besides simple. Now, I'm going to come back and talk a little bit about previous primaries and the history of how this thing came into being. And this is fascinating stuff. A little bit of handle history I thought I'd throw at you, just to prepare all of us for what's going to happen at the Democratic National Convention. And unfortunately, it's not going to be as entertaining as it could be. I would love it to be wide open. Well, it is technically wide open because no one has won any primaries. Kamala Harris has not won any primaries. You're going in with 0 delegates that are bound to the Democratic candidate. We'll be back. Amy, live at the KFI 24-hour news.
Lawmakers are grilling Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheatham following the attempt on former President Trump's life. House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer said the Secret Service has become the face of incompetence. He said the agency failed to protect Trump and the rally goers in Pennsylvania and has urged Cheatham to resign. Vice President Harris's campaign to become the next president has received a multi-million-dollar boost. The Biden-Harris campaign formally amended filings with the Federal Election Commission yesterday to rename the committee to Harris for President. The campaign said because Biden and Harris shared a campaign committee, Harris can continue to use those funds. At the end of June, that was $96 million cash on hand. Along with the political earthquake of President Biden deciding not to run for re-election, there was some real rumbling in the Southland. A 3.5 magnitude earthquake jolted Palos Verdes Estates yesterday afternoon, about 5 miles from Redondo Beach. We'll check some problems with the 210 with the KFI in the Sky next.
One of the first calls that I made when I moved my new house, actually I moved a bunch of them off, is I made the call to the Life Source Whole House Water Filtration folks. The Life Source system that I put in, well, originally I put it 10 years ago in First Palace, and now my new place, I don't know what I'm going to call it. It's got some kind of name. In any case, the second system life sources. Call 800-WATER-99, 800-WATER-99, and I guarantee you, you're going to cook, you're going to do your dishes, you're going to drink, do your clothes in effectively bottled water. Imagine doing that. That's what happens with life source systems. 800-WATER-99, LifeSourceWater.com. LifeSourceWater.com. Taste and feel the difference.
Months of sun, highs in the 70s at the beaches, 80s to 107 inland. This report brought to you by your Amazon Fresh grocery store. We've got a crash in La Crescenta on the 210.
Something here on the 210 freeway eastbound Ocean View. Crash there was in the right lane, but traffic is recovered pretty quickly. Looks like they moved it out of there. So good news there. Southbound side of the 710 right around Whittier Boulevard, we had some sort of metal debris causing a few brake lights as you get away from the 16. Nothing too serious there, but you go find slowing. Northbound side of the 5 is slow from the 710 all the way up through the East Lane interchange, I should say, up to the 2 freeway that gets better for you. Also, the southbound 101 is still pretty slow from Santa Monica Boulevard down into the downtown area. The southbound 405 doing its normal thing, getting out of Van Nuys. Southbound side really slow from Big Tree Boulevard on down to Sunset. And Southern California's only airport traffic reports for the local driver KFI in the sky.
The final countdown begins. Team USA is headed to Paris. iHeartRadio is the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics. It's the only way to listen to exclusive NBC play-by-play action of the games, plus NBC's top Olympic moments and live hourly updates from Paris. Bring the summer games with you wherever you go. Download the free iHeart app now and notifications for live updates from Paris. Only on iHeartRadio, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Vizio TVs. iHeartRadio is coming into your living room on your Vizio TV. Check your TV remote for the iHeartRadio button for one-click access, or visit the Vizio SmartCast app store and make sure you log in with your iHeartRadio account so all your favorites are there and ready for you instantly. All your music, radio stations, and favorite podcasts available for you on the biggest screen in your home. iHeartRadio and Vizio. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. This is the iHeartRadio Sports Report.
At the British Open, 2 months after capturing his first major championship victory at the PGA Championship, Xander Schauffele added a second one yesterday at the 152nd Open Championship at Royal Trinity Golf Club in Scotland. The day started with 7 golfers starting the final round within one shot. The leader, Billy Horschel, Schauffele posted a 6-under 65 and a 72-hole total of 9-under 275, put him 2 strokes ahead of Horschel and England's Justin Rose. In baseball, the Atlanta Braves just keep getting hit with injuries. Yesterday, a double dose. First base Max Fried was put on the injured list with a nerve issue in his left forearm, and then second baseman Ozzie Albies fractured his wrist, flying a tag in the 9th inning of the 6-2 loss to the Cardinals. Will miss approximately 8 weeks. And in the NFL, the Green Bay Packers signed Pro Bowl nose tackle Kenny Clark to a contract extension, 3 years worth $64 million. Clark compiled a career-high 7.5 sacks in 2023. I'm Andy West with your iHeartRadio Sports Report.
Need more? Open the free iHeartRadio app for the best sports stations in the country and the most sports podcasts with the biggest personalities in the game on demand.
Kevin Edison returned Cal left the state after being humiliated 3 straight times. For Cal, he couldn't get the vote to his own party. And so he withdrew his idea to bring back fists as a crime. Bring back local drug use as a crime and give treatment, felonies, fentanyl, and John Gilwell. All that's going to happen. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh, what the fuck? Says lettuce. Yo, there he is. How you living, Pimp? Hi. We've been exchanging messages. How you living? There's this thing in society when someone says hi, sometimes you might want to say hi back. What up, Pimp? How things going, Froggy 101? Yo, what's up? Hope you're living like a pimp. How you doing, dog? Looks good. Yo, dog, we're watching Joe Rogan. Do you know who Joe Rogan is? I'm well. How are you?
I'm fine.
Excellent. Welcome to my Discord. I hope you like it. Hey, how are you? I can see you now. Welcome. You're affiliated? Excellent. Congratulations. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I'm live on YouTube right now. How's your day going? Excellent. I hope you're doing well. We're watching Joe Rogan. He's got Joey Diaz on, dog.
Jokes. Yeah, but sometimes just shove it in there anyway. Who cares? Just because it fits, it's perfect. It's funny. The whole idea is just be as funny as possible.
Yeah, not I got it.
You're always supposed to be coming up with new material for sure, but you know, I don't mind when somebody busts out a little bit.
I'm watching a podcast.
The other night when I got here, I landed at 11:30. Got my luggage by 11:45. I walked out. When I got in that car, you should have seen that airport. It was alive at midnight.
Yeah.
Fucking tons of people coming into Austin. I mean, I was like, this has changed a lot. This airport used to be a sleepy fucking hollow.
Yeah, the whole town. The pandemic changed the whole town. You know, and then a lot of the tech companies moved here too. That was a big part of it. A lot of these young people just didn't want any part of San Francisco anymore. They're like, we gotta get the fuck out of here.
Who would want to live there?
Who would want to live there? This is dangerous. It's weird. Part of in this moment. So it's super positive in like all ways. It makes people feel better. They leave that place, they feel better.
For anything other than that.
The thing is, like, we're getting the rumors from the internet, and the internet thinks that the Taliban took out that bridge in Baltimore. So it's like, who fucking knows? Who knows what's real?
That's what Diddy's lawyers, I think, said. It was like that these are just trumped up charges. Not trumped up, I don't think they said that, but like bullshit charges.
Dude, when Homeland Security invades your house,
You got problems.
with dudes with fucking guns and body armor. There's
Someone said that they weren't there to take stuff; they were there to delete everything. Like the real people that were in there, you know.
Oh,
like
that's
the same
funny.
thing with Epstein.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that's fun. Of course, there's layers upon layers. When you get into these fucking conspiracy theories, man, they never end. They never end. There's just layers upon layers upon layers.
It's fun to talk about.
It is fun to talk about. It's hard to know what's true, but wow, people genuinely love it when someone like Diddy gets caught. Though the glee that people have is weird.
Why?
Because he's too successful. Also, that's like there was always so much East Coast, West Coast shit that's still like in the zeitgeist, you know, like with Biggie and Tupac, and they were all hating at each other, and they both got killed, and there was a lot going on. And then there's people that thought that Puffy was involved and Suge Knight was involved.
I think Suge Knight's the one who said the thing I just thought of.
What thing?
About that they were there to delete stuff.
Well, if he really was filming everybody, I mean, he had a lot of people at those parties, right? You know who said Luke from 2 Live Crew?
Yeah, he said he was to leave early.
Yeah, when Luke from 2 Live Crew is leaving early, like, you got a wild party. If what's happening is too fucked up for Luke from 2 Live Crew? Check, please. There's so many different stories. Who knows?
What are you gonna do?
I'm not doing that.
We're not involved in them. I was never at Diddy's party. I don't even know the motherfucker.
We're out
I
here
don't want to know nobody.
telling jokes. Telling jokes.
Like I told you.
Having fun.
That's it.
Yeah.
Smoking dope, cracking jokes, making people.
That's
everything
it.
else is background music. And living in LA, you have all this shit that's going on around you. That's what you have your life, and then you have all this shit that goes in and out of your ears all fucking day, and you're like, I just want to do stand-up.
You also have those celebrity environments where celebrities all get together, and there's so many of them, you know, and these wild parties. And if you got a wild party, and P. Diddy puts on that wild party, and, you know, he sets everybody up. Like, if you were an intelligence agent, you know, like a Jeffrey Epstein type deal, that'd be the way to do it. Big old crazy party, get everybody loose.
And get the cameras
Get them the
rolling.
yayo. Get them the yayo.
And everything else.
Get them everything you need. Get fired up. Get those cameras rolling. And now you got everybody under wraps. What a twisted web some folks weave. You all right over there?
Yeah.
You got to concentrate. That is a skill that I never picked up. The roll your own skill. Never picked it up.
Sometimes you got no choice but to pick it up.
Yeah, no, I should have.
You're sitting there with reefer.
I admire people that do it. When I see a person that can roll a solid joint, I'm like, that's an exceptional person. It's like a person who can play guitar. I'm like, oh, you took the time.
There's a level of skill with it too. Some people can roll some nice ones.
Oh yeah, man.
Like they're done by a machine.
I've seen dudes in Instagram driving their car, rolling with one hand. That's next level.
Yeah, that's next level.
That's next level. Charlie Murphy could roll a hell of a blunt. Charlie Murphy's one of those. You know who else rolls a hell of a blunt? Louis Gomez. Yeah. Gomez rolls a hell of a blunt. And he does it the real way. He doesn't just split the spliff and open it up and lick it. No. He takes the paper out and he makes, cuts it. Like he'll unravel a cigar and then take the tobacco paper and cut it and wet it and get it down.
I just don't want to get high. It's like free base and coke. I got to run it and run it through a sock. Then it's got to dry. No, just give me the fucking reefer. I like smoking blunts, but that's what gave me pneumonia last summer. I started smoking blunts.
Yeah?
Sure enough.
It gave you pneumonia?
Pneumonia.
Really?
Pneumonia last summer.
Do you think it's definitely from that?
It was that and the sleep. It was a bunch of shit. What it really was I had an abscess.
Oh.
And the sleep mask.
Oh.
I cleaned that motherfucker
Abscesses
for
are
20
dangerous.
years. Dog, I'm shooting a fucking movie with Kevin, and it blew.
Oh, really?
In my mouth as I was shooting with Kevin.
Oh, you had no idea?
No, I'm spitting blood and pus, and I'm like, oh, and then I started feeling sick.
Oh, no,
Thank God we wrapped.
Bloodstream.
Thank God we wrapped. I'm like, I'm not going to make it home.
Ooh.
I couldn't even drive. I got home, I went right to sleep. The next day I got up and went right to the doctor. And that started, because doctors now they send you to 20 different places. So by the time you get there, you know what this started with the pneumonia?
What?
They saw a fucking thing in my kidney. What's that when you have a...
Kidney stones?
Kidney stone.
Yeah.
They go, we got to start drinking whatever. I'm like, kidney stones.
Yeah.
Then I went to another doctor and he's like, you're not a kidney stone. There's something wrong with the bottom of your lung.
Oh.
And there's a cyst in your heart.
A cyst?
Something that kept growing over the years, like a little boil by one of the valves.
Oh, Jesus.
All right. Then he sent me for another one. Then finally, Eisenberg fucking sent me to the real deal, and he goes, "This eliminates everything." When I left there, I thought he was going to say, "We're going to put in a stent and all this shit." He goes, "No, just aspirin. I just want you to go on a baby aspirin."
Really?
That's it. He goes, "Your heart's perfect. You're good." That's it. My calcium score was good, which was very fucking surprising. You know, I stopped eating bacon in the mornings.
Yeah, how come?
Just I do an avocado toast instead. You know, I'd rather do avocado toast with an egg and a bowl of fruit.
That's good.
That's
good.
You know, I used to eat a cheese omelet with French fries, with 10 pieces of bread with butter on it. So this works.
This is better.
This works.
Yeah,
you know,
that's definitely better. Get them healthy fats. Yeah. How good is that sushi place we went to?
Oh my God!
Shout out to Yuki Hand Roll.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah.
The fucking when you got up to go to the bathroom, there's when he dropped my rolls. I'm like, whose is this? It was just a fucking chunk.
Yeah.
And especially now with this new economics, that sushi's getting smaller and smaller.
It is in a lot of places.
There was 2 hunks of fucking tuna there.
Yeah,
I'm full.
Big. They give you big pieces at Yuki. And the guy came from Nobu, super sweet guy, really nice.
You guys have put together a hell of a fucking time. Remember, we've been coming here since 19, and we used to come here. We used to just go to Papado's.
Yep.
And there was another place we went to, the Mexican joint, Papacitos, and that's it. And that was where we went for 3 fucking days. Now look what you got here.
Yeah.
It's like an empire of everything. You guys were talking to Green Room last night about all the different restaurants. And you guys didn't stop.
Moved here. So many people moved
didn't stop. You guys did not. Everybody had a suggestion. How about this place? You asked for a steak here, 8 people raised their hands. Mexican food. Go to that place, that Fusion.
There's so many good steakhouses in town that people forget. You know, you go, oh, you got Jay Carver's, right? Perry's, Bob's.
There's excitement down
there. Three Forks. Yeah.
It's very exciting. You know, the last 2 nights, the store in its heyday, like 2019, 2018, I got to be honest with you. I would do my spots, and I would have to go to the kitchen and sit in the corner by myself. And I would just watch to think that this was really happening.
Yeah.
Because it would assault all your, like, it was just so much. It was celebrities.
Yeah.
I remember one night, half of UFC was there.
Yeah.
You know, like, you look around, there's fucking 8 guys in the UFC right there, and you're like, what the fuck is happening up here? What the fuck are all these people, you know? The last 2 nights, I had to leave early. And you go home and you can't sleep.
Yeah.
Last night when you texted me, I was awake. I got home at fucking 11. I couldn't sleep from everything. I was writing and fucking thinking and coming out of his head and fucking, you know, it's what stand-up does to you at night. It's, you know, you can't not be a fucking early riser with stand-up. Because even if you do an 8 o'clock show, unless you're a fucking mope, you're thinking about that set.
Yeah.
Even when you're eating with your friend, you know where you went week tonight. Even though you did great. That one joke didn't work, you're thinking about how you can make it better. That's what I missed. I didn't miss the planes. I didn't miss the hotels.
Right.
I missed having 4 ideas and starting to get on stage and trying to connect those 4 ideas together. And when those 4 ideas get connected together, I'm just saying, 4 ideas, 3 different premises.
Right.
It's the best feeling. It's better than sex.
It's incredible
better than sex. And that's what I missed. Everything else I didn't recognize. The age, you know, no.
Well, there's a relationship with the audience that's so pure because, you know, they know you. Like, they really know you. They know you from podcasts. They know you from your bits. They fucking know you. They know you from conversations. They get it. And then they're watching you put together this thing that's really for them. It's for you because you create it and, you know, you get paid to say it and you get this great feeling that you did it. But for a person like a fan, like when I was watching you last night, as a fan, like I got to see a bunch of new shit that you were doing that I was telling you was killing me. But it's a beautiful feeling. It's a great feeling when someone that you really love who's really funny, who's got new stuff and they're killing it. And it's just like this atmosphere. So there's 250 people. We're all sharing this moment. So it's super positive in like all ways.